Chapter 271. After that, the old monsters talked about a few more things before leaving with Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng. They wanted to help them tidy up their bodies and strengthen their foundation. After all, both of them had never cultivated before. Qin Feng naturally benefited from his sister's good fortune and was brought in to cultivate together. This made many people envious of him. He was afraid that from today onwards, this little beggar would transform into a figure that they could never hope to associate with. Soon, the place regained its tranquility. The immortal fog surged, the mountain breeze blew, and the fragrance of the saint's stamen wafted. "Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for helping me out." The white-robed elder wiped the cold sweat on his head and thanked Gu Chang'e with some lingering fear. Just now, he had almost rejected a peerless genius. If not for Gu Chang'e pleading for him and saying that he was following the rules, he would have been punished by the elders. Therefore, he was even more grateful to Gu Chang'e. "Elder, you are welcome." Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and didn't seem to care much about it. "My name is Wang Zhongyong. If young Master Chang'e needs anything in the future, just ask me." The white-robed elder smiled and said respectfully. Gu Chang'e nodded and did not stay any longer. He left with Su Qing'e and the rest and went into the Immortal Academy. In his mind, he was still thinking about Qin Xiaoyi. Logically speaking, with such a constitution, she should not have been a nobody. Any cultivator with a bit of insight would have noticed her abnormality. Could it be that this pair of siblings was hiding some kind of secret? However, Gu Chang'e did not see any obvious change in fate on her brother, Qin Feng. Logically speaking, with such a sister, his fate should be higher than most of the people here. However, for Gu Chang'e, what happened in front of the gate of the true Immortal Academy today was just a small interlude. He had heard of the immortal demon body before. It was said that it had only appeared once in history. But that one time, he had created an immortal demon true lord. This was an incomparably valiant existence. There were some who said that his cultivation already exceeded immortality, reaching another unfathomable level. The uniqueness of this physique was that it could fuse immortals and devils, reverse yin and yang, and break through the cycle of reincarnation. Those who possessed the immortal devil body, even if they had never cultivated before, would be nourished by all kinds of substances in the world, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. As for the matter of reversing yin and yang, Gu Chang'e felt that it had something to do with reversing life and death. It could also be reversing time and going against the Khanate. In any case, he was keeping an eye on Qin Xiaoyi. Very quickly, the news of Gu Chang'e coming to the true Immortal Academy spread from the mouths of many young geniuses, causing quite a stir. As for Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng, although many people were paying attention to them, it was not as shocking as Gu Chang'e's. Although he was not part of the first batch of cultivators to arrive, due to his identity, he attracted a lot of attention. Before that, there were rumors that Gu Chang'e was one of the 10 seeds of the sequence. In the eyes of many people, his strength could even suppress the other seeds of the sequence. For a time, the various mountains and immortal islands of the true Immortal Academy were alarmed. Many young existences appeared, planning to take a look at his true appearance. The terrain of the true Immortal Academy was vast and boundless. Divine trees covered the sky, immortal mountains rose and fell, as if it was an ancient world that had existed since the creation of the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Between heaven and earth, divine rainbows flashed past the various mountain peaks. They were all the best of the younger generation, with their own cave abodes in divine mountains. For example, some of the quasi-ranked disciples even had a very large area, like an ancient city. Nearby were palaces and mansions where followers lived. They were majestic, with divine springs hanging upside down and immortal flowers blooming. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense, falling from the mountain peaks and waterfalls. Immortal phoenixes, black tortoises, cheilants, and other phenomena appeared. However, these people were soon disappointed. They did not see Gu Chang'e's figure at the mountain gate. They came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. The territory of the true Immortal Academy was too large. Before they determined their respective areas, no one knew where the other geniuses were. In order to give the geniuses who came here many opportunities to gain experience and compete, the true Immortal Academy could be said to have put in a lot of effort. Even the areas where they usually cultivated and rested had to be fought for by themselves, showing the law of the jungle even more vividly. On the other side, after Gu Changa left the mountain gate, he went straight to the palace group in the depths of the true Immortal Academy. Chaotic mist floated there, and heaven and earth were blurry. It was like a heavenly palace that appeared between heaven and earth, looking very mysterious and ancient. He asked Su Chinga and the other followers to wait for him there. He went there first. This was because when he was in the Peach Village in the abandoned land of immortals, Tao Yao gave him a keepsake, saying that it could solve the problem of his demon heart. After Gu Changa accepted it, Tao Yao said that the old man who owed her a favor was in the true Immortal Academy. She said that Gu Changa could come and find him when the time came. To Gu Changa, the problem of the demon heart did not need to be considered at all. Therefore, what he cared about now was how to use this favor. Although there was a problem with Tao Yao's state and her memories were incomplete, the favor she mentioned was at least the one she owed when she was at her peak. The origin of this old man in the true Immortal Academy should not be too simple. Soon, Gu Changa's figure passed through many divine mountains and arrived at a lonely peak in the void. No one stopped him on the way. In the entire upper realm, there were not many people who did not know him. This place was already a forbidden area of the true Immortal Academy. Usually, only the elders would come here. Gu Changa's figure descended from the sky and appeared at the entrance of the palace. The palace on the lonely peak was a very simple and unadorned palace that covered a radius of nearly 100 miles. However, Gu Changa knew that there was definitely a universe inside. It would not be simple. At the entrance of the palace, there were many guards in golden armor. They held their swords in front of their knees and guarded this place. Every one of them had a cultivation base of the great sage realm. When they opened and closed their eyes, there were wisps of terrifying divine light. Powerful sage realm will filled every inch of space. Young Master Changa. They were a little surprised to see Gu Changa here, but they did not have any hostility. Obviously, they already knew what kind of monster would come to this generation's true Immortal Academy. To put it bluntly, the young man in front of them was one of the strongest existences in this generation of the true Immortal Academy. Even some elders did not dare to put on airs in front of him. Therefore, their attitude towards Gu Changa was very respectful. "I'm here to look for an elder." Gu Changa nodded slightly and said concisely. The few guards did not dare to stop Gu Changa and let him pass. In the main hall, it was deep and vast, as if they had arrived in the boundless universe. Rivers of stars fell, nebulas intertwined, and chaotic chi surged. In the center, there were many books flickering with divine light on the table. They were divine books made of Daluo silver gold. There were several extremely aged old fellas, their faces indistinct, chaotic energy swirling about them, currently discussing some things. Suddenly, an old man with a Taoist robe fluttering next to them raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had sensed something. "What is this guy doing here?" His expression was a little unnatural. "What are you talking about, senior?" An old man with a pair of withered dragon horns on his head was slightly stunned and puzzled. He was still flipping through an ancient book in his hand. "That guy from the Gu family, what is he doing here?" However, the old man in the Taoist robe had a slightly uncomfortable expression. He snorted coldly, "No matter where this guy goes, he won't be at peace. Rumor has it that the Gu family's person is gentle and elegant." "Why did you say that? Could it be that the rumors are wrong? But it makes sense. After all, he could dig out the bones of his sister from the same clan when he was young. He might not be a person with a good heart." The other old antiques also looked a little surprised, then nodded slightly. They were still very respectful to the old man in the Taoist robe, so they believed his words without a doubt. At this moment, Gu Changa's figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall. He stepped in and smiled at the group of old men in the middle. He bowed and said, "Disciple Gu Changa greets all elders." Now that he had entered the true Immortal Academy, he was naturally a disciple of the academy. The few old antiques in front of him came from all over the upper realm. Although he was not familiar with them, they would not blame him for trespassing if he called them elders. Not bad, not bad. Such a cultivation base. According to the rumors, there are quite a few deviations. Why have you come to find us? At that moment, the few old fellows looked over calmly and carefully sized up Gu Changa. Then, they found that a layer of misty aura gradually appeared on his body, as if his entire person was standing in another world. For a moment, even they could not see through him. This method surprised them a little. After all, they were true supremes, and there were even existences close to the quasi-emperor realm among them. However, they did not care and did not continue to investigate. Gu Changa was the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. If he did not have some skills and artifacts, it would not make sense. It was normal for him to hide his aura and block the perception of others. Great Elder, long time no see. Your complexion is much better than before. At this moment, Gu Changa said with a somewhat surprised expression, as if he had just noticed an old acquaintance. The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Palace was also here. His expression still showed that he did not like him very much. As long as you are not in front of me, when has my complexion ever been bad? The great elder snorted coldly. Gu Changa had poked at his scars as soon as he arrived. Back in the Tao Heavenly Palace, Gu Changa had made him angry many times. He still remembered that on the day Gu Changa left the Tao Heavenly Palace, he specially came to the mountain peak where he was to tell him that he still owed him a favor. He was afraid that he would go back on his word. What do you mean, Great Elder? As the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace, Changa has not done anything to disappoint the Tao Heavenly Palace. Gu Changa said with a calm expression. When I was in the immortal ancient continent, I even helped the Tao Heavenly Palace unify the various races of the immortal ancient continent and achieve peace in the immortal ancient continent. Don't say any more. There is no need to beat around the bush in front of the two of us. The great elder hurriedly waved his hand, as if to say, if you say more, I will drive you out of the palace. He had seen Gu Changa's shamelessness the most. Although he really admired Gu Changa, his shamelessness and unwillingness to suffer the slightest loss made him feel helpless. However, he was still the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace. Now, he had come to the Immortal Academy to be a guest elder. He would naturally take care of Gu Changa. Moreover, he had heard that this time, the Gu clan had sent 3 ancestor-level figures. They seemed to be arriving at the Immortal Academy soon. The other forces had sent an ancestor. In the end, only the Gu clan had sent 3, and they were very old. It was unknown which era they were from. It was as if they were afraid that the Gu clan's younger generation would suffer in the Immortal Academy. Senior seems to have a good relationship with Changa. Yes, it is rare to see Senior talk to a junior like this. A few old antiques in the hall couldn't help but laugh. They were very respectful to the great elder and spoke to him like a junior. Now, the way the great elder talked to Gu Changa made them a little surprised and even envious. After all, great elder took care of me when I was in the Tao Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, Gu Changa continued to smile. He was gentle and elegant, as handsome as jade. Good relationship my ass. Speak, why are you looking for us this time? The great elder snorted coldly. He knew that Gu Changa wouldn't come for no reason. Actually, Changa is here to find someone from the elders. Hearing this, Gu Changa's expression turned slightly serious. I wonder if the elders know who it is. With that, he took out the token that Tao Yao had given him. It was a crystalline peach leaf that was intertwined with the Order of Laws. There were various great Tao principles flowing on it. This is, the existence who left this peach leaf has an unfathomable cultivation. Seeing this, the expressions of many old antiques in the hall changed and became a little solemn. Is this the mysterious peach tree behind Xian Er? The great elder's expression changed slightly as he recognized it. His knowledge was clearly far beyond that of the others. He had heard of the rumors of that peach tree. Gu Xian Er didn't hide it from him and told him about the masters of the peach village. Back then, he accepted Gu Xian Er as his disciple because of one of her masters. This token is related to the demon realm. If the person you're looking for is in the Immortal Academy, it should be that guy. The great elder pondered for a moment, not sure why Gu Chang'e was looking for him. Oh. Then I'll have to trouble you to take me there. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. Things were going quite smoothly. There was a result so quickly. He thought that he would have to ask for a few more days. However, this was good too. It saved him a lot of trouble. That guy has a strange temperament. He won't meet anyone except those from the demon realm. Have you thought it through? The great elder shook his head slightly and looked at Gu Chang'e. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I won't help you if you get kicked out later. It's fine. Gu Chang'e didn't care. This token was given by Tao Yao, who said that the other party owed her a favor. Unless the other party didn't give Tao Yao face, he would definitely meet him. Then, the great elder waved his sleeve. The space in front of him blurred, and the two figures disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already in front of a jade-like lake. The immortal mist was dense, and the grass was tender. Many auspicious beasts appeared in the distance, drinking by the lake. It seemed very natural. In front of the lake, there was a boulder that was half the height of a person lying there motionlessly. There were no acupuncture points, and it didn't receive the starlight of heaven and earth. It was very ordinary, and there was nothing strange about it. However, Gu Chang'e could sense that the rock was not as simple as it seemed. There was a surging life force that was like a vast sea of stars. It was silent, and there was no movement at all. It was like the hardest rock in the universe. Even if it experienced thousands of tribulations, it would not be damaged at all. Beside the boulder stood a slender woman wearing a wide phoenix robe. She was peerlessly beautiful. The woman had her hands behind her back. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were deep and calm. There was a faint red makeup between her eyebrows, making her look more demonic. However, there was more of a grace and nobility, as if she was an empress who commanded the heavens. She sized up the two people who had suddenly arrived. She did not speak, and her eyes were filled with contemplation and surprise. Fellow Taoist. After the great elder brought Gu Chang'e here, he did not look at the woman. Instead, he looked at the stone and said indifferently, "Is this token related to you?" As it spoke, the peach leaf gently floated towards it. Gu Chang'e's gaze also swept past the woman, but he didn't care. He frowned slightly. He felt that this boulder had a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Back then, when he was refining the Yin ultimate origin. A memory fragment flashed through his mind. On the mountain peak, the little girl in red was practicing her swordsmanship while he watched from the side. What he was sitting on seemed to be, this stone. However, it was not as ancient as it was now. For a moment, his expression was a little inexplicable. Logically speaking, the demon master's alias did not have any direct connection with him, Gu Chang'e. Many of his memories were faintly surfacing. If this boulder had memories, it should not be in such a silent state, as if it had been damaged. Although it was not like Tao Yao, it was not complete. Gu Chang'e felt that his alias seemed to have left behind a lot of mess. Perhaps this boulder also had some karma. However, he did not make a sound and chose to respond randomly. Buzz. Soon, as the peach leaf fell, it was accompanied by a light trembling sound. The deathly still boulder moved a little. Then, a terrifying aura spread out from it. A shocking demonic nature seemed to be covering the sky and shaking the world. Vaguely, it was as if a peerless demon was about to awaken and wreak havoc. However, this aura disappeared as quickly as it came. This boulder was enveloped by a layer of hazy black light, and then it changed, turning into a stooped, tanned, and calm little old man. He took the peach leaf in front of him and looked at it carefully. His calm face suddenly changed, and he was a little happy. Then, he could not help but mutter, "Old friend, so you've survived." At this point, he seemed to have a headache. "I can't remember again," he sighed and looked at Gu Changa in front of him. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he could not help but take a few steps back in disbelief. "The demon master is not dead." He almost blurted out these words. Immediately, he turned pale with fright. His originally tanned face even turned a little pale. "Master," the phoenix-robed woman's expression also changed abruptly. She did not understand why her master suddenly acted like this. She looked at Gu Changa again. She had already vaguely guessed his identity. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who had such a cultivation base. The expression of the first elder, who had been staring at the tanned old man with a vigilant expression, also changed drastically. Because of the two words, demon master, he felt his heart tremble. He could not help but shift his gaze to Gu Changa. The existence of the taboo demon master was not unfamiliar to them. Even if the world was obliterated, they could still find the imprint left behind by him in the long river of time. Even at his level, his heart could not help but tremble. This was a kind of horror and palpitations that could be felt by just these two words alone, even if they did not know the story. Because its existence and even its actions had deeply affected the space-time of this world and affected thousands of realms in the heavens. Reciting the true name, one's heart would feel something. The higher the level of life, the deeper the fear one could feel. "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" the first elder asked in a deep voice. "So it's a similar temperament in that thing, no wonder," the tanned old man, who was staring at Gu Changa, calmed down and said to himself. "If there is a similar flower in this world, it can't appear on Master's body." Alas, the tanned old man's expression became calmer and calmer, ignoring the first elder's words. He asked Gu Changa, "My name is Old Shur. How should I address you, young master?" Gu Changa, who had been calm all this time, also replied calmly at this moment, "Gu Changa." In fact, he was not as calm as he appeared to be. Just now, when the tanned old man blurted out that the demon master was not dead, Gu Changa felt a terrifying chill enveloping his entire body. Even the great Tao treasure bottle could not help but emerge from the spiritual sea, interweaving with a terrifying black light, intending to resist. However, this aura disappeared very quickly. Asking for fresh flowers. Therefore, he had a faint guess in his heart, combined with the memory fragments that had emerged in his mind during this period of time. "I am the demon master." At that time, what he had done was probably not much different from what Yu Mingkong had experienced in her life. Logically speaking, this old Shur in front of him should not have such a strong killing intent and cold aura towards him. The only possibility was that his current state was probably caused by himself. And what was the favor that he owed Tao Yao? To be more vulgar, it might be the favor of blocking an attack back then. Of course, all of this was just Gu Changa's guess. The red-clothed female demon, Tao Yao, and the old Shur in front of him, should have a lot to do with his demon master disguise. This made him feel that things had become intriguing. Gu Changa. It's really him. The phoenix-robed woman's expression was somewhat enlightened. Gu Changa. So it's you. I hope it can reflect a similar flower. If that's the case, it's reassuring. Old Shur was stunned again, saying something that the phoenix-robed woman and the first elder did not understand, and then sighed. "Did Tao Yao ask you to come to me?" Yes, Tao Yao said that you might be able to solve the problem of my body. Gu Chang'e answered truthfully, but there was nothing unusual about his expression. The other party addressed Tao Yao as Tao Yao. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. There were many problems with the memories of Tao Yao and the old Shi in front of him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation of confusion. At this moment, the first elder also remained silent. He knew that Gu Chang'e was born with a demonic nature. And the old Shi in front of him was clearly a demon, so why did he have such a strong demonic nature? Could this be the reason why Gu Chang'e came to him? Actually, I'm not very sure about this question. Perhaps Tao Yao felt that after I was soaked in the blood of Master's heart, I wasn't controlled by the demonic nature. But that was simply luck. Right, with Tao Yao's current state, she shouldn't be able to remember anything. Old Shi laughed self-deprecatingly. You can't rely on others for this thing, you can only rely on yourself. No one can help you. His voice was very emotionless. How many times had a natural demonic heart appeared in this world? But without exception, none of them had a good ending, and in the end, they were surrounded by misfortune. Master? The shock in the first elder's heart was even deeper. The old Shi in front of him, the person who called Master. What kind of existence was that? How did Gu Chang'e get involved with him? Similar flowers? At this time, even he was puzzled. And it was obvious that old Shi's origin was even older than his. The first elder was known to have lived for a very long time. But only he knew that his long life was not worth mentioning in front of those old guys who lived across eras. The era where the Devil Lord lived? How far away was it? That was something no one could say for sure. That was just an expanse of chaos, a history that wasn't recorded. Gu Chang'e looked calm, nodded, and didn't say anything. Old Shi's words were actually what he wanted. He didn't need to solve the problem of the demonic heart, he just wanted old Shi's favor. What kind of similar flower was that? The Devil Lord was his puppet from the beginning. Of course, Gu Chang'e wouldn't say this out loud. According to the current situation, except for Tao Yao, old Shi in front of him, and the red-clothed female demon who was about to be born in the demon burial abyss, all had a deep hatred for him. Old Shi regarded him as a similar flower, so he didn't do anything to him. But according to the system's prompt, the red-clothed female demon wouldn't. She was a demon who wanted to find him for revenge. However, Gu Chang'e was not worried that old Shi would dare to do anything to him. With his current identity, unless old Shi had no worries and wanted to die, he would drag him down with him. Senior, have we met before? At this time, many thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind, but his face was calm as he asked, why do you give me a sense of familiarity? What? Old Shi's face changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. He frowned and asked in puzzlement, sense of familiarity? When I was cultivating in the family, I didn't know why, but I always liked to sit cross-legged on some bluestones to cultivate, but I was not satisfied with those bluestones. The last bluestone I found was very similar to your original form just now. Gu Chang'e's face showed a trace of confusion, and then he said, that's why it was somewhat familiar. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, old Shi was stunned and speechless for a long time. He didn't doubt the truth of Gu Chang'e's words. Many long and beautiful memories came to his mind, and in the end, he let out a long sigh, and his mood was very complicated. There were two sides to everything in the world. One was good and one was evil, one was beautiful and one was ugly. If it weren't for the red-clothed silver-haired man who often sat cross-legged on him, how could it have developed spiritual intelligence? Compared to the 7-aperture immortal stones and the Holy Spirit strange stone, it was just an ordinary rock. Every peck and every drink was karma. Maybe, this is the so-called fate. Old Shi looked at Gu Chang'e with a much gentler expression. In his opinion, the Demon Lord was the most evil existence in the world, and Gu Chang'e in front of him might be the reflection of the other side of the Demon Lord. If you don't mind, in the future, if you have any problems in the Immortal Academy, you can come to this old man here. In the Immortal Academy, this old man's words still have some effect. If you are outside, this old man can't help much. Because this old man can't leave the Immortal Academy in his current state. Old Shi then continued to speak to Guchanga. His words not only surprised the woman in the phoenix robe, but also puzzled the great elder. Just because of these words. Old Shi's attitude towards Guchanga was like this. As far as they were concerned, this was simply too far-fetched. Senior's words. What do you mean? Hearing this, Guchanga looked slightly surprised and puzzled. This is the first time we have met. It's just to return the favor of the Peach Demon. Old Shi smiled and waved his hand. Young master, don't mind. With that, he pointed to the woman in the phoenix robe next to him and introduced her. This is this old man's disciple, Xiao. Oh. So this is the current ruler of the demon realm, Empress Xiao. Greetings, Empress Xiao. Guchanga's gaze seemed to have just noticed her, and he was a little surprised. Of course, he could see that the Empress Xiao in front of him was just a Dao Law Dharma body, and not her real body. As the ruler of the demon realm, how could she leave the demon realm so easily? However, the strength of a Dao Law Dharma body was at the quasi-supreme realm. She herself had probably already become a supreme being. A supreme being who was more than 6,000 years old. It was not an exaggeration to say that this talent was extraordinary. During the chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago, the name Empress Xiao spread from the demon realm to the upper realm, shaking all sides. At that time, it could be said that she was in the limelight. Then, under internal and external troubles, she fought in all directions, swept the chaos of the demon realm, and achieved great unification. Her strength was far beyond that of ordinary women. Since the birth of the demon realm, there had been many demon emperors, and even demon immortals. Their foundation was unfathomable, and even supreme sects and immortal orthodoxies did not dare to provoke them. 6,000 years ago, there were 6 demon emperors in power in the demon realm. However, in Guchanga's opinion, those demon emperors could not be true emperors, and were at most quasi-emperors. The demon realm's destiny was not enough to support the birth of 6 true emperors. If they came to the upper realm to achieve the emperor realm, it would be difficult without the support of the demon realm's foundation. Empress Xiao was able to unify the demon realm under such a difficult situation. This method shocked many people. Young Lord Chang'e, you don't have to be so polite. Although I'm far away in the demon realm, I've heard many rumors about young Lord Chang'e. Seeing you today, I find that these rumors can't be completely believed. In today's world, young Lord Chang'e has probably monopolized 70% of the younger generation's destiny. At this time, hearing Guchanga's words, Yao Shi could not help but smile, looking very graceful and dignified. As the empress of the demon realm, she naturally could not flatter like ordinary women. However, when these words were spoken, they still carried the intention of expressing goodwill. With her identity and strength, there was no need for her to do so. However, what she saw today, even her master was like this, and it made her feel very shocked. There were many orthodoxies in the upper realm, but there were not many that could compare to the demon realm. This was because the demon realm was an independent great world, and included in the center of the upper realm, where the dragon vein gathered and the destiny was strong. In the end, Guchanga was just a junior in front of her. Empress Xiao, you flatter me. What do I have to deserve such praise from you, Empress? Hearing this, Guchanga said with a calm expression, but before this, I've heard many rumors about you, Empress. Seeing you today, I find that these rumors are indeed nonsense. Hearing him say this, Xiao could not help but be interested. Her eyes stared at him curiously, and she asked, Young Lord Chang'e, what rumors have you heard? She also knew that what she did 6,000 years ago was spread by some forces, and it appeared everywhere, causing bad effects. For example, she committed treason, killed her father, poisoned her fiancé, and so on. Rumors say that the Empress is cruel and merciless, with a heart of snakes and scorpions, and brings disaster to the demon realm. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. 2 in 1000. Chapter 272. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Shi Yao's expression was still very calm. Even old Shi, who was next to her, was the same, looking very indifferent. Although the news of what happened 6,000 years ago was widely spread, there were still many bad words being said in various places even now. However, other than the people who were truly in power in the demon realm, who knew what actually happened. Many rumors in the outside world were more or less smearing Shi Yao, which was normal. Naturally, they had all heard about what Gu Chang'e had said. Oh, I wonder what young Master Chang'e thinks about these rumors. Empress Shi Yao's eyes were crystal clear and filled with divine light. She looked at Gu Chang'e. Although it was only a Dharma body, it also had the temperament of a high position and looking down on everything. An empress of a generation, commanding the demon realm, no one dared to disobey. If an ordinary young prodigy was looked at by her like this, they would have panicked. I said that these rumors are nonsense, and this is my opinion. However, Gu Chang'e still smiled lightly and stared at her, as if he did not explain anything. What do you mean, young Master Chang'e? Shi Yao was slightly stunned. She was a little puzzled, and then carefully thought about his words. Nonsense? If an ordinary young prodigy said this, she would definitely take it as flattery and would not take it seriously. However, these words came from Gu Chang'e's mouth, so it was different. It was quite unfathomable. Did he see something? Or did he understand her good intentions? To be honest, her interest was piqued by Gu Chang'e. If others did not finish their words and left half, she would have lost her patience and killed them with a slap. How could she continue to ask? At this time, even the great elder and old Shi looked at Gu Chang'e with a little surprise when they heard this. Shi Yao's reputation in the upper realm was not good now, and this was almost a common knowledge. Especially the younger generation today, they had definitely heard of the chaos in the demon realm back then. Most of them said that Empress Shi Yao was a tyrannical ruler who was cruel and killed the innocent. As a result, the common people of the demon race had no way of making a living. Great demons from all over the world united as one and rebelled. This was why the demon realm's king of peace and chaos existed today. He was known as the executioner of Empress Shi Yao, a sharp blade that could cut through anything. There were countless rumors. At this moment, he saw the gazes of the three people fall on him. In fact, before this junior had always thought that Empress Shi Yao was a tyrant who committed all kinds of crimes. The living creatures of the demon realm were all suffering from disasters. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said with a calm expression. At the same time, he looked at Shi Yao and saw her expression change slightly. He continued to smile. But when you think about it carefully, no matter what orthodoxy, ancient country, or world it is, there is one thing that will never change, it won't change. Shi Yao stared at him, her heart trembling slightly as she carefully repeated these 4 words. She was a little incredulous. Could it be that Gu Chang'e's thoughts were the same as hers at that time? Gu Chang'e nodded. Yes, there is one thing that will never change. That is, if they want to change, they have to pay a price. This is a price that cannot be changed. 6,000 years ago, when the 6 emperors of the demon realm were in power, war broke out, and the people had no way of making a living. It was common for people to eat each other. In the territories ruled by different demon emperors, the common people of the demon realm were different from the human race. It was difficult for them to have prenatal education. If this junior remembers correctly, in the demon realm, in the territories ruled by the emperors, the language of the demon realm was different. In order to survive, it was normal for people of the same race to eat each other. All kinds of things. If the demon realm wanted to survive, it was not difficult, but if they wanted to go further, it was almost impossible. The great demon emperors were stubborn and did not change. They only cared about cultivation and held high positions, ignoring the bottom. In the long run, the prosperity of the demon realm would decline. After 6,000 years of chaos, the demon realm's prosperity is rising. After the unification, there is peace everywhere, the world lives in peace, all the demon realm writes the same language, cultivates the Tao, and many other changes. Isn't it all because of Empress Shi Yao's contribution? The world is ignorant, only talking about faults and not merits. In this junior's opinion, this is actually unfair to the Empress. At this point, Gu Changa's voice was still calm, and there was not much change in it. It gave people the feeling that he was explaining a principle and a fact in a flat and straightforward manner. The world is ignorant. Master also said this in the past. After hearing this, Shi was stunned and speechless for a long time. Gu Changa's words were still echoing in his mind. Although he had a high cultivation and a long lifespan, he actually helped Shi Yao a lot behind the scenes during the chaos of the demon realm. In fact, he did not understand Shi Yao's actions very well. Although he had thought about why for so many years, he could not figure it out. Although Shi Yao often came to see him, she never mentioned the reason for her actions. This puzzled old Shi as well. Today, Gu Changa's words made him feel like he was looking for his master when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. The feeling of seeing green mountains after the clouds and mist dispersed. So this is the reason, I really didn't expect that this old man's eyes were really blind. For a moment, Shi's expression was extremely complicated. Except for Gu Changa, probably no one else would think this way. This guy's views are always very different from ordinary people, but this explanation should be very close to what Shi Yao is thinking. The first elder also had a complicated expression and sighed. Seeing Shi Yao's deeply resonant and stunned expression for a long time, he knew that Gu Changa's words were actually Shi Yao's thoughts. Regardless of merit, the world is ignorant. Shi Yao, who was silent for a long time, suddenly smiled at Gu Changa, and there was a different kind of expression in her eyes. For a moment, the sky seemed to brighten. Compared to her polite expression at the beginning, her smile now was obviously from the heart. Young Master Changa, are you scolding those people for being ignorant for me? She smiled slightly, with a bit of intimacy, and continued, after so many years, I didn't expect young Master Changa to be the first person to understand me. Before this, I never thought that there would be someone with the same idea as me. At this moment, she actually felt like she had met a confidant in a junior like Gu Changa. In more than 6,000 years, he was the first person to understand her painstaking efforts. This touched Shi Yao's heart greatly, and she felt very incredulous, like a dream. Meeting Gu Changa today seemed to be destined. Even the closest maid beside her found it difficult to understand her actions and countermeasures. The world said that she was cruel, but they never considered the various things she had done for the demon realm. Now that the demon realm was peaceful, the four seas were peaceful, and the prosperity was growing, how much thought did she put into it? And Gu Changa bluntly said these, and even scolded those ignorant people for her. This made Shi Yao's heart difficult to calm down. Gu Changa's face, the smile on his face remained unchanged, and he continued, perhaps it's because the Empress is in a high position, and no one dares to speak lightly of her. After all, the Empress's merits are visible, and whether they are merits or demerits is not a matter of the present, but the comments of future generations. Comments of future generations. Hearing this, Shi Yao was stunned again, staring at Gu Changa, a little curious. Oh. If young Master Changa were to say it, what would you think? As soon as these words came out, Shi Yao regretted it. After all, this kind of thing varies from person to person. Why didn't she ask her master, why didn't she ask anyone else, but Gu Changa? After all, this was the first time the two had met, and it seemed that she was a little too rude. As the Empress of a generation, it was inevitable that she would lose her dignity if she cared too much about rumors. Shi Yao didn't know why, but she suddenly cared about Gu Changa's opinion of her. In fact, at this time, not only Xiao, but even old Shi and the great elder were a little curious, wanting to know how Gu Chang'e judged Xiao. From his words just now, Gu Chang'e should be able to understand Xiao's intentions very well. Oh. You want this junior to judge? Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little surprised, but he didn't refuse, and his expression was a little thoughtful. Then, his gaze fell. Then, almost word by word, he said, in this junior's opinion, the Empress's actions may be worthy of being called an eternal emperor, and for the demon realm, this is the case. Eternal emperor? At this moment, not only was Xiao stunned, but even old Shi and the great elder were stunned. They were very shocked. Eternal emperor, how high of a compliment was this? Because they knew that Gu Chang'e didn't mean the eternal emperor, but a general one. This eternal emperor was actually not much different from the eternal emperor, and they were both high praises for Xiao. Eternal emperor? Empress Xiao also muttered these 4 words. These 4 words resounded in her mind like a great bell, exploding in her mind. It even made her feel like she was buzzing just now. However, Empress Xiao was not a simple person. More than 6,000 years of cultivation had already made her state of mind very strong. So soon, the expression on her face returned to normal. Young Master Chang'e's evaluation of these 4 words is really too high. Although she said this, in fact, there was still a smile on her face, and she was in a very good mood. Before this, she had encountered all kinds of flattering people, and she was almost tired of listening to all kinds of flattering praises. Moreover, Empress Xiao knew that what they said was actually out of fear of her, and not out of simple and relaxed opinions like Gu Chang'e. After all, Gu Chang'e didn't need to be afraid of her. After all, this is what you want me to say, Empress. Gu Chang'e smiled and didn't explain much. Although he kept calling her a junior in front of Xiao, he didn't act like one at all. There was no fear or respect in his voice, and it was more like he was talking to an acquaintance that he had just met. Empress Xiao didn't care about Gu Chang'e's tone. She was used to hearing all kinds of respectful words, and now she found that casual and natural feeling in Gu Chang'e again. Just like just now, it was as if she had met a confidant. Eternal Emperor? I didn't expect to have such a high position in young Master Chang'e's heart. It's really unexpected. Empress Xiao smiled. Gu Chang'e said calmly, actually, before this, I have always wanted to meet an extraordinary woman like you. But it's not too late to meet you today. After all, it was just a matter of a few words to make a good impression. Gu Chang'e naturally wouldn't refuse. No matter what kind of person they were, they liked to hear beautiful words. An indescribably noble status, a decent and elegant conversation, and a few casual words of praise would make her heart tremble. Even if she was the empress of a generation, it was impossible not to be moved. And judging from Empress Xiao's providence, she was also a person of great providence. Her action 6,000 years ago made Gu Chang'e think of something. With such great providence, he wondered if she would become a daughter of providence because of him. This kind of poisoning of her fiancé was better left a little secret first. Isn't it too late? Empress Xiao was suddenly stunned. There was an indescribable emotion in her expression when she looked at Gu Chang'e. No matter what, Gu Chang'e was just a junior, and she was more than 6,000 years older than him. Although the cultivation world didn't care much about age. But Xiao still sighed in her heart. After so many years, she finally met someone who could understand her, but it was a junior. This gave her the feeling that when she was born, the Lord was not yet born, and when the Lord was born, she was already old. However, this feeling disappeared very quickly. Chapter 273. At this time, Gu Chang'e was about to get up and leave. After all, he had achieved his purpose of coming here to look for Shi. Su Qingge and the others were still waiting for him. He still had a plan to make. Where do you want to go, young Master Chang'e? I used to stay in the Immortal Academy. Why don't I take you there? You are new here, so there are many areas you are not familiar with. At this time, Xiao spoke again with a smile on her face. Her bearing was graceful and elegant, and it was very natural. Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little stunned. Then he shook his head and said with a smile, I don't want to trouble you with such a small matter. Empress Xiao insisted with a smile, it's no trouble at all. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Empress. I'm really flattered that you are leading the way for me. Gu Chang'e was tall and straight, and his white clothes were clean. He smiled a little helplessly, looking very extraordinary. At this moment, Empress Xiao was standing beside him, which made the first elder and Shi feel a little strange. Why did it look so awkward, but it was very harmonious. Then, Empress Xiao waved her hand, and waves of immortal light spread out in front of them. Then, a path full of immortal spirits spread out from under their feet, and they left this place. A cool breeze blew, and the light under their feet changed. The mountain range was far away. The blue lake was like jade, and the mountains were like jade belts. Further away, the chaotic fog shrouded the place, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was dense. It was like a fairyland. Various colors of light intertwined and rushed out from various mansions, illuminating the sky. The horrible chi and blood burst open the clouds, as if they could penetrate the sky. This was the strange phenomenon caused by the young geniuses and freaks from all over the Immortal Academy when they were cultivating. Gu Chang'e and Empress Xiao stood side by side. A faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose, like orchids and musk, but it also gave people a sense of elegance, like a spring flowing under an ice mountain. It was clear and cold, with a faint charm. Young Master Chang'e, why don't you speak? Empress Xiao smiled. 21 said, if you don't tell me, I won't know where you're going. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little helpless. He sighed slightly and said, Empress, do you know that there is a phrase called, to keep one's mind? Calm down. Empress Xiao was a little stunned. Why did Gu Chang'e suddenly say that? However, she soon realized the meaning behind Gu Chang'e's words. The expression on his face was filled with interest. Was she being teased by Gu Chang'e? What Gu Chang'e meant was that he was forcing himself to remain calm. The reason why he didn't say anything was because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to remain calm. Why couldn't he remain calm? Was it because she was so close to him? To be honest, this was the first time in more than 6,000 years that Empress Xiao had been so close to a man. Even her fiancé, who had been poisoned to death by her, had never been so close to her. Empress Xiao didn't know why she took the initiative to lead the way for a junior like Gu Chang'e. Keeping one's mind is used to describe a gentleman. Although I'm confident and magnanimous, I know that I'm not a gentleman. Empress, please don't torture me. Gu Chang'e still said with a calm expression. This made Empress Yao Shi want to laugh, but she held it in. Was Gu Chang'e telling her to stay away from him? But on the other hand, he was saying that she was very charming. What a strange excuse. Yao Shi was an empress, but she was also a woman. Naturally, she liked to listen to such pretty words. Young Master Chang'e, she was about to speak when Gu Chang'e interrupted her again. Empress, please call me Chang'e in the future. Otherwise, it feels quite distant. Okay. Empress Xiao was stunned again, and a strange emotion rose in her eyes. She didn't understand what Gu Chang'e meant. But she still looked at him seriously, then nodded and answered. She suddenly realized that her words and actions seemed to have been led by Gu Chang'e, and she was completely out of her control. Young Master Chang'e. What do you think of the situation in the demon realm that you talked about before? At this time, Empress Xiao suddenly spoke again and asked a question that had been troubling her recently. This was also the reason why she came to the Immortal Academy to look for her master. She wanted to ask his opinion. But after hearing Gu Chang'e's words, she felt that Gu Chang'e was on the same side as her. She suddenly wanted to hear what he had to say. The situation in the demon realm? Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't know everything. What he said before was because he was a transmigrator, so he brought in some views from his previous life. He made it up casually. How would he know anything about the demon realm? However, at this time, he suddenly thought of something that was a little thought-provoking. But on the surface, he still didn't show the slightest abnormality. He said casually, the thing that the Empress is worried about should be the remnants of the 5 emperors, right? After all, the demon realm has been passed down for so long. Of the 6 emperors of the past, except for the demon emperor Yue, the whereabouts of the other 5 emperors are unknown. The forces left behind them are showing signs of revival recently. He said this, but it was actually just a guess. He had heard about the matters in the demon realm, but he didn't know much. Signs of revival? There are indeed signs of revival recently. The number of times that chaos has been quelled is far more than usual. Empress Xiao nodded. She didn't hide anything about these secrets of the demon realm. In her opinion, as the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Gu Chang'e was bound to rule the boundless territory when he took over the Longevity Gu clan in the future. His power would only be far above her, the Empress of the demon realm. In my opinion, there should be a reason for the signs of revival of many things. Empress, you might as well investigate carefully. Among the remnants of the past, which existences are not dead, and which are the biggest hindrance and hatred for you today. The 5 emperors may have left some backup plans. Gu Chang'e said calmly. Backup plans of the 5 emperors? Empress Yao Shi frowned. If it was really caused by them, it is very likely. But I have almost solved the descendants of the 5 emperors. At this time, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind. Ding, triggered the random mission luck event, the returning son of the demon emperor. Hearing this prompt, Gu Chang'e was also slightly stunned. This came a little too suddenly. What was the reason? Could it be because of what he said to Empress Xiao just now? After all, before this, the system had not given any prompt at all. However, the returning son of the demon emperor? That was a little interesting. He immediately thought of Empress Xiao's fiancé, who was poisoned to death 6,000 years ago. Apart from this, there should be no other reason. So the reason now was that the returning son of the demon emperor wanted to take revenge on Empress Xiao. But his words just now, by chance, reminded Empress Xiao. This karma also triggered the random mission. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e's expression flashed with a playful look, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Empress Xiao, who was thinking, and said softly, "Why don't you investigate further? Empress, why don't you go and check if the enemy has been completely eradicated? Some disasters can be easily hidden from the eyes of others. When you don't know, they will spread like wildfire." He did not mention the matter of rebirth. It was too obvious. Whether Empress Xiao would believe him was another matter. On the other hand, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. Now it seemed that this new son of fate had something to do with the fate of the demon realm. Empress Xiao nodded, a little thoughtful. Later, Gu Chang'e met up with Su Qingge and the others. Empress Xiao left first after bringing him here. Gu Chang'e's words touched her a lot, so she needed to go back and make arrangements. Young master, this woman just now is, Su Qingge was a little surprised. She felt a kind of imperial pressure. It was a different kind of pressure from Yiming Kong, but it was also in a high position. Empress Xiao of the demon realm, Gu Chang'e said casually. He did not know what Empress Xiao thought of her fiancé. There were some things that he was not in a hurry to do. Leeks naturally had to be plumped before they could be harvested. If this new son of destiny was a simple rebirth sect disciple, they wouldn't care much about him. Even the human ancestor, Gu Chang'e, was killed by him. He did not need to pay much attention to a small rebirth revenge. Now, he let Empress Yao Shi go first to find out what kind of tricks this son of fate had. Soon, an elder of the Immortal Academy came and led Gu Chang'e to the area where the disciples of the sequence were. The sequence, the quasi-sequence, the inner sect, and the outer sect. The Immortal Academy arranged different cultivation areas for the disciples of each level. As a disciple of the sequence, Gu Chang'e's area was naturally the best, with a radius of almost 10,000 miles. Divine islands, divine mountains, ancient trees, and divine mountains. Clouds were rising, and the spiritual energy was dense. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of palaces, like a heavenly palace, which looked majestic and magnificent. As for celestial birds, auspicious beasts, and divine springs, there were countless. Even among the disciples of the sequence, there were few people in the area where he was now. Gu Chang'e let Su Qing'e and the other followers choose their own palaces. His figure, however, quickly left this place. Because Gu Chang'e sensed the aura of the scapegoat, Prince Ing, that guy had really come to the Immortal Academy. When he let him go, his main purpose was to use him as bait to lure out the forbidden demonic art organization hidden in the dark. Gu Chang'e did not know much about the origin of this organization. If it could be used by him, then it would be best. If not, then there was no need for it to exist. With such an organization, it was very likely that it would affect some of his subsequent plans. The news of Gu Chang'e's arrival at the Immortal Academy had spread like wildfire in the blink of an eye. Hearing this news, many young geniuses had different expressions. If there was anyone in the younger generation who did not know Gu Chang'e, they would definitely be ridiculed by others. It was clear how high Gu Chang'e's status was in the hearts of his peers. Even the other disciples of the sequence did not dare to underestimate Gu Chang'e. At this moment, in an estate that was filled with rising violet energy and suffused with divine light, a young man with his hands behind his back, dressed in a purple robe, and a crack between his eyebrows was muttering to himself softly. "Junior Sister Dao Xian, I will wait for your arrival at the Immortal Academy. In my previous life, I kowtowed in front of the Buddha hundreds of times, but I couldn't get you to look back for me. In the past, you were unwilling to stop pursuing the great Tao. In the past, I was unwilling to stop pursuing you. If this reincarnation cycle is fate 670, then between you and me, only one can survive. If you are unwilling to look back for me, that will be the greatest regret of your life. I just don't know if your Tao bone after nirvana is better, or if my primordial Tao bone is unparalleled." Although his words were soft, they carried a sense of unwillingness and hatred. His body was surrounded by dense purple energy. As it gushed out, it was like a large expanse of primordial mist. It was like an ancient universe. The stars, sun, and moon were embroidered on his robe. They seemed to be rotating at any time, emitting a rumbling sound that shook the world. There was a vigorous and terrifying aura. Whine. Suddenly, light appeared from the crack between his brows. Then, his third eye opened, and the void in front of him became hazy. A terrifying scene appeared. This kind of immortal Tao heavenly eye divine ability was incomparably terrifying. The moment he used it, primordial purple energy swirled around, and immediately, faint traces of time flashed past. Some fragmented images appeared in his eyes. It was a dimly lit dungeon with an unknown purpose. He couldn't see clearly. It was very blurry. Inexplicably, his mind trembled. In this cold and damp underground prison, an incomparably beautiful woman in green clothes was covered in wounds. Her limbs were pierced through by chains and hung on the wall. Her expression was stubborn, cold, determined, and filled with hatred. In front of her, a young man was expressionless. He held a dagger to draw blood and filled the stone bowl in his hand. Then, in front of the woman in green, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. "The taste of this blood is too faint." The purple-robed man only heard this vague sentence. Then, his vision turned black, and his mind seemed to be about to explode. Then, the space between his brows split open, and traces of blood appeared. His face was also pale, and his origin was injured. This kind of thing of using the immortal Tao heavenly eye to spy on the fragments of the future was already extremely difficult with his current ability. However, he still faintly saw a trace of a sign. How is this possible? The purple-robed man was stunned. His fists were clenched tightly, and he simply couldn't believe it. Why would he see this wisp of broken scenes of the future? The woman who he once loved and couldn't get, who pursued the great Tao all her life, actually had such a tragic ending in this life. He found it difficult to accept all of this. One had to know, how long had he waited for this life? He was originally born with innate wisdom, accompanied by the primordial Tao bone, and was even the successor of an immortal orthodoxy. He had once suppressed the current world and was the number one in the upper realm. Then, he sealed himself for many lifetimes, just to wait for her reincarnation. I just came back, and my word count is a little short today. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 274. In the cave abode, divine light was faintly discernible, immortal clouds intertwined, and a terrifying aura surged. Even the living beings kneeling outside the cave abode could feel the terrifying pressure coming out of the cave abode. Their faces were pale, and they trembled. They did not understand why their lord would be so angry today. No matter what, their lord was always calm and indifferent. He was confident that everything was under control and did not care about anything. Even if the sky fell, their lord's expression would not change. Could it be that even Lord has encountered some problems? Could it be that person from the Gu family who suddenly came recently? They were all guessing in their hearts. Before this, their lord would ask about the Gu family from time to time. He was very concerned about it. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that their lord was afraid of the descendant of the Gu family. After all, from the various rumors, the descendant of the Gu family was a little too powerful. Their lord had once suppressed the world and won the first place in the upper realm. However, since then, he had never appeared in the world. Who knew what would happen if he faced the descendant of the Gu family? In the cave abode, the purple-robed man still could not believe this result. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. Isn't Gu Chang'e her cousin? How could he do such a thing? I knew that Gu Chang'e would not be a good person. His current appearance in front of everyone is just an act. He is a cold and heartless person. The so-called digging out the bone to return his sister is just a joke. The purple-robed man also calmed down at this time. Many emotions flashed in his eyes. He did not doubt his immortal Tao heavenly eye. The young man in the image was naturally Gu Chang'e. Although the purple-robed man had never seen Gu Chang'e with his own eyes, he had seen his portrait. It was almost exactly the same as the person in the image he saw. In the cold and damp dungeon, the girl in green was hung on the wall with the iron chain through her body. Was she not his junior sister in his previous life, the Tao immortal? In this life, she should be called Gu Xian Per. She was the favored daughter of the Gu family. However, when she was young, her Tao bone was ruthlessly dug out by her cousin, Gu Chang'e. His childhood was tragic, and after a series of twists and turns, in the end, in front of the ancient city of Tao Heaven, Gu Chang'e had no choice but to tell the truth in front of everyone. He dug out the bone of Tao and returned it to Gu Xian Per. The purple-robed man was born late in this life. By the time he found out, Gu Chang'e had already returned the bone of Tao to Gu Xian Per. He thought that all the grudges had been settled. But who would have thought that he would see such a fragment of the future today? This caused his heart to rumble with terror, and he found it difficult to calm down. He had originally thought that in this life, it would be a battle of fate between him and Gu Xian Per. In his previous life, not only had she refused to look back, she had even cut off his hopes of pursuing her. At that time, his little junior sister was so proud. She wholeheartedly pursued the great Tao without any distractions. Even his various masters were left far behind by her in the end. However, a sudden change in the world not only destroyed him, it also destroyed his sect. Naturally, it also destroyed his little junior sister. The purple-robed man never thought that he would be able to reincarnate. His talent, in his original sect, could only be considered average. Compared to his little junior sister's dazzling brilliance, it was truly too lacking. In the end, he unexpectedly reincarnated. The epoch they were in had become an ancient history that no one dared to record. Even now, when he recalled it, he couldn't help but be filled with desolation and despair, filled with fear. That day, the entire world withered. Even the immortals who had lived long lives and lived eternally died under that halberd that traversed the universe and split open the ages. Tens of thousands of immortals cried in grief, the immortal ancestors collapsed. Even the immortal palaces that overlooked the myriad worlds and sat in the cycle of reincarnation were all destroyed within a day. As for living beings, one pawn destroyed 8,000 prefectures, there was no one left in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That epoch, since then, no one dared to mention it. Even now, he only heard a few vague words, and then it became a taboo. Time passed, how many epochs were obliterated by the blooming of the flower of reincarnation? And he was reincarnated. He believed in reincarnation, and even more so, he believed that his talented little junior sister would also be like him, appearing in the world again one day in the future. For this, how many lifetimes had he waited? Why did you end up like this in this life? This is not in line with your personality. Then, the purple-robed man gritted his teeth and used the immortal Tao heavenly eye again. Although it was only a fragment of the future. But for him, it required him to pay a great price. Today, he forcefully used the immortal Tao heavenly eye twice. He probably couldn't use it again for half a year. This injury to the origin was the price to pay for seeing the future. No one was spared. In the next moment, the light in front of him became hazy again. Signs of time flowed. The purple-robed man's face became paler and paler. Soon, the scene appeared. It was still that cold and damp dungeon. All of a sudden, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him from the future. That young man seemed to have sensed something. He looked up, the corners of his mouth seemed to be somewhat interested. The calm gaze seemed to have passed through layers of space and landed in front of him. Interesting. Hearing this, the purple-robed man felt like his head was about to explode. The third eye between his eyebrows cracked open a terrifying wound, and blood flowed endlessly. But what made him most uneasy was that the other party actually noticed him. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the scene quickly disappeared, it still made him tremble in fear. Gu Chang'e is definitely not as simple as he seems. He is 100 times more terrifying than the rumors. How could such a monster appear in this life? The purple-robed man's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Brother, the elders all said that I have the immortal demon body. What kind of body is this? In a residence filled with multicolored light and dense immortal mist. Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng, who had changed completely, were here, talking about something. The two of them were now very different from when they were in front of the mountain gate. They no longer looked like little beggars on the streets. Instead, they gave off the feeling of being a disciple of a great sect. It could be said that the effect of marrow cleansing was very good. It swept away all the dirt on their bodies. Qin Xiaoyi wore a clean white dress, decorated with simple pendants. Her dress flowed with a faint glow, and there were all kinds of divine chains of rules intertwining, showing off the girl's delicate and obedient appearance. At this moment, she was asking Qin Feng something. She was very curious about her body. Qin Feng smiled and said, Xiaoyi, you only need to know that your talent is very powerful. Look, all the elders are fighting to take you as a disciple. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to enter a place like the Immortal Academy. So the various cultivation treasures that we talked about before are simply inferior to the Immortal Academy. I'm afraid we don't even have the qualifications to be compared. Now, even the water that we are drinking is a divine spring that has never been seen before. It's hard to find outside. Speaking of this, he sighed incomparably. If it weren't for Qin Xiaoyi, he would really be a little beggar with nothing. Not to mention building his foundation, learning Dao techniques, and cultivating. These were things that he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Although he didn't have a spirit root for cultivation, the elders specially transplanted a spirit root for him to express their goodwill to Qin Xiaoyi. With a shake of his body, he became a little genius with decent talent for cultivation. Although in a place like the Immortal Academy, he couldn't even compare to the servants of those prodigies, but he was already very satisfied. Without a doubt, Qin Xiaoyi's terrifying talent instantly made her a hot commodity in the hands of those old monsters. Everyone wanted to take her in, even if she was already 13 or 14 years old and had never cultivated before. This was something that the other prodigies didn't even dare to think about. But brother, I actually don't want to cultivate. The way those elders look at me makes me very scared. I feel that they don't treat me as a person, but as an object. Qin Xiaoyi heard this and said with a little unease, to me, I just want brother and me to live a good life. We won't be hungry, we won't be bullied, and then we will find the cultivator who killed grandfather back then and avenge him. The cultivation world is too cruel. I'm so scared, Xiaoyi, I understand your worries. It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't protect you and let you live a carefree life. Qin Feng said guiltily. Brother, don't say that. Actually, I feel that if the elders didn't appear that day in front of the mountain gate, we could have followed young Master Chang'e. Young Master Chang'e is such a good person. At that time, I felt that he was the only one who looked at us normally. He wasn't like the others who looked at us as if we were two monkeys. Qin Xiaoyi's voice lowered as she said this, as if she was a little shy. The girl was 13 or 14 years old. In such a situation that day, he was the only one who stood out to help them out. Instead, it was the man who was supposed to be high and mighty, untainted, and not from the same world as them. This made Qin Xiaoyi feel like it was a dream. During this period of time, Qin Xiaoyi kept replaying that scene in her mind. If the elders hadn't appeared, he might have been a sword-carrying boy in the Chang'e young master's house, just like his brother. With young Master Chang'e's identity, no one would dare to bully them. That might not be bad. Young Master Chang'e is indeed different from others. But Xiaoyi, don't let your imagination run wild. What happened back then, to young Master Chang'e, was just a matter of a sentence. Don't think that he did anything to you. You have to remember, even if we are now disciples of Immortal Academy, we are still worlds apart from him. A person like him might not even remember our names. Looking at his sister's expression, how could Qin Feng not understand? He couldn't help but smile bitterly and persuade her. Aya. Brother, don't talk nonsense. I'm not letting my imagination run wild. I'm just thinking that if there is a chance in the future, I will properly repay young Master Chang'e's kindness. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Xiaoyi hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. Her fair face couldn't help but be dyed red. She was a little flustered because her thoughts had been exposed. Moreover, she was now a disciple of an old monster. She might be able to see young Master Chang'e again in the future. Sigh, then, Qin Feng sighed, shook his head, and left the place. He and Qin Xiaoyi had different mansions. After returning to his room and confirming that there was no one around. Only then did Qin Feng carefully take out a bottle from his arms. This was a very simple bottle. It was the size of a palm. There were no patterns on it, and it was very ordinary. But the old beggar who had adopted them was killed by cultivators because of this bottle. And the two of them escaped because they weren't around at that time. Then, he followed the clues left behind by the old beggar and found this bottle in the old temple and dry well where they usually lived. As the old beggar's relic. Qin Feng naturally kept it carefully. He didn't know what this bottle was for. But until these days, when he tried to cultivate, he found that this bottle was absorbing his spirit chi. Then, it gave him a purer and more mysterious aura. That kind of aura was very heavy. Strand after strand, it was so oppressive that the void was about to collapse. Although Qin Feng didn't have much knowledge, he knew that kind of aura was very likely the rumored chaotic aura that could crush a mountain with a strand. The chaotic aura was nourishing his blood vessels, bones, and lungs. With such a precious treasure, Qin Feng was naturally careful, afraid that others would find out. In a place like the Immortal Academy, there were many experts. Even the slightest carelessness would be noticed by others. Therefore, he didn't even tell Qin Xiaoyi about this matter. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Immortal Academy. These days, the Immortal Academy had become more and more lively. Almost all the young geniuses from all over had rushed over. The young paragons of the current era and the ancient freaks had all gathered. Their auras were majestic and shocking, and their blood surged into the sky. At the mountain gate, there were a few more old men in charge of checking the age of bones. At this moment, when he saw Gu Chang'e, the white-robed old man named Wang Zhongyong immediately smiled and went forward to welcome him. "I wonder why young Master Chang'e is here?" he asked. Gu Chang'e's arrival caused quite a stir. Almost all the young geniuses looked over in shock. It was the first time many people saw Gu Chang'e. Their eyes were filled with respect and curiosity. However, Gu Chang'e's body was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. It was as if he was standing in another world. The sky was high and the ground was far away. Everything was empty, making the young man standing on the mountain rock look even more mysterious and extraordinary. Many young women had looks of admiration in their eyes. Chapter 275. Among the crowd, there was a slender young man wearing black gold armor. His eyes flashed with five-colored brilliance. When he saw Gu Chang'e, there was some hatred and anger on his face. However, he quickly suppressed it and became calm. At this time, even those who were most familiar with him did not know that he was once Prince Ing Xuan. Now, he changed his appearance and became an unfamiliar young genius. What's wrong? Beside the young man in black gold armor, there was an old man in loose robes. His face was clear, and he had a sage-like appearance. Ing Xuan called him Elder Mo. This was an unfathomable old monster. Back in the Yin End battlefield, after he was taken away by the three great sages, he was thrown into a desolate place. The other party said that someone would come looking for him. Ing Xuan naturally did not believe this. He always felt that the three great sages were arranged by Gu Chang'e. Including those words, Gu Chang'e deliberately said. All of this was to make him take the blame for Gu Chang'e, so that he could maintain the title of inheritor of demonic arts. However, Ing Xuan really did not expect that someone would come looking for him. They even said that they were from the organization of inheritors of demonic arts. Like him, they were all believers of the Demon Lord. This Elder Mo was one of the most terrifying and unfathomable members. Ing Xuan wanted to explain that he was wrongly accused. He was not an inheritor of demonic arts at all. The true inheritor of demonic arts was someone else. However, he also knew that once this matter was confirmed, even if he had a supreme weapon like the Golden Ancient Bell, he would not be able to escape death. The current Heavenly Emperor Mountain could no longer tolerate him. He was already a person that everyone wanted to kill, like a rat crossing the street. As long as he appeared in a certain place, there would definitely be countless cultivators swarming to kill him. This caused Ing Xuan to be incomparably furious. Her hatred for Gu Chang'e, who had appeared in front of her sect, naturally reached the heavens. Last time, you suffered a great loss at the hands of this Gu Chang'e. This time, in the Immortal Academy, it will not be the same. With us supporting you from behind, even if he is Gu Chang'e, he will have to think twice. When the old man called Old Mo saw Ing Shuang's expression, he could not help but smile faintly. Other than being a follower of the Devil Lord, he also had another identity, which was an elder of the True Immortal Academy. This was something that not even the other 670 elders of the True Immortal Academy knew about. Hearing this, Ing Shuang calmed down and nodded. I understand. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he felt that Gu Chang'e, who was standing in front of the mountain gate, was sizing him up. However, since he dared appear in True Immortal Academy, it meant that he had absolute confidence, not scared of being discovered by others. I heard that Mingkong is coming, so I came here to wait for her. Gu Chang'e smiled and answered the old man's question. So that's how it is. Young Master Chang'e and Princess Mingkong really have a good relationship. Hearing this, the old man in white couldn't help but smile ruefully. The others naturally heard this as well. Many of the proud daughters of heaven were envious. The Mingkong that Gu Chang'e was talking about. That was definitely his fiancée, the heir apparent of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Princess Yu Mingkong. There's no other way. This fellow asked me to come and pick her up personally. Do you think I can refuse? Gu Chang'e's smile was still gentle and elegant. His tone was a little helpless, but there was also a hint of doting in it. However, for some reason, many of the young primes, especially the proud daughters of heaven, felt sour and envious. What the hell? Did he eat dog food for no reason? They were even more jealous of Princess Yu Mingkong. Was there a woman in this world who was worthy of young Master Chang'e's treatment? Of course, Gu Chang'e was definitely just casually saying this. His main purpose was still because he sensed Ing Shuang's aura. That was why he came here to see who was by Ing Shuang's side. He felt that the so-called inheritors of demonic arts organization was not formed spontaneously. Instead, it was gathered together because of a certain existence. As for who that existence was, it was not difficult for Gu Chang'e to guess. Who else could it be other than the founder of the demonic arts? Thus, he wanted to know what this so-called inheritors of demonic arts organization wanted to do. Judging from the attitude of those people from the True Immortal Academy, that old man should be an elder of the True Immortal Academy. His cultivation is at least at the prime level. Right now, it means that Ing Shuang has a prime supporting her. Gu Chang'e's expression was somewhat interested. He was considering whether to keep Ing Shuang alive. Since Ing Shuang had changed her appearance and helped him lure out the people from the inheritors of demonic arts organization. Then Ing Shuang was actually not that useful anymore. However, if Ing Shuang died, the Sky Emperor Mountain might be able to detect it. For Gu Chang'e, this was a small problem. Therefore, he now had to consider how to kill Ing Shuang openly without giving others the impression that the inheritor of demonic arts was actually dead. This required some tricks. Create a sign that the inheritor of demonic arts was faking her death to escape. In addition, Gu Chang'e planned to let Su Qing'e get in touch with this organization first. After all, she was the real inheritor of demonic arts. And this required some maneuvering. Su Qing'e was testing his attitude. But she did not feel at ease about her identity. Gu Chang'e was even less likely to tell her all this. It was not that he did not trust her, but that he could not casually tell this kind of thing to others. Except for Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and He Yanyu of the immortal ancient continent, no one else knew that he knew the forbidden demonic arts. And they, for various reasons, could not reveal this matter. Next, Su Qing'e will definitely secretly practice demonic arts behind my back. In the Immortal Academy, there are many heaven's favorites. Those old monsters may not be able to take care of it. Su Qing'e will definitely not be able to hold back. This is the best hotbed. At this time, Gu Chang'e was thinking. Outside the mountain gate, there were waves of clear and resounding phoenix cries. In the sky in the east, there were 9 black divine phoenixes, pulling a carriage. They were very fast, galloping across the sky, and were descending here. Say Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong is coming. At this time, in another direction, a huge 9-headed golden lion that looked like it was made of gold was also coming from the sky. The sound of Zen reverberated, and the light of Buddha shone, looking very bright. A very handsome young monk, with a strange pattern between his eyebrows, wearing a moon-white monk robe, sat on the top with his palms together, looking very solemn. For a time, there was an explosion below the Immortal Academy, and it was extremely lively. Many young supreme beings were shocked, clearly recognizing who this person was. 9-headed lion. Is this the Golden Cicada Temple at the peak of Buddha Mountain? I heard that this generation's Bodhisattva is called Golden Cicada. Could it be him? I didn't expect that even Buddha Mountain, which has been silent for a long time, would send a Bodhisattva here. It seems that today is really a golden age. If it's really him, then it's definitely not a small matter. It's said that Golden Cicada Bodhisattva has a total of 108 Buddha bones in his body. On the day of his birth, the phantom of Buddha appeared above the 9 heavens and smiled at him. It's said that this Bodhisattva has been to the demon burial abyss and walked out. I don't know if it's true or not. Hiss. A place like the demon burial abyss. He's actually been there. It's too terrifying. Many young heaven's favorites began to discuss. They were very shocked by that young monk. The status of Buddha Mountain was not lower than that of the human ancestor hall and the heavenly emperor mountain. There had not been a bodhisattva for many generations. From this, it was enough to see how powerful and mysterious this bodhisattva was. Been to the demon burial abyss? Hearing the discussions nearby, Gu Changa's eyes narrowed slightly. He was planning to plan the place where the red-robed female demon was about to be born. He did not expect that this generation's bodhisattva had already appeared. Changa, at this time, a slightly strange and familiar voice sounded in his ears. Yu Mingkong came to his side with light steps. The few elders who were in charge of checking his bone age didn't dare to ask any questions. She was still as beautiful and flawless as before. Her face was like a painting without any makeup. Her figure was tall, her hair was soft and smooth, and her eyes were calm and deep. The dress made of the silk spat out by the sage-to-be divine silkworm flickered with a hazy light and intertwined with various rules and orders. One look and one would know that it was priceless and hard to find in the world. Behind her was also a large group of followers. Gu Changa tilted his head and smiled. He held her little hand smoothly. You're here. Yes. Yu Mingkong stood beside him, side by side. She was a little surprised. You came here specially to wait for me? She could not believe that Gu Changa would be so good to her that he was willing to wait for her. However, seeing him as soon as she arrived at the Immortal Academy made her feel a little touched and happy. What else could it be? Everyone here can testify for me. Gu Changa smiled. All the young heaven's prides were naturally envious when they saw this scene. However, they were a match made in heaven. What else could they say? Yu Mingkong's eyes were a little suspicious. Then, she glanced at the many young heaven's prides below. She did not see any suspicious faces. She felt a little relieved. But soon, she looked at the golden cicada sitting on the 9-headed lion and thought. This was the first time this mysterious bodhisattva showed his true appearance in front of the world. She still remembered that in her previous life, the golden cicada helped a certain ancient freak to clear the suspicion of being an inheritor of demonic arts. It seemed that Gu Changa had recorded it. Then, when the demon burial abyss erupted, the golden cicada rushed there and seemed to have met with danger. For a long time, there was no news of him. In her previous life, she did not know why Gu Changa would choose to seal the demon burial abyss. Although it was not completely successful, it was very effective and delayed for a period of time. Some time ago, when Gu Changa asked her some things, she told him a lot of things about the demon burial abyss. However, there was still one point that she did not understand. Many things should have been delayed for a long time, but she did not know why, but they happened in advance in this life. Including the appearance of the Immortal Academy, it was at least 10 years earlier than in her previous life. It was even more so for the demon burial abyss. Brother Golden Cicada. At this moment, Gu Changa's expression was calm. He was the first to speak to the Golden Cicada who had already landed, as if he was preparing to greet him. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be a little curious. As the Bodhisattva of the current era, the Golden Cicada was very mysterious, but his 9-headed golden lion had the strength of a saint. If he could subdue it, then he should at least have the strength of a saint. Gu Changa's strength was beyond doubt. Even the elders of the Immortal Academy treated him with respect. There were rumors that Gu Changa was not at a disadvantage when fighting with a supreme saint. All these things made him seem even more mysterious. At this moment, when the two met, would there be a big collision? Thinking of this, many people were looking forward to it. Greetings to young Master Changa. The Golden Cicada landed, put his palms together towards Gu Changa, and greeted him with a calm expression. The golden 9-headed lion behind him was growling, its fur standing on end. It was very uneasy and a little afraid of Gu Changa in front of it. What does this mean? Gu Changa asked with interest. Shan Jing is very sensitive to all kinds of auras. Maybe young Master Changa or Princess Mingkong scared him. The Golden Cicada replied in a calm voice. Shan Jing was the name of the golden 9-headed lion. It could transform into a human form at any time, and it could be both a servant and a mount. It had an almost intuitive talent for sensing all kinds of auras. It could tell whether someone was good or evil at a glance. The reason for this was because he felt a suffocating aura from Gu Changa. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rushing towards him. Under the elegant and gentle appearance hid terrifying means that made one's heart palpitate. This was the Golden Cicada's first impression of Gu Changa. Although he had just left Buddha Mountain, he had heard many rumors about Gu Changa. No matter which one it was almost perfect praise. But now it seemed that these rumors were actually just superficial. The successor of the Gu family was definitely not a good person. I didn't do anything. From what I see, Brother Golden Cicada's mount clearly has something to say about me and Mingkong. Gu Changa smiled casually. However, a mount is a mount. How can I lower myself to its level? I've always heard that Buddha Mountain is mysterious and has many powerful divine powers. I've always wanted to go there, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to check it out. Today, I happened to meet Brother Golden Cicada in front of the mountain gate. I wonder if you can teach me a thing or two. His voice was natural and easygoing, and his words were not loud, but they still spread in front of the mountain gate. What? For a moment, everyone was shocked. They understood what Gu Changa meant. Was he planning to fight with the mysterious Bodhisattva, the Golden Cicada? Boom! Almost instantly, there was an uproar. Apart from shock, there was only excitement on everyone's faces. After all, the number of times they had seen Gu Changa fight with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. Many were very curious about how strong he was. And now, he was issuing a challenge to the mysterious Bodhisattva in front of everyone. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. Even Yu Mingkong was very surprised. She did not understand Gu Changa's intention. Chapter 276. Does young Master Changa want to fight with Golden Cicada? The few elders in front of the mountain gate looked at each other after recovering from their shock. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, as one of the 10 sequences, Gu Changa was the same as Golden Cicada in front of them. Shouldn't the two of them be very cautious when fighting? After all, if there was a slight disadvantage, it would easily cause their status in the Immortal Academy to be affected and unstable. Young Master Changa, are you serious? For the first time, Golden Cicada's face revealed an expression other than calmness. He stared at Gu Chang'e very seriously. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to show off to this extent. Moreover, it was at the entrance of the Immortal Academy. Golden Cicada wondered if he had offended Gu Chang'e. No, this was only the first time the two of them had met. This Gu Chang'e is too arrogant. He doesn't put the other geniuses in his eyes. He is so conceited. In the crowd, Ing Shuang clenched his fists and couldn't help but think to himself. He was more and more convinced that Gu Chang'e was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. The purpose of his attack was very likely to be to test Golden Cicada's strength, or to show his terrifying power in public. In the future, the Immortal Academy might be like the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, where Gu Chang'e could cover the sky with one hand. It's just a competition. Don't worry too much, brother Golden Cicada. Gu Chang'e was still smiling calmly. But if Tao brother Golden Cicada refuses, this Gu won't force you to do anything. There aren't many in the younger generation who can make me interested in fighting. Although his words were simple, it made everyone here feel suffocated. It was as if there was an invisible mountain above their heads, making them unable to breathe. Casual and domineering. And it was the kind of indifference that didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. They knew that this wasn't Gu Chang'e being conceited, but that he really had the confidence to say such words, making it impossible for others to refute. However, these words were also a form of acknowledgement. It was already a great honor for Gu Chang'e to be interested in sparring with him. If that's the case, then I'm sorry to offend you. Hearing this, Golden Cicada also knew that this battle was unavoidable and sighed in his heart. He didn't come to the true Immortal Academy to compete. However, this Gu Chang'e in front of him gave him quite a bit of pressure. Soon, he heard the news. Streak after streak of green rainbows continuously rushed over from various parts of True Immortal Academy. Human figures flickered about, appearing in various parts of the mountain peak, all of them here to watch the battle. To put it bluntly, this was the pinnacle battle of the younger generation. The battle between the two True Immortal Academies. In the depths of the horizon, primal chaos mist spread outwards. The great golden path extended outwards. There were elders who also hurried over, similarly looking forward to this battle. They were also extremely curious. Many people had guessed Gu Chang'e's purpose. He had taken the initiative to speak, wasn't it to establish his authority? As a newcomer, the current True Immortal Academy did not have an accurate division of order. Him taking the initiative to make a move was completely equivalent to informing the others of his strength, letting them know their own limits and who should be respected in the True Immortal Academy. Of course, this was everyone's guess. On the peak of a mountain, a woman with fiery red phoenix wings on her back was dressed in a fiery red long dress, her arms wrapped in flames. She looked from afar, her face extremely beautiful, with a natural sense of nobility, as if she was a matchless phoenix carved from red immortal crystals. It was an ancient freak from Phoenix Ridge, who was also one of the 10 great sequences, the Heavenly Phoenix Girl. It was said that she had a great relationship with the immortal phoenix, and there were even some who said that she was the reincarnation of the immortal phoenix. Gu Chang'e, she softly muttered these 3 words. Then, the phoenix wings on his back shook, and his figure blurred as he left this place. Gu Chang'e took the initiative to fight against Buddha. Inside the cave, the purple-robed man's brows were tightly furrowed. This is a good chance to investigate the situation. Just how much of the rumors are true is still something that needs to be seen. While thinking like this, his figure similarly moved, leaving this place, bringing with it vast and mighty purple energy as he headed towards the mountain gate. Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun, he actually rushed over as well. This scene drew the attention of many people. They were all extremely shocked. Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun was the first disciple to rush to True Immortal Academy, coming from the Purple Manor. At the same time, he was also an ancient freak who had been sealed until now, previously suppressing the present world, becoming number one in the higher realms. Meanwhile, the purple manor was also an extremely mysterious imperishable inheritance in the higher realms, its inheritance incomparably ancient. In that instant, many scenes like this appeared on True Immortal Academy's various divine mountains and immortal islands. In front of the mountain gate, it was even more so incomparably lively. Figures flickered about, all of them with powerful auras. In the outside world, they were definitely young supreme beings who could sweep through an area. Among them, inner disciples and quasi-disciples were the most numerous. Many of the disciples still hadn't rushed to True Immortal Academy. For example, the human ancestor palace's two inheritors' whereabouts were still unknown. The mysterious six-crowned king didn't appear either. Apart from this, the remaining great disciples were also extremely mysterious, their whereabouts difficult to find. I wonder who will win this battle. I feel like Golden Cicada Buddhist child is extremely mysterious. Before this, I've never heard any rumors about him. However, for him to be conferred the title of True Immortal Academy's disciple, he definitely has some outstanding aspects. This battle is extremely difficult to determine. That might not necessarily be the case. If we don't use other methods and just rely on our own strength, I feel like young Master Chang'e is definitely a bit better. After all, he is the only existence who has faced a demonic art inheritor before. Now, there are even rumors saying that young Master Chang'e might be the human ancestor's reincarnation. Hiss. No wonder. Many people were discussing this. When they spoke up to hear, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air, all of them shocked. Young Master Chang'e. Excuse me. While everyone was discussing spiritedly, the golden cicada who had been sitting on the golden nine-headed lion all this time took action, his voice calm. Treasure light filled the air, and Buddhist chants interweaved. It was incomparably sacred and resplendent. The moment he attacked, he used an incomparably profound Buddhist technique. A divine ring appeared in his mind, as if he was an immortal Buddha. Moreover, he didn't dare to underestimate him. The strength he displayed was already at the level of a saint. The ancient Buddhist technique evolved, and an incomparably tall golden Buddha body appeared. It was dazzling and oppressive. The terrifying aura caused the expressions of many young geniuses to change. They felt as if their bodies were about to split apart. So powerful. The strength of a saint. Is this the strength of this generation's bodhisattva? He has already far surpassed us. They were shocked, and their hearts trembled. If this kind of strength was displayed before, it would definitely cause a sensation. Rumble. The huge golden Buddha body crushed down towards Gu Chang'e, as if it wanted to suppress him as well. Brother Golden Cicada, are you looking down on me? If that's all you have, then I'm really disappointed. However, Gu Chang'e still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care. Buzz. He only raised his palm slightly. His other hand didn't even move. Then, he gently pressed forward. There was a rumbling sound in the void as if it was about to explode. In the next moment, the palm was extremely real, and the void collapsed. As if it was the hand of the heavens, the aura of the heavenly path circulated, and the divine light was dense, surrounded by five-colored divine light in divine mist. The Buddha phantom, which was 1,000 feet tall, had a dignified appearance. However, under this palm, it was instantly shattered and directly disappeared without a trace. What? He shattered it with one palm. It's simply too despairing. Isn't that too powerful? This scene made everyone's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. He can't be judged by common sense. Even the heavenly Phoenix Maiden and heavenly Lord Purple Sun frowned slightly and secretly compared. They found that both Gu Chang'e and the Golden Cicada had not used their full strength. Soon, the Golden Cicada attacked again. A golden bowl flew out from under his monk robe. The Buddhist light was dazzling and illuminated the surroundings. It contained Zen intent and seemed to be able to purify everything. This was an ancient Buddhist artifact that contained the power of a saint. The terrifying divine light of order poured down like a river of stars. For Gu Changa, this was even simpler. He just flicked his finger and a wisp of sword chi burst out. However, a terrifying sword sound was heard. In a daze, everyone seemed to have seen a peerless immortal sword cutting through the universe, and a dazzling sword light descended. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment, there was a crack, and there seemed to be billions of rays of light blooming. A crack appeared on the golden bowl. Then, the crack quickly spread, as if it was about to collapse. If the golden cicada hadn't seen that the situation was bad and hurriedly retracted it, he was afraid that he would have lost an ancient Buddhist artifact today. Young Master Changa is very powerful. The golden cicada is now no match for young Master Changa. I'm willing to admit defeat. The golden cicada's expression changed slightly, but he still sighed and chose not to continue attacking. Instead, he chose to admit defeat. Brother Golden Cicada, you're really boring. However, since you've said so, this Gu will naturally not attack again. Hearing that, Gu Changa seemed a little surprised, but the smile on his face still didn't change. The Golden Cicada's choice to admit defeat was within his expectations. At a time like this, who would use all their means and fight to the death if there was no enmity between them? He just wanted to test the Golden Cicada's strength to estimate the feasibility of the subsequent plan. Of course, he also wanted to establish his authority and let everyone know that even if they were all in the same sequence, the gap between them was still very big. Asking for fresh flowers, Gu Changa actually didn't like the feeling of being compared to him. In the past, he was afraid that people would notice his cultivation and arouse unnecessary suspicion. But now, ancient freaks had appeared one after another, and the inheritor of demonic arts was someone else. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he wouldn't attract as much attention as before. Even if he was still competing with the younger generation, he should let them understand that the gap between them wasn't small. To put it simply, it was time to show his cards. He was stronger than them, not just a little. Although Gu Changa didn't care much about the various resources of the Immortal Academy, it didn't mean that he didn't care. The stronger one was, the more they would naturally obtain. Hearing that, the Golden Cicada shook his head and didn't say anything else. His expression was very calm. There was no unwillingness or anger after the defeat. He still had many means, but he also knew that even if he used all of them, it would be difficult to defeat Gu Changa. He was too strong, the kind of strength that went deep into his bones. Today, he was unlucky to run into Gu Changa. If he had met other sequence disciples, Gu Changa would have said the same thing. He just wanted to establish his authority and make others fear him. In the future, he could control the Immortal Academy with one hand. It's not unreasonable for this guy to be so strong and confident. You have become the only inheritor who is suppressed by the other heavenly talents. Outside the mountain gate, Elder Mo, who had been silent for a long time, looked a little solemn as he spoke to Ing Shuang next to him. For the first time, he felt that things were tricky. He thought that things would be much simpler after finding the inheritor of demonic arts in this life, but why did this Gu Changa come out of nowhere? His strength was ridiculously strong. Ing Shuang's expression was also very unnatural. Gu Changa's strength really made him despair. He reckoned that even the former Prince Ing would not be a match for Gu Changa. This made him clench his fists tightly, and he was very unwilling. Now, what made him feel a little relieved was that he was hiding in the dark, while Gu Changa was in the light and did not know that he had also come to the Immortal Academy. This enmity, he would definitely repay. This matter needs to be planned slowly. Before that, I have to think of a way to tell Gu Xiener how dangerous Gu Changa is. Although she was so cold to me in the past, I have not reached the point where I will not save her. Lord of Purple Sun frowned, and his face was heavy as he whispered in his heart. He also did not know who would win if he fought with Gu Changa with all his strength. For the first time, he was not confident and did not have the slightest confidence. Gu Chang'e was indeed many times more terrifying than the rumor said. On the other side, the heavenly phoenix maiden stared at Gu Chang'e, as if she wanted to remember him. Then, her figure flashed and soon disappeared. This golden cicada is unlucky. Yu Mingkong whispered, knowing Gu Chang'e's purpose. He is not unlucky. He is already lucky to be alive after fighting with me. Gu Chang'e's smile was a little thought-provoking. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and felt that he seemed to be scheming something again. Could it be related to the demon burial abyss? Soon, the result of the battle in front of the Immortal Academy spread. Not only did it cause a big sensation in the Immortal Academy, but also in the upper world. The younger generation naturally attracted the attention of the major sections. And the battle between Gu Chang'e and Golden Cicada was even more eye-catching. The result of the battle was recorded by the Shadow Stone and circulated in the cities of the ancient cities. For a time, Gu Chang'e's reputation reached a peak again. Previously, many people thought that he did not have enough time to cultivate and could not be compared to those ancient freaks. But today's battle shocked many people and made it difficult for them to calm down. Even those ancient freaks were far from enough in front of him. Many of the older generation felt that they were probably no match for Gu Chang'e. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where the older generation was wary of him. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed since the battle. Qin Xiaoyi really joined the Immortal Academy. The so-called immortal demon body. If I remember correctly, that bottle is now in her brother's hands. In a magnificent palace very close to the area where Gu Chang'e was. Yu Mingkong whispered, many emotions flashing across her eyes. She had a deep impression of Qin Xiaoyi, a legendary figure in her previous life. Her rise shocked the various orthodoxies in the upper world, and she was one of the two most proud disciples of the Immortal Academy. The other was a strange stone that had been sealed by the Immortal Academy for a long time. 1000. Chapter 277. Qin Xiaoyi was known as Fairy Qingyi in her previous life. She had the immortal demon body, and even though she only started cultivating when she was 14, she still managed to catch up with many ancient freaks. She improved by leaps and bounds, and no one has ever heard of her being defeated. She and the mysterious stone from Immortal Academy that seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens were known as the twin heroes of Immortal Academy. I wonder if Qin Xiaoyi will still be killed by Chang'e in this life. Speaking of which, she died during the most glorious period of her previous life, which infuriated Immortal Academy. In the end, nothing was found, and it became an unsolved case. So, she was actually killed by Chang'e. On the other hand, that strange stone has been keeping a low profile ever since Qin Xiaoyi went missing. Very few people have even seen its true appearance. However, I heard from Chang'e that the mysterious stone was the only one who escaped unscathed after fighting with him. It seems that its cultivation is at least above the saint realm, but we can trust Chang'e's words to a certain extent. He said that the other party escaped unscathed, which is most likely because he didn't use his true abilities. In the palace, divine light was faintly discernible, and immortal mist was enshrouding. Yu Mingkong sat on the bed, her figure slender and her face picturesque. She narrowed her eyes, and various thoughts flashed through her bright eyes. She was not only thinking about her next plan, but also how to get the ancient artifact from Qin Xiaoyi's brother. Many memories from her previous life flashed through her mind. As for Qin Xiaoyi, she had nothing to do with her, so Yu Mingkong naturally did not want to care. She did not care what would happen to her in this life. Then, she suddenly waved her hand, and an ancient bronze mirror that was slightly rusty appeared in her palm. This ancient mirror looked very ordinary, and there were no patterns on it. However, as Yu Mingkong activated her magic power, a hazy radiance quickly appeared in it. It seemed to have been washed clean by the rain, and the dirt and rust on its surface were removed, making it crystal clear. Buzz! This sparkling and translucent ancient mirror reflected the void, a wave of destructive aura flowing within. Looking at this ancient mirror, Yumingkong's eyes moved slightly, and she softly muttered to herself. Now, I already have 2 of the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding. The heaven-wielding bottle is with Qin Xiaoyi's brother. In my previous life, Chang'e also had a heaven-wielding jar. Other than that, I don't know the whereabouts of the other artifacts. It is said that when you gather all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, you will have the might of the heaven-wielding artifact. You can even find the remnants of the immortal palace that had once collapsed in the long river of time. There was naturally no need to say how precious the immortal palace's inheritance was. Even if an immortal searched for it their entire life, they still wouldn't find any traces of it. And these 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding sect were coincidentally the keys to the immortal palace's treasure. 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, including the heaven-wielding mirror and the heaven-wielding seal in her hands. The other 5 items were the sky-wielding sword, sky-wielding wheel, sky-wielding bottle, sky-wielding jar, and sky-wielding pagoda. According to the memories of her previous life, she had already found the whereabouts of the heaven-wielding mirror and the heaven-wielding seal, and was the first to snatch them. As for the heaven-wielding jar, it seemed that it would appear at an auction, but she didn't go. She knew that it would end up in Gu Chang'e's hands in the end. After all, the purpose of collecting these divine weapons was actually for Gu Chang'e, which could save him some trouble. However, she didn't want to arouse unnecessary suspicion from Gu Chang'e, so she didn't tell him yet. And just as Yumingkong was thinking about her next plan, on the other side, Gu Chang'e was also in the cave residence preparing his next plan. He still had to continue to be the scapegoat of Prince Ing. No matter what, there was no one more suitable than Prince Ing. Before this, Gu Chang'e planned to first get in touch with the so-called inheritors of demonic arts organization. In his opinion, this organization was at most a gathering of the Devil Lord's followers. In fact, they knew very little about the Devil Lord and the inheritors of demonic arts. But more or less, they still had some use. So in the short term, Ing Shuang didn't dare to reveal his whereabouts, and the elder of the Immortal Academy would protect him. Because of these reasons, Gu Chang'e was thinking about letting all the young geniuses know that the inheritors of demonic arts were actually in the Immortal Academy. This would create a situation that would make everyone panic, unease, and even more chaos. For him, this would be better for him to fish in troubled waters. When the time came, some geniuses would be in trouble. Ing Shuang could only brace himself and say that it was him. After all, the inheritors of demonic arts was his only protection now. With this premise, Su Qingge dared to make a move secretly. Gu Chang'e was also creating an opportunity for her. Of course, he also did something secretly to push Su Qingge out, so that the people of the inheritors of demonic arts would notice her. From then on, Ing Shuang's last value would be used up, and there would be no value in him continuing to exist. Before this, my strength should break through to the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm and prepare to break through to the Supreme Saint Realm. I just don't know if the origin of the immortal demon body can be replaced by the Fruit of Guidance. The Fruit of Guidance was an item that Gu Chang'e dropped from the fortune treasure chest when he killed the human ancestor. In layman's terms, it was a method similar to copying. Now that there were many old monsters and antiques around Qin Xiaoyi, if Gu Chang'e directly made a move on her, it might arouse a lot of suspicion. The loss outweighed the gain. Moreover, he felt that Qin Xiaoyi had a good impression of him. If he used it a little, it would be more valuable than directly devouring her origin. So he planned to use another method to obtain the origin of the immortal demon body. Then Gu Chang'e sat down cross-legged, and a hazy immortal mist rose from his body. Blood and bone power like a sea of stars gushed out from every pore of his body. The top of his head was glowing, and the innate godly will had become an ancient, mysterious, and indescribable god. One look was enough to make one's heart palpitate and go crazy, and one couldn't help but want to kneel down. In the end, this terrifying power circled around the cave. It should have rushed out of the sky and shattered the universe, but it was suppressed by Gu Chang'e. This aura was so terrifying that even a supreme saint would feel like his body was about to explode if he stood in front of it. It was unbearable. Gu Chang'e followed his old habit of exchanging the recently obtained life points. Although there were many things in the system shop, he still had them. But what he cared about the most was the transcendence bones. Now, there were a total of 60 transcendence bones in his body, and each bone was intertwined with a mysterious color. The dense mist spread out, and the divine light was dazzling like the immortal gold that couldn't be destroyed. Of course, this saying was not accurate. It was more like a substance that had transformed to the extreme and contained the supreme aura of heaven and earth, primordial beginning, universe, chaos, and primordial chaos. This was no longer a simple bone. Buzz. Then, a familiar aura enveloped Gu Chang'e. Then, many dreamy and mysterious lights spread out from Gu Chang'e's flesh, skin, and lungs. The 10 bones transformed into the transcendence bones again. 70 pieces of transcendence bones would bring about a comprehension of the laws that far surpasses that of an ordinary supreme saint. Even some quasi-supremes would be slightly inferior. Gu Chang'e's expression was a little thoughtful. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the Immortal Academy closed. During this time, almost all the young geniuses in the upper realm gathered. Including the successor of the human ancestors' palace, the divine prince of the heavenly emperor mountain, and the mysterious six-crowned king, they had all arrived. However, other than the demon realm, there was still no successor in this era. It was very strange. At this moment, outside the tall and majestic mountain gate, Gu Xian's steps were light and quick. Her beautiful face was porcelain white, and her expression was cold and proud. She stepped on the bluestone stairs and walked up. It attracted the attention of many young geniuses nearby, and their eyes were filled with amazement. This girl didn't look very old, but it was obvious that she would be a beauty that would bring calamity to the country in the future. She wore a light green dress, which made her figure look slender and elegant. Her hair was soft and smooth, and there was a big red bird on her shoulder. After leaving the Peach Village, she rushed to the Yin battlefield to kill some Yin creatures. Only then did she arrive at the Immortal Academy where Hong Yutian was. As the celestial daughter of the Longevity Gu clan, she wasn't as high profile as Gu Chang'e when he arrived. She still had a bird by her side, which made her look a little poor and simple. During this time, I've already broken through to the Divine King realm. As expected, breaking through and then breaking through again is a good way to cultivate. I'll be able to catch up to Gu Chang'e soon. Gu Xian was in a good mood. Her steps were light and quick, and she soon arrived at the mountain gate. Many young heaven's favorites wanted to talk to her, but they were all rejected by her arrogant expression. It was as if she would attack them if they got closer. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. They knew that they were far from being a match for this girl. The white-robed elder who was in charge of checking her bone age was Wang Zhongyong. He was very smart and recognized that this girl was related to Gu Chang'e at a glance. He didn't dare to be negligent. "Are you Miss Xian?" His voice was respectful. "You know me?" Gu Xian raised her eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of doubt in her cold voice. Could it be that Gu Xian's name had spread to the Immortal Academy? Even the elders at the mountain gate knew her. "I know young Master Chang'e." Wang Zhongyong smiled. The expression in Gu Xian's eyes seemed to be a little happy, but she still asked coldly, "Did he ask you to come here to pick me up?" This, Wang Zhongyong's smile froze. He was a little embarrassed. How should he explain this? Gu Chang'e didn't tell him about this at all. He only recognized Gu Xian after hearing about Gu Chang'e's deeds and looking at his cousin's portrait. Gu Xian knew that she was happy for nothing. She was a little angry, but she didn't show it on the surface. She thought that Gu Chang'e would wait for her here. Even if he didn't come, he should at least send someone to pick her up, right? Humph. This guy actually ignored her once again. Then, Gu Xian, who was angry in her heart, followed the procedure. She first checked her bone age and paid the points before entering the Immortal Academy. According to her current strength, she should be a quasi-disciple. There was still a long way to go before she reached the sequence level. However, Gu Xian had just entered the Immortal Academy not long ago. When she landed on a mountain peak, she felt that there were a few young geniuses in front of her. They looked at her with malicious eyes. These young geniuses had already reached the divine god realm. They could be considered inner disciples of the Immortal Academy. The man in the lead was even at the divine king realm. He was very powerful. They seemed to have been here for a long time. Their eyes had been sizing up the new disciples nearby. Are the rules of the Immortal Academy now like this? Yes, the disciples who have just entered the academy are like this. Seeing their expressions, Gu Xian, was a little puzzled. She saw that the eyes of those young geniuses seemed to light up. They took the lead and walked towards her. Their target seemed to be her. I am Song Fan. May I know your name, junior sister? The young disciple in the lead was tall and straight. He was shrouded in divine light. He had a dignified appearance. The rest of the people were like his followers. He walked in front of Gu Xian. There was admiration in his eyes. He stopped and took the initiative to speak with a smile. When the young geniuses nearby saw this, they didn't dare to stay and quickly left. Gu Xian, frowned. She was confused. Why was it that she had just entered the true Immortal Academy and was being targeted for no reason? From the way this young prodigy was trying to strike up a conversation with her, he seemed to be very confident in himself. Could it be that he was another person who coveted her beauty and body? Gu Xian's expression also turned cold. She didn't speak. She just looked at him coldly. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly. It was as if frost was condensing. Why don't you speak, junior sister? Are you looking down on me? We are both quasi-disciples. I think we can get close to each other. When Song Fan saw this, he was slightly stunned. He seemed to be a little displeased. The smile on his face disappeared. However, Gu Xian still didn't speak. She just looked at him coldly. She felt that there was something wrong with the person in front of her. How did he enter the Immortal Academy? Or did he not know her at all? Seeing that Gu Xian was still ignoring him, Song Fan frowned. His tone became impolite. Junior sister, you have just entered the Immortal Academy. There are some rules that you need to understand. Among them, you need to remember to respect your senior brothers. At this time, hearing his words, the group of young geniuses behind him slowly surrounded Gu Xian. Respect your senior brothers. At this time, Gu Xian finally opened her mouth. It was as if she was looking at an idiot. You. What right do you have? Her voice was very cold and calm. However, it was also cold. Anyone could feel that she didn't care and was mocking him. Junior sister, it seems that you haven't been taken advantage of before. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Today, your senior brother will teach you this truth. At this time, Song Fan's expression was very ugly. It was as if this was the first time he had seen someone who didn't give him face. What? You want to teach me a lesson? However, Gu Xian's face was still as cold as ice. Even her words had the meaning of ice shards. It made people tremble uncontrollably. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She actually didn't give senior brother Song face. I think she just needs a beating. Senior brother Song, I think we should take advantage of today's opportunity to let her understand the cruelty of the Immortal Academy. It's not like the family behind her. She doesn't even know the ways of the world. At this time, a few of the young geniuses at the side also laughed. It was very mocking and disdainful. Their words were full of ridicule. Sigh. Originally, this matter would have been much simpler if you told me your name. Now, you have to make things like this. If this spreads out, people will say that I'm bullying the weak. However, you asked for it. Song Fan shook his head as if he was very helpless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned cold. Whine. A terrifying aura of the Divine King realm gushed out from his body. A surging golden shadow appeared behind him. It was like a golden rock, fierce and threatening. You're courting death. Gu Xian's voice was also filled with terrifying coldness. She didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. He didn't want to ask for her name and wanted to attack her. Boom! Her body also shone with a dazzling light. Shocking chi and blood energy appeared on her hand like a little celestial phoenix. It turned into a white fist that shook the void and punched forward. It was like a tidal wave that made the void seem like it was going to explode. This power was extremely shocking. It was far more powerful than an ordinary Divine King realm cultivator. Stop! How can there be such an arrogant person in broad daylight? Does he not care about the rules of the Immortal Academy? However, at this time, a cold snort came from the sky. Chapter 278. As soon as he finished speaking. Then, a surge of purple chi, like a vast river of stars, surged out from there. A giant purple palm that seemed to be holding up the sky pressed down like the hand of God, carrying with it terrifying saintly realm rules. It suddenly fell down as if it was going to crush everything. Under this palm, all the divine abilities and moves were instantly turned into dust and dissipated. They couldn't even resist for a single breath. It was so terrifying. Poof! Oh no, it's Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Why is he here? Song Fan and the others were in disbelief. After being hit by the palm, Song Fan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing into many buildings. His expression suddenly changed and he was extremely shocked. He was very pale as if he had encountered a terrifying existence. His voice and body could not help but tremble. The next moment, the giant palm did not stop and landed on them, causing them to scream and spit out blood again. They were in an extremely sorry state. The aftermath of the collision instantly exploded, sending many ancient trees flying and causing terrifying cracks to appear on the ground. Many mountains and buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. This scene stunned Gu Xian, who was in the middle of attacking. However, she was still frowning as she stared at Song Fan and the others with a cold gaze. If I didn't happen to pass by here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen you bullying a new junior sister. You're simply breaking the rules of the Immortal Academy and embarrassing the disciples of the Immortal Academy. Along with the words, there was a fluctuation in the sky. Then, a man in a purple robe surrounded by purple aura appeared. He was tall and handsome. There was a purple crack between his eyebrows, which made him look even more majestic. It was Heavenly Lord Ziyang. At this moment, his expression was very cold. He frowned and stared at Song Fan and the others who were coughing out blood. He said coldly, "If I see you bullying others next time, I won't show mercy. The identity of a disciple of the Immortal Academy is not for you to bully the weak. We won't dare, we won't dare. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare our lives, Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. We won't dare to bully others anymore. We won't bully the weak anymore," Song Fan and the others blurted out in a miserable state. At this moment, he was no longer as domineering and arrogant as before. His expression was incomparably terrified, and his expression was trembling. It was as if the person in front of him was not an ordinary person, but a terrifying existence. "It's good that you know." Heaven Monarch Ziyang nodded, seemingly satisfied. He then shouted coldly, "Why aren't you apologizing to this junior sister?" Then, he looked at Gu Xian'er. His expression was very natural as he asked, with the natural concern of looking at ordinary junior brothers and sisters. Is this junior sister all right? I'm fine. Gu Xian'er shook his head. His expression relaxed a little as he looked at the purple-robed man in front of him with some confusion. Purple Sun Sovereign. This name sounded familiar. Before she came to True Immortal Academy, she seemed to have heard of it. This was a very powerful ancient freak, who was also a sequence existence. However, I don't need your help in this matter. I can solve it myself. Gu Xian'er spoke again. She felt that today's matter was a little strange. Hearing this, Heaven Monarch Ziyang seemed to be a little stunned. But in fact, he had an, as expected, expression in his heart. This arrogant temperament was exactly the same as that time. Then, he smiled slightly and said, "It seems that my help was a little unnecessary. This junior sister is so confident. She should have a plan to deal with it. I am Ziyang, the successor of the Purple Mansion. People call me Heaven Monarch Ziyang. How should I address you? With such strength, I'm sure junior sister isn't a nobody." He asked again in a very proper and natural manner. At this time, even if it was someone else, they would not feel strange. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was slightly stunned. Her eyes were filled with confusion, but she did not say anything. For some reason, she felt that today's matter was a little strange. Although one would never slap a smiling face, and the other party had even made a move, it could be considered as a hero saving the damsel in distress, helping her to get rid of these annoying fellows in front of her. But this kind of action made her feel a little unnatural. Seeing that Gu Xian'er did not say anything, Heaven Monarch Ziyang did not seem to care. He still had a calm and indifferent smile on his face. He turned to look at Song Fan and the others who were still kneeling on the ground and trembling. If I had not happened to pass by here today, you would not have had it easy. This junior sister's strength is not something you can provoke. You really don't know what's good for you. We know. Thank you, Heaven Monarch Ziyang. We won't dare to do it again. Song Fan and the others said one after another. They were very frightened. Hearing Heaven Monarch Ziyang's words, Gu Xian'er was stunned again. Her frown deepened. In fact, she was not sure if Heaven Monarch Ziyang's temperament was like this or if he had other motives. But she did not expect this ancient freak to say such a thing. Did he think so highly of her? Did he think that these people were not her match? Could it be that he had seen through her trump card? Before this, Gu Xian had only heard some news about Heaven Monarch Ziyang. She knew that he was once the most powerful person in the upper world. He was extremely powerful. But the two of them had never met before. She felt that Heaven Monarch Ziyang's words were coincidental, but she did not think too much about it. Could it be that this ancient freak was deliberately waiting for her here? Why are you still not apologizing? Heaven Monarch Ziyang snorted again. He was very dissatisfied. Hearing Heaven Monarch Ziyang's words, Song Fan and the others turned pale. They quickly apologized to Gu Xian'er. They were very embarrassed and frightened. It seemed that they were very afraid of Heaven Monarch Ziyang. Seeing this, Gu Xian'er frowned. But she did not pursue the matter. After all, she was not the kind of person who would not let go. The other party was already seriously injured. They had paid the price and apologized. She would not blame them. Then this is all for today. You can get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Seeing this, Heaven Monarch Ziyang nodded satisfactorily. He waved his hand and asked Song Fan and the others to get lost. The scene of the hero saving the beauty today was very old-fashioned. But as it was his first meeting with Gu Xian'er in this life, he was very satisfied. Only then would it seem reasonable, natural, and coincidental. Moreover, very few people knew that Song Fan was actually his follower. So Heaven Monarch Zi Yang was not afraid of Gu Xian or finding out. Everything was arranged by him. Hearing this, Song Fan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were about to leave. Wait. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. In the void, there was a blurry fluctuation. A man in white with an indifferent expression stepped out. Did I allow you to leave? Gu Changa's figure appeared here. His voice, as usual, did not fluctuate much. He did not look at Gu Xian, who was slightly shocked. Instead, he looked at Song Fan and the others who were kneeling below. His eyes were very cold. Wang Zhongyong, who was at the mountain gate, had already informed him when Gu Xian arrived. Gu Changa was too lazy to come. But considering this girl's character, if he did not come, she would definitely come to him to spite him. In the end, he came and saw this scene. Heaven Monarch Zi Yang was really tired of living. He directed and acted out a scene of the hero saving the beauty. This silly girl did not realize it. Did she think that he was doing it for her own good? It seemed that those old monsters had taught her for nothing. If they saw this scene, they would be furious. Gu Changa wanted to crack open her head to see what was inside. However, he did not notice Heaven Monarch Zi Yang before. Now, he could see that he was a person of great luck. He even had a faint feeling that he was the son of luck. Gu Changa, at this moment, Heaven Monarch Zi Yang's expression changed slightly. He felt that something was wrong. It was out of his control. But on the surface, he still looked a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Gu Changa's figure to appear here. Young Lord Changa, why are you here? He asked in surprise. It seemed that he did not know the relationship between Gu Xian and Gu Changa. Gu Changa, Gu Xian was pleasantly surprised. But soon, she became cold again. She snorted and said, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say that you were not coming to pick me up?" However, Gu Changa did not care about her at all. His expression was cold as he looked down at Song Fan and the others. As for Song Fan and the others, the moment Gu Changa appeared, their faces turned as white as snow, draining of all color. If the fear from before had been an act, then their current expressions were genuine fear. Even their divine souls could not help but tremble. Under Gu Changa's gaze, they felt as if their souls were being frozen and cracked. They felt as if they were lowly ants or even worse than them. The fear that Gu Changa brought to them was greater than anyone else's. Subconsciously, they wanted to look at Heaven Monarch Zi Yang. But they did not dare to. After all, if they did, it would expose Heaven Monarch Zi Yang's plan. The consequences would be equally terrible. At this moment, Gu Changa spoke again. He asked calmly, "Do you recognize me?" He looked at Song Fan and the others. His expression was calm. Yes, yes, Song Fan and the others felt their scalps go numb. Their skulls were about to be opened. They were extremely scared and replied in a trembling voice. Who in the Immortal Academy did not know Gu Changa? It's good that you recognize her. Gu Changa nodded and said in a casual tone, "Do you recognize her?" He pointed at Gu Xian, who was staring at him. The expressions of Song Fan and the others became more and more frightened. At this moment, there was even despair. Now I recognize her, they braced themselves and only dared to say so. Now you recognize her? That's not too late. Gu Changa said calmly, however, I have said before that other than me, no one in this world can bully her. So, how do you want to die now? Hearing the word die, Song Fan and the others could not help but tremble. Their divine souls trembled. They were even more frightened and desperate. When Gu Changa said, "Die," he was not joking with them. For a moment, everyone was so frightened that they could not speak properly. They almost kowtowed and cried. "Young Master Changa, please spare our lives. Before this, we didn't know that she was your sister." "Yes. Young Master Chang'e, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare our lives. This is all a misunderstanding. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to do this even if we were given 10,000 guts. At this moment, Song Fan was also scared out of his wits. He was full of fear and despair and could not stop pleading for mercy. Gu Chang'e, you are too much. What do you mean only you can bully me? Gu Xian was dissatisfied. She was just short of punching him with her jade fist in anger. However, she also knew that this was Gu Chang'e standing up for her. She had just entered the sect and encountered such a thing. Although the other party had apologized, she was also holding back her anger. Of course, in her opinion, what Gu Chang'e said about die was a little too much. After all, this crime did not warrant death. However, with Gu Chang'e's temperament, he was his style. This made Gu Xian feel both touched and helpless. Normal people would not dare to accept Gu Chang'e's concern. Young Master Chang'e, isn't this punishment too much? Although they spoke rudely, they did not cause any harm to Miss Xian. Moreover, those who did not know are innocent. Before this, they did not know that Miss Xian was your sister. At this moment, Master of Heaven Ziyang had no choice but to speak. He frowned and tried to persuade him. Gu Chang'e's ruthless character made him feel helpless. He killed people at the slightest provocation. He did not expect that things would develop to this stage. As soon as Gu Chang'e appeared, all his plans and expectations were destroyed. However, Master of Heaven Ziyang still felt that Gu Chang'e would more or less give him some face. After all, they were all disciples of the sequence. He had already pleaded for mercy. Have you punished them? When Gu Chang'e heard this, he only raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he said casually, I don't think so. Instead, I feel that letting them die like this is letting them off too easily. Although Xian is a little stupid, not everyone can scheme against her. Since they dared to trick her, they should pay the price. In my opinion, all of them combined are not worth a single strand of hair on this stupid girl's 673 head. The people of the Gu family, especially the younger sister of Gu Chang'e, are not people that can be bullied by anyone. Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned. She looked at Gu Chang'e suspiciously. She had been tricked. Could it be that Master of Heaven Ziyang had directed and acted out all this himself? What was his motive? After all, they had never seen each other before this. But soon, she realized what Gu Chang'e's next sentence was. She felt her head buzzing and went blank again. Her face was burning. Why did he suddenly say something like that? What did he mean by, all of them are not worth a single strand of hair on her head? How could he praise someone like that? It was so corny. Gu Chang'e had indeed become more detestable. Young Master Chang'e, why don't you do me a favor and give Miss Xian a satisfactory apology for what happened today? We are all disciples of the Immortal Academy. Seeing Gu Xian's expression, Master of Heaven Ziyang's face became gloomy. But he quickly recovered. He spoke again calmly and in a deep voice. Do you think I'm doing you a favor? Who do you think you are? But before he finished speaking, Gu Chang'e directly interrupted him. Gu Chang'e's expression was as cold as usual. There was no change in his expression. I'm doing you a favor. Do you dare to accept it? Buzz. Hearing this, the place suddenly became quiet. It was as if a needle had fallen. Song Fan and the others were extremely shocked. They kept trembling and their divine souls were terrified. As soon as Gu Chang'e finished speaking, he directly made a move. He was extremely powerful. Accompanied by the five-colored divine light, a palm came down from the sky. The divine light surged like a millstone that could destroy the world, just like Master of Heaven Ziyang's move just now. But the terrifying aura made one's skin explode and their divine souls almost collapse. Gu Chang'e, you, Master of Heaven. Zi Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly. He never thought that Gu Chang'e would say that and not give him any face. Moreover, he was even more powerful. He was going to kill those people in front of him. However, he still forcefully endured it. Master of Heaven Zi Yang, save me, we don't want to die. Facing the giant palm that covered the sky, Song Fan and the others were extremely desperate. Their divine souls were about to collapse. They wanted to resist. But they were suppressed by the terrifying aura and could not move at all. Master of Heaven Zi Yang arranged all of this. It has nothing to do with us. Seeing that Master of Heaven Zi Yang did not make a move, they forced themselves to endure. At this time, their last hope was gone. They could not help but shout, wanting to tell the truth. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm kind enough to save you. Master of Heaven Zi Yang's expression changed slightly. Then, he said coldly, how dare you slander me at this time? Poof! However, Gu Chang'e did not give Song Fan and the others a chance to speak. He knew that Master of Heaven Zi Yang did not care about their lives and would not admit to anything. When the palm landed, those people immediately exploded. Blood mist drifted and their bodies and divine souls were destroyed. The place became quiet. Chapter 279. Rumble. Divine light bloomed, and the void cracked. A terrifying crack appeared, showing the unparalleled power of that palm. When he was in the heavenly stellar realm, Gu Chang'e had obtained the fortune of the human ancestor and fused with the world-cleansing green lotus. Every cell in his body gushed out the power of the world. 60 trillion cells were like an ancient world that had been revived. That kind of power was simply shocking. Gu Chang'e's palm fell like the palm of a celestial emperor. It was accompanied by 5-colored divine light, covering Song Fan and the other two. Splurt. In the next moment, blood bloomed, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. They didn't even have time to scream before they were killed in an instant. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. These people actually said such baseless words before they died. Even death can't wipe out their crimes. Just now, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang even kindly pleaded for mercy for them. In my opinion, it's not worth it at all. However, I believe that after today, some people will learn their lesson. If they dare to approach Xian again, these people will be their examples. Gu Chang'e retracted his palm and looked at Lord of Heaven Zi Yang with interest. Then, he said with a smile, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang. He had killed a few young geniuses, especially one who was a quasi-sequence cultivator. To him, it was like crushing a few ants. He didn't care at all. His words weren't loud, as if they were meant for the cultivators who were watching not far away. There, huge mountains stood tall, one after another. They were incomparably tall, and there was also colorful fog and white fog flowing. It was like the holy land of immortals. Many young geniuses heard the commotion and rushed over. They witnessed what happened with their own eyes. At that moment, many people couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs when they heard Gu Chang'e's words. A terrifying cold air swept through their limbs and bones, making their hair stand on end. That was Gu Chang'e's terrifying power. Even in the Immortal Academy, he was so powerful. They were all disciples of the Immortal Academy, but he didn't show any mercy. He killed without hesitation. Moreover, they knew that the elders had definitely noticed what happened just now, but no one dared to show up and stop Gu Chang'e. What does this mean? This meant that even the elders of True Immortal Academy were extremely fearful of Gu Chang'e, not willing to easily provoke him. As for the disciples who were slapped to death, they could only admit that they were unlucky. They could have offended anyone, but they just had to offend Gu Chang'e. Wasn't this the same as the god of longevity hanging himself? Was he tired of living? They had seen what had just happened very clearly. They weren't sure if Purple Sun Heaven Monarch had arranged for this to happen. However, Gu Chang'e didn't give any face to Heaven Monarch Zi Yang. News of this would probably spread among the disciples very soon. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face was damaged. In the future, he would inevitably clash with Gu Chang'e in True Immortal Academy. As a sequence disciple, Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's actions today were also because he was wary of Gu Chang'e's performance. It was likely that Zi Yang Heaven Monarch would not be able to raise his head among the sequence disciples for a period of time. Even though Golden Cicada Buddha was wary of Gu Chang'e, he still fought with Gu Chang'e fair and square before losing in the end. You are too reckless. How can you just casually kill people in True Immortal Academy? Gu Xian didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so decisive. At this moment, she was a bit worried. After all, this was True Immortal Academy and not any other place. If the forces behind these disciples or the elders blamed them, wouldn't Gu Chang'e be in trouble? Shut up. I'll settle this with you later. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression was cold. He only glanced at her and didn't speak nicely at all. Gu Xian was anxious, but she felt wronged in her heart. She was clearly concerned about him. What did she do wrong? He actually wanted to settle the score with her. What kind of bad luck did she have? I have to thank young Master Chang'e for helping me get rid of these scums of True Immortal Academy. Otherwise, I would have personally helped True Immortal Academy to get rid of these scums. Then, Master of Purple Sun finally spoke. There was even a slight smile on his face, as if he didn't care about what Gu Chang'e said just now. Of course, Master of Purple Sun knew that these words were actually said to him by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had already seen through his trick and warned him not to get close to Gu Xian. However, he didn't care. When he saw the broken scene of the future, he was destined to stand against Gu Chang'e and become enemies with Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. If that's what Purple Sun Lord thinks, then this Gu can rest assured. Very soon, the place returned to silence. Although Master of Purple Sun was very gloomy, he was very shrewd. Therefore, he didn't show it on the surface. However, he had a better understanding of Gu Chang'e's strong and cold attitude. No matter what, the news that Gu Chang'e didn't give him any face today would spread quickly. This made Master of Purple Sun lose face and made him even more afraid of Gu Chang'e. Especially now, Gu Xian seemed to trust Gu Chang'e so much that he didn't guard against him at all. Thinking of Gu Xian's tragic ending in the future, Master of Purple Sun's mood became even heavier. With a flash of purple light, he didn't stop. In a flash, he disappeared into the depths of the academy. In the depths of the academy, there was a divine island floating in mid-air, covered by the chaotic aura. Many of the elders had personally witnessed what happened just now. At that moment, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Although Master of Purple Sun was once the #1 in the upper world, he was also afraid of Gu Chang'e. Although what happened today seemed rational, he was actually enduring. This state of mind can only be said to be worthy of being the successor of the Purple Mansion. If it were other people, they would probably rush up immediately and fight Gu Chang'e to the death. Speaking of which, Gu Chang'e is so strong. It seems that he is prepared to suppress all the heavenly talents in this generation. I wonder if there is anyone in the same generation who can compete with him. After Golden Cicada Buddha was defeated, he didn't do anything else. It seems that he came to the Immortal Academy to find a pure Buddhist robe. There was indeed a rumor that the pure Buddhist robe was in the Immortal Academy. But the exact location, no one knows. During the conversation, they didn't mention a word about the few disciples that were killed by Gu Chang'e. They didn't care at all. After all, the Immortal Academy was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Gu Chang'e, why were you so fierce to me just now? Colorful clouds flowed and white mist filled the air. On the towering mountain peak, Gu Xian stared at the silent and indifferent Gu Chang'e in front of her with some dissatisfaction. She didn't know why Gu Chang'e was so angry. She didn't do anything. She was very confused. She didn't know why she was bullied by a few disciples as soon as she entered the mountain gate. Then, Master of Purple Sun appeared and helped her solve this problem. Naturally, she could tell that this was all arranged by Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. A self-directed hero saving the beauty. Could it be that Master of Purple Sun really had some thoughts about her? Or did he want to use her to scheme against Gu Chang'e? Although Gu Chang'e helped him vent his anger, she couldn't ignore him like this and leave him hanging on the other side. And he didn't say a word. It was as if he was only here to lead her in. Gu Xian, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Gu Chang'e finally stopped and spoke. However, his tone was very cold. Gu Xian, was a little stunned. She didn't know why, but she felt a little scared. Gu Chang'e, don't think that you can continue to bully me and call me stupid. However, Gu Xian, still mustered up her courage and retorted. Then it seems that you are really stupid. Where did all your cleverness go? Gu Chang'e turned around and looked at her face. She asked faintly. If I didn't come today, would you still be grateful to Master of Purple Sun? Thank him for saving you? Gu Chang'e, what are you thinking? How is that possible? Do you think I can't see it? This show was arranged by Master of Purple Sunday. Although I don't know what his motive is. Gu Xian heard this and quickly retorted. She felt that Gu Chang'e had underestimated her. He felt that she couldn't even see through such an obvious show. Oh. Since you saw through it, why did you let those guys go? Gu Chang'e asked calmly. This is Immortal Academy. It's not a place for you to be merciful. Don't I still have you? Gu Xian mumbled. However, seeing that Gu Chang'e's expression was not right, she quickly changed the topic. How did you know that I came to Immortal Academy? Also, why did Ziyang Heavenly Monarch arrange such a show? I've never seen him before. This was also what she couldn't understand. How did I know that you came to Immortal Academy? That's not important. You just need to remember that Master of Purple Sun has bad intentions towards you. Maybe he wants to get on your good side so that he can enter the Gu clan and become a live-in son-in-law. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said. His expression had returned to normal. He was worried that Gu Xian was too stupid and couldn't even see through Master of Purple Sun's little trick. However, since Gu Xian said so, Gu Chang'e naturally couldn't be bothered. Then, he planned to send someone to investigate Master of Purple Sunday acting like a hero saving a damsel in distress for no reason. Could it be that he really wanted Gu Xian's body? Or did he have other motives? He smelled the scent of a son of destiny on Master of Purple Sunday. However, the system didn't mention it. Humph, Gu Chang'e, don't talk nonsense. What live-in son-in-law? I'm not interested in that kind of guy. Forget it if you don't want to say it. I know you were angry just now because you were worried about me. Gu Xian didn't know why, but he felt very uncomfortable when he heard Gu Chang'e's understatement. What did he mean by getting on his good side and becoming a live-in son-in-law? Was that how he felt in his heart? That he could easily trust others? Moreover, how could he be interested in Master of Purple Sun? Now, Gu Xian only felt baffled and disgusted by him. He wanted to know what Master of Purple Sun had up his sleeve. Gu Xian, you really know how to flatter yourself. Master of Purple Sun just wants to use you to achieve his goal. Think about it, that guy probably wants to use you to deal with me. Do you really think that I did it for you? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only sneered and didn't take it seriously. Gu Chang'e, you bastard, Gu Xian was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so stubborn at this time. Her voice suddenly became dissatisfied. When will you change that stubborn and arrogant character of yours? He was obviously concerned about her, but he had to come up with so many excuses. He was afraid that others would notice his real purpose. How could this guy be so overboard? I think you've become arrogant after not seeing me for so long. Do you want to be beaten? Gu Changa's expression was still calm, but he didn't finish his sentence. However, Gu Xian's face was a little angry. Then, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and came forward with courage from who knows where. Gu Changa only felt that his lips were touched lightly. Clear, cold, soft, and sweet. Even with his personality, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned at this time. This silly girl, then, Gu Changa sighed slightly. Looking at Gu Xian's blushing figure running away, he didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, this was the first time that today's matter was out of his expectations. Gu Xian's action, in his opinion, was very bold and proactive. Should I change my attitude towards this girl? But if I treat her nicely, she'll ride on my head. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind, but he quickly calmed down. But soon, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lord of Heaven Ziyang, how dare you covet my things? It's over, Gu Xian, why are you suddenly so stupid? What did you do just now? On the other side, Gu Xian, who had turned into a divine glow and appeared on another mountain peak, looked like a cooked prawn. She was very flustered and nervous. She didn't know how to face Gu Changa next. She also didn't know what happened to her just now. Where did she get the guts and courage to do such a thing? It was a strange coincidence. By the time she reacted, Gu Xian's mind was already blank. It was too late. Sigh, Gu Changa, that despicable guy, is probably laughing at me now. It's so embarrassing. I don't know how to face him in the future. Gu Xian had already thought of Gu Changa's hateful expression of pretending to be obedient. This made her somewhat angry, but also very helpless. Forget it, I'll hide from that guy first. I don't want to be caught and laughed at by him. Her small face was full of distress and regret. Then, she moved and went to the courtyard where her master, the Great Elder, was. Before she came, Gu Xian knew that the Great Elder was in the Immortal Academy. So when she came here, she had to find him first. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the depths of the Immortal Academy, it was not calm at all. Great mountains appeared one after another. Some were completely black, some were releasing scarlet multicolored light, some were surging with purple energy, some were resplendent with green light. Heaven and earth spiritual energy pervaded the air, extremely extraordinary. The spiritual energy was incomparably rich, forming a great waterfall. Ancient tree branches reached into the sky, divine mountains majestic, as if it was an otherworldly paradise. At this moment, there was a strange stone surrounded by multicolored light. It was trembling slightly, divine light in tens of thousands of streaks, auspicious colors in tens of thousands, continuously washing down. The strange stone was half a person tall, great Tao imprints interweaving on its surface, as well as many seals engraved on it. It was incomparably dazzling. The great waterfall of spiritual energy poured down, maintaining this state for countless years. Many strange beasts and auspicious birds were crawling below, extremely quiet. Calculating the time, it's about time for it to come into the world. We've waited for this moment for too long. Yeah, this 9 heavens wondrous stone that my Immortal Academy has nurtured for countless years should also come into the world today. It won't be easy. I just don't know what kind of freak will appear. Could it be the descendant of a true immortal? Many ancient existences had chaotic energy swirling about them, their chi and blood shockingly boundless, their clothes incomparably simple and unadorned. They were currently here, extremely stirred up, excitedly staring at the wondrous stone in front of them. Their eyes looked like they were staring at some exceptional immortal treasure. After encountering such a great and resplendent world, how could my Immortal Academy's wondrous stone be missing? They were full of expectation, staring forward, not blinking for even a moment out of fear of missing something. Whine. At this time, this wondrous stone seemed to have sensed that there were people observing it from the outside. Even more resplendent radiance rushed into the heavens, wishing to take the initiative to break through the seal on its surface. The symbols on its surface also seemed to have come alive, starting to flutter about, appearing in the void, carrying a type of shocking immortal intent. This place seemed to have become a land of ascension for immortals. Hurry and look, look! It is about to break through the seal and come out. There were some old monsters who were incomparably shocked, but they also became even more excited and expectant. On the tall mountains outside this region, there were quite a few figures who appeared, gazing over from the distance. They all received news that this wondrous stone was going to appear, feeling extremely shocked. This wondrous stone's Immortal Academy's origins could be traced back to a long time ago. That was why many people knew of this wondrous stone's existence. Something that fell from the 9 heavens, could it be that it is a true immortal's descendant? Phoenix wings on her back, the tall and slender heavenly Phoenix Maiden's figure appeared on a certain mountain peak. Within her eyes, many symbols flickered, producing all types of scenes. It was as if she wanted to see through that stone. Phoenix Maiden, what do you think? On her other side, a heroic male who drove the 4 spirits war chariot appeared, his body covered in golden armor. Even his eyes were 5-colored divine blood flowing within his body, his aura majestic and heaven-shocking. He was like a young deity, precisely Heavenly Emperor Mountain's divine prince. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden shot him a look, shaking her head, saying, I can't see through it, it is too mysterious. Rumors say that the Phoenix Maiden is the reincarnation of an immortal phoenix, yet there is actually something you can't see through? The divine prince asked with a smile. When she heard this, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden became silent, no longer paying him any attention. Whine. Meanwhile, at this time, a golden passage suddenly appeared in the sky dome above, a 7- or 8-year-old white-clothed girl walking over. She was untainted by a speck of dust, her jet-black hair very soft, eyes like black gemstones, but also carrying a starry sky-like depth. When they saw this white-clothed girl, many old monsters' expressions changed, hurriedly paying their respects, greetings, star ancestor. Could this be that? Many young heavenly talents were also shocked, immediately recognizing this white-clothed girl's identity. Even though she looked very young, her age was actually incomparably ancient. Chapter 280. Star Ancestor. This name, in the ears of many old antiques of true Immortal Academy, was not unfamiliar at all. It even represented a terrifying existence in a certain period of time. Rumble. In another direction, there was also a fluctuation. They were all extremely terrifying existences of true Immortal Academy. Even the stooped dark old man that Old Stone transformed into was among them. His appearance shocked even the white-clothed girl called Star Ancestor. The expressions of the other old antiques were even more shocked as they bowed to him. Greetings, Old Stone. The girl in white bowed slightly to Old Stone. Old Stone smiled slightly, Star Girl, you don't have to be so polite. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've become younger again. The girl in white named Star Ancestor smiled bitterly, Old Stone, don't tease me. You also know that my body really can't be helped. Hearing this, Old Stone smiled and did not say anything else. He looked at the strange stone below and said, speaking of which, I can be considered to be of the same origin as this strange stone. We are both stones. It's just that it hasn't been born, and even I can't see through its origin. Old Stone is joking. If you can't see through it, then there's no need to say anything about it. Star Ancestor smiled helplessly. I'm not talking nonsense. Old Stone smiled. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have come here. In addition to them, there were many ancient existences of orthodoxies gathered here, and there were even many supreme beings. Almost all of them came to watch the birth of the strange stone. For a time, it was almost everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes turned to look at him. Crack. The next moment, the sparkling and brilliant strange stone suddenly trembled, revealing a mysterious aura. All kinds of great Tao runes appeared from time to time, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Stones began to fall from above. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. There was a bright brilliance, and it was even accompanied by chaotic fog, looking strange and extraordinary. Pieces of mysterious runes flew in the air. In a trance, everyone seemed to see the appearance of a mysterious and vast world. Immortal birds and auspicious beasts, divine mountains and ancient trees seemed incomparably ancient. The movement of this birth is so scary. Could it really be the descendant of a true immortal? Even if it isn't, it should be close. It has a lot to do with immortals. Just this movement is comparable to the birth of many peerless constitutions. Could this world be the legendary Nine Heavens? However, I have heard that the holy daughter from the Wang family is the most frightening of all. She only came out recently from the longevity Wang family. Previously, she had hidden herself very well. After all, he is the successor of the human ancestor palace. He is a natural-born saint. Indeed, he cannot be compared. Everyone started to discuss among themselves. Their gazes were filled with anticipation, shock, and curiosity. No one tried to stop this process, all of them waiting for the creatures within the wondrous stones to appear. Boom! Soon, as the final crack opened, a divine talisman shot into the sky. Then, a blurry figure wrapped in runes could be seen sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. The most eye-catching thing was the resplendent immortal will on his body. He was like an ancient immortal who had been sealed away for a long time. One could tell that this was a male, the clothes on his body extremely ancient, as if they were things from many great eras ago. However, as for which epoch it was, Xiao Qin could not say for now. I have finally come into being, this familiar heaven and earth spiritual energy, these familiar heaven and earth laws, I have finally left that damned Nine Heavens place. Staying there for 300 years really wasn't easy. It was truly a torture. Meanwhile, the male within the wondrous stones seemed to be talking to himself, his emotions stirred up, excited, and moved. His words were also extremely ancient, not the words of this great era. Even Old Stone and the others couldn't hear what he was saying. Faintly, they felt like he was talking about the Nine Heavens. This made Old Stone's heart tremble. This language seemed to come from that forbidden great era that had long been buried by the river of time. Could this male be someone from the same era as him? His expression immediately became incomparably complicated, his emotions all different. I have finally come into being again. Only, I don't know how much time has passed in the outside world. 300 years have passed in the Nine Heavens, it shouldn't be that long in the outside world. The male within the wondrous stones was still talking to himself, as if he didn't care about the nearby people at all. Right now, all of his attention was on the memories in his mind. Back then, his name was Qin Wuya, and he was the eldest senior brother of the Boundless Tao sect. His talent was outstanding, his master favored him, his junior brother admired him, he had a junior sister who wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, as well as a gentle Tao companion who loved him deeply. Everything was perfect. However, one day, when he went out to train, he accidentally touched a crack and fell in. And that crack was the entrance to the most mysterious Nine Heavens in the legends. Back then, he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. However, the Nine Heavens was a legendary place that countless people dreamed of, and he had encountered it just like that. In the Nine Heavens, he encountered many dangers, but also many opportunities. Life and death accompanied each other, misfortune and fortune depended on each other. He suffered bitterly there, struggling to live for 300 years. In the end, he found a celestial origin stone and thought of a way to seal himself inside. Because the celestial origin stone was the only thing that could cross the barrier of the Nine Heavens and fall into the outside world. Qin Wuya knew that was the only way for him to leave the Nine Heavens. Only by leaving the Nine Heavens could he find his master, Tao companion, junior brother, and junior sister, and reunite with them. Therefore, Qin Wuya was sighing, and didn't notice that many people nearby were sizing him up with different expressions. This bloodline, it seems that something is wrong. Old Stone's eyes flashed with great Tao runes. He frowned. This aura seems to be of the human race. And it's a very ordinary human. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? The little girl called Star Ancestor also nodded, and said doubtfully, yes, his aura is indeed of the human race, and his cultivation is not very high. Could it be that there was a mistake? They were very shocked, and found it hard to believe. Because they found that after the light on the man's body faded, he looked too ordinary. Other than his clothes being very old, there was nothing special about him. His appearance was ordinary, his figure was ordinary, and even his cultivation seemed to be only at the heavenly god realm. He was just an ordinary cultivator who couldn't be any more ordinary. The many strange phenomena just now seemed to be completely caused by this strange stone, and with the accumulation of all kinds of spiritual energy materials in True Immortal Academy over the years, it created such a scene. Just like this, and he's the son of a true immortal. Come on, it's too disappointing. In the nearby mountains, many young female disciples were also very disappointed. This was completely different from what they had expected. I thought it would be a man like young Master Chang'e, but in the end, this guy is not related to a true immortal at all. It seems that young Master Chang'e is related to immortals. However, young Master Chang'e is known to have the talent of a true immortal, and it's not just for show. Whether it was the young geniuses or the old antiques, their expressions were a bit stiff, in disbelief. Under the expectations of so many people, such a man appeared in the end. More or less the contrast was a bit big. Compared to the expectations in their hearts, it was a complete avalanche. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. If his cultivation was high, then it would be fine. But whether it was his aura or temperament, it was not related to immortals. Instead, it was like a lucky person who was touched by this strange stone's luck for some reason. This, the heavenly phoenix maiden and the divine prince, who were originally full of expectations, were a bit stiff. They did not expect such a big reversal. True Immortal Academy, this strange stone that is said to have fallen from the 9 heavens is a bit disappointing. The divine prince could not help but lightly shake his head. He was a bit suspicious of the word said. The heavenly phoenix maiden did not speak, but the expression in her eyes betrayed her feelings. She originally thought that this would be a strong opponent, but in the end, she found that he was a bit too ordinary. Of course, this ordinary was in True Immortal Academy. In the outside world, he was quite a good genius. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that simple. Old Stone was still seriously sizing up Qin Wuya, feeling that this man seemed to be hiding many secrets. This cultivation was a bit strange. After being sealed for so many years and being watered by all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual energy day and night, it should not be like this. Could it be that this man was deliberately hiding his strength? At this moment, Qin Wuya finally reacted to his current state, and noticed that many people nearby were looking at him. He quickly understood that everyone was doubting and looking down on him. However, he did not care. After living in the 9 heavens for 300 years, he knew many things. Keeping a low profile was the most important thing. Moreover, his strength was definitely not as simple as the heavenly god realm. This was just his realm before he fell into the 9 heavens. In the 9 heavens, his realm had greatly increased, and he also brought back many unique immortal items. Therefore, he did not care about what others thought of him, unless they really came to provoke him. Next, I just need to figure out where I am now, and how long has passed since I entered the 9 heavens. This is the most important thing. Qin Wuya muttered in his heart, thinking about what he had to do next. While the depths of True Immortal Academy were incomparably lively, and many geniuses and old monsters were gathering there. Gu Chang'e's figure was on a very majestic mountain peak. His boundless divine sense that was like a river of stars enveloped the surroundings. He felt that there was no one nearby who could sense his existence, and only then did he relax slightly. This is the best time for me to do so. The smile on Gu Changa's face seemed to have a deeper meaning. Then, he looked down and quickly noticed Ing Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating with her eyes closed. At this time, he did not plan to make a move against Ing Shuang, because he still had a reason for staying with her. However, the water was not muddy enough. He needed to secretly lend her a hand. Then, Gu Chang'e locked onto a secluded forest not far from Ing Shuang's cave, but there were still a few geniuses' cave residences on the way. The forest was faint, and there were specks of multicolored light. There were many ancient medicines growing outside, and dense purple light was gushing out from the cracks of the stones, rising in the void. There was also a cave residence here, and there was an aura fluctuation coming from it. Clearly, it was at a critical moment of cultivation. One of the young geniuses was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. There were waves of dense fluctuations, and he had a special physique. He did not notice Gu Chang'e's gaze at all. Buzz! On the mountain peak, Gu Chang'e stepped over and instantly disappeared into the void. In the cave residence, there was a sound of horror and disbelief, and soon it was quiet again. Not long after, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared again, and there was no change in his expression. In that cave residence, there was a dead silence, and there was no aura or fluctuation. Naturally, there were no geniuses there. Then, Gu Chang'e glanced at the cave residence where Ing Shuang was, and his smile was a little inexplicable, and soon disappeared. Master, the strange stone of the Immortal Academy has appeared, but the geniuses who appeared seem a little strange. Although their origin is very ancient and mysterious, their cultivation is not high. It seems that they are only in the divine realm, which made many people return in disappointment. After returning to the palace, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised to hear the report from his followers. Divine realm cultivation. It attracted so many people, but in the end, this is the result. He raised the tip of his eyebrows. Gu Chang'e naturally knew this news, but he did not go to see it. After all, he wanted to take this opportunity to help Ing Shuang prove her identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. Yes, at that time, many old antiques and disciples rushed over, but they were all very disappointed. And that mysterious genius was also taken away by the elders, who seemed to have something to ask. The followers below reported respectfully. Gu Chang'e nodded, a little thoughtful, and then waved his hand to let them go. For some reason, he always felt that this genius sealed in the strange stone would not be too simple. In terms of cultivation, the divine realm in the Immortal Academy was a little too low. And in the days when that strange stone appeared, a piece of news was spread from the mouths of many disciples of the Immortal Academy, causing a great uproar. A young heaven's pride with a special constitution had disappeared without a trace. Yes, it was a person who disappeared into thin air while cultivating in the cave residence, leaving no aura or fluctuation. Even those elders, who went to trace the scene, did not find the slightest problem and were helpless. Once this news was spread, it shocked many people and caused a lot of panic. Combined with the recent events, many people instantly connected it to the inheritor of demonic arts. After all, many previous deeds showed that the greatest characteristic of the inheritor of demonic arts was to choose some geniuses with special physiques, and in the end, no fluctuations were left behind. Therefore, many geniuses and elders came to a conclusion with heavy expressions. Without a doubt, that young genius had been secretly harmed by the inheritor of demonic arts. And this meant that the inheritor of demonic arts had already mixed in, hiding among the geniuses, changing his face, and no one knew his true identity. This matter caused a huge sensation and panic again, and some unfamiliar geniuses were vigilant. Many elders also began to patrol, trying to find the inheritor of demonic arts. This time, you were too impulsive and reckless. You just entered the Immortal Academy not long ago, and you already started to make a move. Although you hid your methods very well, at this time, you are too bold. What if you were seen by someone? At this moment, in the cave residence where divine light interweaved, Elder Mo's figure appeared here, talking to Ing Shuang with a dignified expression, a little worried. A genius had been harmed by the inheritor of demonic arts. He immediately thought of Ing Shuang. After all, he had personally brought her in. Although Ing Shuang had never displayed the forbidden demonic arts in front of him before, but combined with the many deeds and rumors that had happened before, Ing Shuang's identity as the inheritor of the forbidden demonic arts couldn't escape. And this time, the inheritor of demonic arts had appeared again, so he believed that it was definitely Ing Shuang who did it. That was why he came here to ask him, a little worried that his identity would be exposed. Hearing this, Ing Shuang said with a calm expression, "I know. There won't be a problem." Although he said that, the fists hidden under his robes were tightly clenched, and he was very angry and unwilling. Although he did need the identity of the inheritor of demonic arts now, so that Elder Mo could protect him from behind. However, he was once again made a scapegoat for no apparent reason. This made him angry and unwilling in his heart. This was really like the saying, a person sits at home, but the blame falls from the sky. He hadn't even taken half a step out of the cave residence, and he had become the murderer of a young genius. And he had to admit it. In this world, was there anything more sullen and helpless than this? Since that's the case, then be careful. Don't be too arrogant. Hearing this, Elder Mo nodded, relieved, and left. Damn it, you framed me again. After old Mo left, Ing Shuang's expression suddenly became twisted and sinister. She was furious and sullen to the extreme. Chapter 281. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts from Immortal Academy quickly spread to all the disciples. During this period of time, whether it was the elders, sequence disciples, quasi-sequence disciples, or inner and outer sect disciples, they were all in a state of panic. A young Heaven's Pride with a special physique had mysteriously disappeared from his own cave. This matter made many people tremble in fear, their hearts producing a terrifying chill. An inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding right beside them. Who could be sure that the next disciple to be killed would not be them? Even the heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the other sequence disciples were extremely vigilant towards the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, the inheritor of the demonic arts was someone who could escape unscathed from Gu Chang'e. He himself had many powerful techniques and a supreme weapon. If he really faced the inheritor of the demonic arts, who could guarantee that he would be safe? Ing Shuang was once the inheritor of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, but now he cultivated the forbidden demonic arts and betrayed Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As the inheritor of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I will definitely find him and return peace to this world. The Divine Prince drove the four spirits' war chariot and rumbled through the sky. His whole body was covered in light, bright and dazzling, like a young god. He said that he wanted to suppress the inheritor of the demonic arts. The other young Heaven's Pride of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, including Ing Shuang's sister, Ing Yu, and others. During this period of time, they also searched everywhere in Immortal Academy. They wanted to find Ing Shuang, who had disguised himself and entered the academy. It was just that even true Immortal Academy's elders were helpless against this. Their search was even more useless. Ing Shuang has already fallen into the demonic path. In his eyes, you are no longer his sister. When he meets you, do you think he will show you mercy? He saw that the expression in Ing Yu's silver eyes was very sad. The Divine Prince's voice was even colder, not leaving her any room for fantasy. Hearing this, Ing Yu's expression was even more sad. If I meet him, I won't show him mercy. She nodded. She knew that the Divine Prince was warning her, worried that she would be emotional. It's good that you understand this. I don't want to have to clean up the school again when the time comes, the Divine Prince said lightly. His own bloodline was not weaker than Prince Ying's. In fact, it was even stronger. If it wasn't for Prince Ying betraying Heavenly Emperor Mountain, maybe he wouldn't have come out and would still be sealed. Moreover, his father was an existence even older than Heavenly Emperor Ing. His status in the 10,000 ancient races was only higher than Heavenly Emperor Ing. With the Divine Prince personally appearing and saying these words, many young geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Gu Chang'e, who was widely recognized as the #1 person in the younger generation, naturally stood up and spoke. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. This Gu will definitely cooperate with the elders to track down his whereabouts and seek justice for the young geniuses who were tragically poisoned. As soon as he said this, many young Heaven's favorites calmed down and relaxed. After all, now that Gu Chang'e was involved, wouldn't that inheritor of the demonic arts, who was hiding in the dark, be a lot more restrained? Many people thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts had made a move to provoke them. Wasn't Gu Chang'e's words a public response? This guy really knows how to steal the limelight. I was the one who said it first. The Divine Prince couldn't help but frown slightly. He had come out later than Gu Chang'e, and his fame hadn't spread like wildfire. Moreover, during this period of time, he often heard many young geniuses comparing him to Gu Chang'e, and he was always the one who was inferior. Although he knew that Gu Chang'e was indeed very strong, the feeling of being reduced to a supporting character was really unpleasant. This time, I must find Ing Xuan. I don't believe that Gu Chang'e can keep suppressing me. His strength is at least at the Saint realm. Right now, I'm very likely not his match. The Divine Prince's expression was a bit gloomy. He wasn't as confident and calm as many people thought. Behind him, Ing Yu and the others also kept quiet out of fear when they saw the Divine Prince's expression. After the Divine Prince came out, his methods were very tough. Emperor Ying's bloodline was greatly suppressed. Now, even Ing Yu could only listen to the Divine Prince's orders and couldn't act as she pleased. After that, the Immortal Academy became more and more restless. Of course, many elders had expected this before. After all, the inheritor of the demonic arts, Emperor Ing Xuan, had strange methods. As long as he hid his true identity, he could safely sneak in. The identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts was really difficult to investigate. Even the human ancestor palace, who often fought against the inheritors of the forbidden demonic arts, found it difficult to find him. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Dang! 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 Accompanied by 3 sounds of a bell. On the high platform, colorful light flowed and white fog filled the air. An old man with white hair and beard sat there cross-legged. His figure was blurry, and chaotic chi lingered around him. This was an elder with extremely profound cultivation. He preached the Tao to the many disciples below. For a time, wonderful sounds were produced everywhere in the world. Golden lotuses bloomed, and immortal flowers were resplendent, blooming in the void. It was very mysterious. On the nearby mountain peaks, human figures flickered, densely packed. It was incomparably lively. Many disciples had infatuated expressions, full of amazement as they listened below. They felt the powerful foundation of the Immortal Academy and the strength of the elders. Just the preaching of the Tao every day already contained incomparable principles. Many geniuses benefited greatly from this, gaining enlightenment on the spot, and even their cultivation soared. Before the Immortal Academy, they couldn't come into contact with people like Supremes at all. Now, there were Supremes preaching to them almost every day. This kind of treatment was completely different. It could only be said that as expected of the Immortal Academy, all the younger generation racked their brains to enter. Chang'e, why is that inheritor of the human ancestor palace staring at you? Did something happen between you two? On a huge blue stone, Gu Chang'e's figure was slender, his face handsome. He had his hands behind his back, listening with interest to the elder preaching on the high platform. For the disciples who had just entered the Immortal Academy, the daily Tao preaching was a cultivation content that couldn't be missed. Although Gu Chang'e didn't care much, at this time, many disciples rushed over, so he could find some targets. At this moment, he suddenly heard Yu Mingkong ask as if nothing had happened. He replied with a casual expression, "Maybe she knows my identity and is thinking of how to expose me." Yu Mingkong stood side by side with him and asked suspiciously, "Is that so? But why does that expression not seem to be the case?" There were two inheritors of the human ancestor palace. One was Wang family's Queen Zijin, and the other was Jiang Chuchu. Yu Mingkong had met Wang Zijin before, and knew that she was only a chess piece used by Gu Chang'e, so she didn't take it to heart. However, the inheritor of the human ancestor palace in front of her almost exposed Gu Chang'e's identity in her previous life. She kept staring at Gu Chang'e, so did she see something? Her expression was complicated and evasive, as if she didn't want to be noticed by Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but be a little confused and suspicious. But the human ancestor has disappeared, so the inheritor of the human ancestor palace is nothing to worry about. Soon, Yu Mingkong was relieved when she thought of this. "What's wrong? Are you worried about what I did to her?" Gu Chang'e looked at Yu Mingkong with interest, then asked. Jiang Chuchu and Wang Zijin were naturally in the Immortal Academy now. However, he didn't have the intention to greet them, because the two of them weren't of much value to him now. Gu Chang'e didn't need them for the time being, and the fate points on Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu were far less important to him than the Purple Sun Sky Lord who appeared out of nowhere. Whether it was Wang Zijin or Jiang Chuchu, Gu Chang'e didn't need to spend too much effort on them. "It's possible." Yu Mingkong didn't deny it. Gu Chang'e smiled. "The other party is the inheritor of the human ancestor palace, how can I do anything to her?" Yu Mingkong didn't believe his nonsense. The more Gu Chang'e said this, the more it showed that something was wrong. However, she didn't say anything else. During this period of time, she had already investigated the cultivation habits of the siblings, Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng. She knew that there were many old monsters guiding them around. She wanted to seize the heaven-wielding bottle in Qin Feng's hands, but she still needed to wait for the right time. Moreover, she didn't know what Gu Chang'e was planning. He seemed to still wanting Shuang to be the scapegoat, and didn't plan to do anything else. Then, the elder on the high platform finished his lecture. Many young geniuses looked regretful, and wanted to continue. Half a month later, the Immortal Academy will hold the first trial after entering the academy. Based on this trial, the resources will be determined. At the same time, the elders will also choose disciples based on this trial. However, the elder didn't leave first. Instead, he informed the others of something. After all, many young geniuses were divided according to their cultivation realm when they just entered the academy. However, actual combat strength was not equivalent to cultivation realm. Therefore, there was the saying of the entrance trial. Hearing this, many people were stunned for a moment. Then, the place was in an uproar. Almost everyone was excited. The younger generation was young and full of vigor. How could there be no competition? Their goal was to make a name for themselves everywhere. Before this, many people had been suppressing their anger and had nowhere to vent. Wasn't this trial an opportunity for them to display their strength? Half a month later, the first trial after entering the academy. Soon, the news spread, causing a small earthquake. Many of the young geniuses began to prepare themselves, planning to display their talents in the trial in half a month's time. Even the sequence disciples were no exception. They were all preparing for it. Although it hasn't been announced how the trial will be held, this might be another opportunity for me. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on a distant mountain peak. Purple Qi rose there, and a man in a purple robe stood there. He was like a small purple sun. He looked extraordinary and had a heroic feeling. It was Lord of Purple Sunday. During this period, he had sent people to investigate his background. His original name was Purple Sun, and he was born in the Purple Mansion of an imperishable sect. He was not a figure of this era, but a young supreme being from an even more ancient era. He once suppressed his peers and became the number one in the upper world. Then, he sealed himself and waited until this era to appear. Logically speaking, he should have no relationship with Gu Xian. However, according to Gu Changa's investigation, on the day Lord of Purple's son was born, purple chi spread for 30,000 miles. He seemed to be accompanied by a mysterious Taoist bone. His talent was terrifying, and he was far more mature than his peers. He should be born with innate wisdom and a mysterious Taoist bone. Coincidentally, Gu Xian was also accompanied by a Taoist bone. Gu Changa's expression was a little strange. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although such a trick was rare, it was not the first time he had encountered it. Lord of Purple's son might have known Gu Xian in his past life. In this life, if he did not dig out Gu Xian's Taoist bone, Gu Xian might have awakened some memories of his past life. Gu Xian has some strange template on her body. Could it be that she was a big shot in her past life? Gu Changa's smile was a little thought-provoking. There were really all kinds of tricks. The heavens really liked to go against him and had a deep malice towards him. However, since they were sending leaks to him, he would gladly accept it. System: the template on Lord of Purple's son's body is actually compatible with the setting of the Son of Destiny. His own destiny points are enough. But why didn't the corresponding mission be triggered? Gu Changa asked the system in his mind. This was something he was more concerned about and was very puzzled about. Logically speaking, someone like Lord of Purple's son should be considered a reincarnated prodigy. He was still compatible with the template of the Son of Destiny. It was just that compared to the so-called every dog has its day, it was relatively rare. Could it be because of this? Gu Changa was thinking. The system took the initiative to answer. Lord of Purple's son's destiny points are not enough to trigger the system's mission. During this period of time, too many people with great destiny have appeared. Master, the Son of Destiny that you need to trigger is actually someone else. Someone else? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly, showing that he was thinking. Since the system had given such a prompt, it meant that this so-called Son of Destiny was not far away from him. In other words, it was actually in the Immortal Academy. That strange stone that fell from the 9 heavens. Soon, Gu Changa locked onto his target. After all, other than that strange stone, the destiny points of the other prodigies were not related to the Son of Destiny. Even the Divine Prince, the Golden Cicada Buddha, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others were the same. At most, they had great destiny. Could it be an expert who returned from the 9 heavens? Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This was the usual style of pretending to be weak to eat the strong. He was too familiar with this. Therefore, the man who walked out of the strange stone was definitely not only at the heavenly god realm. It was very likely that he was a very terrifying expert. However, he looked ordinary and had a face that would be easily mocked and looked down on. In other words, he should have been a character of this world. Due to some coincidental reasons, he entered the 9 heavens by mistake. After many years, he was sealed in the strange stone and fell out. Gu Changa's smile was somewhat thought-provoking. He quickly analyzed the origin of this person. This way, things were much simpler. The return of the strong. This kind of trick was most commonly seen when the so-called immortal emperor returned and found his daughter living in a doghouse. With an order, millions of celestial soldiers from the immortal world rushed over, asking for fresh flowers. Of course, what Gu Changa encountered this time was not the so-called immortal emperor, but the strength of the mysterious man was still not to be underestimated. Ding, the Son of Destiny who triggered the return of the 9 heavens is the eldest senior brother who returned from the 9 heavens. At this time, after Gu Changa understood everything, the system's voice sounded, and it was as he expected. The eldest senior brother who returned from the 9 heavens. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. He asked, "What's the system prompt this time?" Buzz. As Gu Changa finished speaking, the familiar feeling came again. Light and shadow flashed past in front of him, and what appeared was still the image. In front of the tall and majestic mountain gate, the 4 words of boundless Tao sect were incomparably ancient, exuding vicissitudes and ancientness. Although these 4 words were not the words of this era, Gu Changa recognized them at a glance. This made him slightly puzzled, and he thought of something. Master, eldest senior brother has been missing for so long, he should have met with misfortune. Please restrain your grief. In front of the mountain gate, a young disciple in a purple robe said with a sorrowful expression. Impossible, Wuxia's soul lamp has not been extinguished, it is impossible for him to be in danger, he must be trapped somewhere and will definitely come back. I will wait for him here. An old man with a dignified expression shook his head when he heard this. His eyes were full of determination, and he did not believe this at all. After all, Qin Wuxia was his favorite disciple, and at the same time, he had adopted him since young. He was mature and steady, shouldering the heavy responsibility of reviving the boundless Tao sect. How could something happen to him? Father, if eldest senior brother is fine, he will definitely come back. Don't worry too much. A woman with delicate features and a gentle demeanor was persuading the old man. But when she mentioned eldest senior brother, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. If eldest senior brother is not here, we still have junior sister, senior sister and master, don't be too sad. I feel that senior brother is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. The young disciple in a purple robe changed his words at this time and hurriedly said. The old man shook his head when he heard this. He sighed and turned his gaze to the distance. On a blue stone, a green-clothed woman with Tao runes was sitting cross-legged. Her expression was cold, without a trace of emotion, and she was cultivating diligently. Dao Xian did not disappoint master, the old man's eyes were filled with gratification and satisfaction. Rumble. But at this time, in the distant universe, a shocking sound suddenly came, causing the few people in front of the mountain gate to be stunned. Immediately after, the sky split open, and an unimaginably large crack appeared. Then, like melting snow, it collapsed piece by piece. There was a scene of 10,000 immortals fighting, so terrifying that it made the heavens tremble. The immortal palace that stood in the middle of the endless universe collapsed and turned into dust. An existence with a purple gold immortal crown on his head, whose aura had suppressed the ancient times, was pierced through by a halberd and split open, blood splattering everywhere. What is this? The immortals are bathed in blood, the immortal palace collapsed, and the immortal master was defeated. This scene shocked everyone, and their expressions were filled with despair, fear, and shock. In the image, there was a giant hand surrounded by billions of strands of demonic qi. It was terrifying to the extreme, as if it had crossed the endless universe. The heavens fell, the earth cracked, and the universe collapsed. Even the legendary long river of time was cut off and turned into countless pieces. Countless orthodoxies and races were turned into ashes under this palm, and billions of living beings disappeared from the world. A palm destroyed 8,000 prefectures, and there was no one left in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The image ended there. After reading this, Gu Changa's expression did not change at all. Boundless Tao sect. No wonder I recognized those ancient words. So it's the era that was buried in the long river of time. He softly muttered to himself. From this hint, he understood many things. The woman on the blue stone who was cultivating meticulously and without any distractions should be Gu Xian's previous life. As for the young disciple in the purple robe, it was obvious that he was Lord of Heaven Ziyang. As for the missing eldest senior brother, he fell into the 9 heavens and then walked out of the wondrous rock in this life. In this way, things became more coherent. The so-called system hint is actually dug out from my memories. Maybe even the origin of this system has a lot to do with me. Gu Changa quickly thought of other things in his mind. From these memories, it was certain that the demon master destroyed the world. As for the reason, it was not important to him. Speaking of which, his demon master identity had caused a lot of trouble, and all of them were involved in this life. No wonder even old Shi, the rock monster who was supposed to be his cushion, was so afraid of him. It turns out that the final boss of that forbidden era was actually the demon master. The long river of time collapsed, and no one dared to leave my name. The destruction of the boundless Dao sect was just a bystander. But, what's the point of trampling an ant to death? As these scenes appeared, Gu Chang'e felt a throbbing from the depths of his soul, as if a memory was about to awaken. The 8 Desolation demon halberd in the weapon space was trembling slightly, giving birth to a feeling of joy and excitement. Those who should come back will come back sooner or later. I am the demon master. Gu Chang'e softly muttered to himself, feeling the beating of his demon heart gradually calm down. Then, his figure flashed, turned into a divine rainbow, and left this place to prepare for the next plan. The child of destiny must be harvested, but this time, it involved the return flow, which was far more troublesome than before. Of course, it was still quite easy to deal with Lord of Heaven Ziyang, but that guy was not stupid. He was very good at enduring and did not directly clash with Gu Chang'e. It was impossible for Gu Chang'e to directly make a move against him without having a legitimate reason to do so. Not to mention whether he could succeed or not, the elders of the Perfected Immortal Academy and the Purple Mansion behind them would not agree to it. Therefore, he still had to crush them with his power, just like before, holding up the banner of justice and doing righteous things, letting people know his intentions and not stopping him. Of course, at the same time, he would also ruin their reputation and make them related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even the Purple Mansion would not dare to protect him. At the same time, Gu Xian, who had finished listening to the lecture, had a look of understanding on her face and was rushing to her cave residence. She was going in the opposite direction of Gu Chang'e's direction. She only got up after seeing Gu Chang'e's figure disappear. During this period, she had been avoiding Gu Chang'e and did not want to meet him. And Gu Chang'e was even more straightforward than her. He did not even bother to pay attention to her. This made Gu Xian breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little disappointed and was a little angry with Gu Chang'e. He had clearly taken advantage of her, but why did he make it seem like he had suffered a great loss? 1000. Chapter 282. Miss Xian, we meet again. At this moment, just as Gu Xian, was letting her imagination run wild, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and appeared in front of her. Gu Xian's expression changed immediately. She was originally cold and aloof, but now she was as cold as ice, and there was even some disgust. Lord of Heaven Ziyang, I told you last time not to appear in front of me again. Her voice was very cold as she stared at Lord of Heaven Ziyang who appeared in front of her. Gu Xian only had disgust for him after she saw through his self-directed act of saving the damsel in distress at the mountain gate. However, Lord of Heaven Ziyang did not seem to know this at all. He would greet her whenever he had the chance. No matter how many times Gu Xian said it, he did not care at all. He was like a piece of sticky candy. As a disciple of the sequence and the former top disciple of the upper world, Lord of Heaven Ziyang was quite famous. Many busybodies felt that he was chasing after Gu Xian, the heavenly lady of the Longevity Gu clan. You don't know that what you are doing will only disgust me. Gu Xian's voice was filled with disgust. However, Lord of Heaven Ziyang did not care at all. He shook his head and smiled. A fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. I just happened to see Miss Xian, so I came to greet you. You are too nervous. Hearing this, Gu Xian looked at him coldly and said with disgust. If you dare to come near me next time, I will hit you. After saying that, her figure turned into a green cloud and disappeared in a flash. Lord of Heaven Ziyang was disgusting because he did not do anything. He just came to greet her. This made Gu Xian feel very helpless. She felt like she had the strength to punch but could not punch him. With her personality, it was even more impossible for her to slap someone who was smiling at her. At this time, she hoped that Gu Chang'e was by her side. With his personality, he would probably step on Lord of Heaven Zi Yang's disgusting face first. His personality is exactly the same as junior sister's. Seeing that Gu Xian had disappeared, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang could not help but shake his head. He knew that after the previous incident was ruined by Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian had left a bad impression on him. In his opinion, as long as he was sincere enough, Gu Xian would be able to sense his good intentions and understand that everything he did was for her good. I just don't know if the man who came out of the strange stone, is he, soon, Purple Sun Sky Lord's expression became confused. He was not present when the strange stone was born, but according to the images recorded by his followers, he was not present. The man who walked out of the wondrous stone gave him a sense of familiarity, but he didn't dare to believe it until he saw it for himself. If it really is eldest senior brother, then the heavens are really helping me. Thinking of this, Zi Yang Lord of Heaven could not help but feel excited. The inheritor of the demonic arts has indeed sneaked into the Immortal Academy. Although I don't know why there are two inheritors of the demonic arts in this world, this is the best opportunity for you and me. On the other side, in the cave residence, Su Qingge looked very calm. Her skin was as white as porcelain, as if it was carved out of fine jade. At this moment, she was discussing with another voice in her mind. Of course, she had heard that some heavenly talents had been killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Originally, Su Qingge was a little worried. After all, if she secretly attacked, it might arouse suspicion. In the end, the secret that she was the inheritor of the demonic arts would be exposed. But now, another inheritor of the demonic arts had made a move. Even if she attacked the other heavenly talents, no one would suspect her. They would only track down Ing Shuang's whereabouts and traces. As long as I am careful in secret and don't get noticed by the elders, there will be no problem. When the time comes, this blame will only be thrown to Ing Shuang. Su Qingge's eyes revealed a lot of thoughts. Due to the fact that she cultivated the forbidden demonic arts, her cultivation and methods were actually not worse than those of the quasi-disciples. She had been hiding this matter from Gu Chang'e. She did not know how long she could hide it. After all, Gu Chang'e was too smart. He could find out anything at the slightest trace. I only hope that day will come later. Su Qingge sighed slightly. Then, her figure flashed and left the cave residence. In fact, she had her own goals. Now, the Immortal Academy had gathered the most outstanding young heavenly talents in the upper realm. Everyone's bloodline and physique were different. Among them, many of them had special physiques that made Su Qingge very interested. After getting used to the forbidden demonic arts, she naturally could not cultivate step by step. The moment Su Qingge left the cave residence, Gu Chang'e, who was in the palace, sensed it. Naturally, he had left some tricks on Su Qingge. Is Su Qingge finally going to make a move? He opened his eyes and looked a little interested. After all, he had been waiting for Su Qingge to make a move. Otherwise, he could not let Elder Imo notice her. Then, Gu Chang'e stepped out and followed her. But before that, he first went to a sacred mountain in the depths of the Immortal Academy. In the sacred mountain, many elders were in a splendid palace. They seemed to be discussing something. They were very confused about Gu Chang'e's sudden visit. Young Lord Chang'e, why are you suddenly visiting us in the middle of the night? Is there anything wrong? They were very polite to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e heard them and seemed to be a little helpless. Then, he said, Elders, do you have any clues about the inheritor of the demonic arts recently? Hearing this, the elders' expressions froze and they were a little embarrassed. They even felt that the atmosphere became a little awkward. They thought that Gu Chang'e was here to denounce them. As elders of the Immortal Academy, they could not find a trace of the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was more or less embarrassing to say it. But Elder Mo, who was among them, frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Gu Changde had a way to find the inheritor of the demonic arts? He felt a little uneasy, worried that Gu Changde had really found some clues. It seems that you are as clueless as I am. Seeing the expressions of the elders, Gu Changde did not seem to be surprised. He shook his head slightly and said with a little headache, "To be honest, I boasted in front of so many disciples that I would find the inheritor of the demonic arts. But now, I have found nothing. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. That's why I came to ask you elders to see if there are any clues." Hearing his words, everyone, including Elder Mo, heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. They appreciated Gu Changde's honest attitude very much. It also gave them a chance to step down. It's not young Master Changde's fault. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts is too cunning. He didn't leave any traces at all. We also feel that it's tricky and can't come up with a countermeasure for a while. Yes, young Master Changde, you've done your best. At that moment, several elders spoke, their voices were also helpless. Young Master Changde, you don't have to blame yourself. This matter is indeed tricky. Elder Mo also nodded and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Ying Shuang's methods were indeed hidden. No wonder she was so confident at that time. Even Gu Changde felt that it was troublesome and came to ask them. This made him feel relieved. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have come to bother you elders in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Gu Changde sighed and looked even more helpless. He continued, but I have a way here. Maybe we can find traces of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Of course, it's more troublesome and time-consuming. It's a good opportunity to see if the elders have the time to lend me a hand and investigate together. Investigate together? Elder Mo's heart trembled. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Was Gu Changde so unafraid of trouble? Like tonight, a dark and windy night. If I were the inheritor of the demonic arts, I would definitely make a move. There is no better time than this, Gu Changde said with certainty. Investigate together, this is indeed troublesome and time-consuming. Moreover, it's also a test of luck. What if we can't find it? Hearing this, the elders were silent. Their expressions flickered. Obviously, they felt that it was troublesome and did not want to help. Then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Seeing this, Gu Changde did not seem to be surprised. His expression was slightly mocking, and then he planned to leave. Hearing this, the elders looked embarrassed, but they did not continue to speak. They did not want to waste time doing this thankless thing. How many disciples did the Immortal Academy have? Investigate together? Who knew if the inheritor of the demonic arts would make a move at that time? There were too many uncertain factors. The premise of finding a needle in a haystack was that there was a needle at the bottom of the sea. But now, they did not even know when the inheritor of the demonic arts would make a move. How could they investigate? This was simply a matter of luck. However, Gu Changde's determination and perseverance still made them admire him. It could only be said that he was worthy of being called the #1 person of the younger generation. Young Master Changde, wait. How about this? This old man will go with you tonight to investigate first. However, at this moment, Elder Hiroshi suddenly opened his mouth, as if he had made a difficult decision. He was uneasy because of Gu Changde's words. Would Ying Shuang really make a move tonight? She must not be seen by Gu Changde. Therefore, he planned to go with Gu Changde to investigate together. At that time, he would have a way to cover for Ying Shuang. The other elders also looked at Elder Hiroshi in surprise. They did not expect that he would agree to Gu Changde's request. This made them very surprised. Oh. Then this junior will thank Elder Hiroshi on behalf of the disciples. Gu Changde was slightly surprised. There was a slight smile on his face, but in fact, he was not surprised at all. He said so much because he wanted Elder Hiroshi to take the initiative to speak and then find out that Ing Xuan was actually a fake inheritor of the demonic arts. If not, his next plan would not succeed at all. Young Master Chang'e, you don't have to say too much. After all, this is for the disciples. This little trouble is nothing. Elder Hiroshi waved his hand and said with a dignified and awe-inspiring appearance. Elder Hiroshi, why don't the two of us investigate separately? I will investigate this side first, and you investigate the other side. After that, we will go to the next area. How about it? After that, Gu Chang'e and Elder Hiroshi turned into divine rainbows and soon arrived at the area where the geniuses were cultivating. Gu Chang'e glanced at the nearby divine mountains, then pointed to the area where Su Chinga went, and smiled at Elder Hiroshi. No problem. Elder Hiroshi pondered for a moment and nodded. He did not refuse, afraid that Gu Chang'e would be suspicious and think too much. Then, the two separated. Elder Hiroshi's expression was strange. He swept his divine sense and investigated all the way. Sun Hao, the cold body, contains the cold origin, and comes from the ancient Sun family. On the other side, taking advantage of the moonlight, Su Chinga's figure quickly came to an area. There were mountains next to each other. They were incomparably tall, either glowing with clear light or filled with dragon chi. There were all kinds of scenes. Fortunately, the Immortal Academy was very wide. Especially at night, it was almost impossible to see other people. Su Chinga was very discreet, and she had calculated the timing. At this time, no one would notice. There was a cave residence in front of her. It was located between the divine mountains, and it was spurting out various colors of light. When she came here, Su Chinga's expression became unusually indifferent. Her face was even more tranquil, like a jade stone. She walked forward and knocked on the door of the cave residence naturally. At the same time, she also triggered the restriction formation at the door, which attracted the attention of others. One of the geniuses who was cultivating was a little confused when he heard the sound. He asked, "Who is it in the middle of the night?" He was not stupid. He did not rashly go to open the cave residence. Recently, the inheritor of demonic arts had caused a stir. Many people were secretly vigilant, and he was no exception. He felt that something was wrong when he came to visit in the middle of the night. What if it was the inheritor of demonic arts who came to assassinate him? Senior brother Sun Hao, it's me, Qin Yu. Su Chinga opened her mouth. Her voice was calm, but it was clear and pleasant, like that of a young girl. What? Junior sister Qin Yu. Hearing that, the geniuses in the cave residence were a little stunned. A shy and delicate face appeared in his mind. Could it be that junior sister Qin Yu actually had feelings for him? During the day, he went to find junior sister Qin Yu and wanted to express his feelings, but she ran away. At the thought of this, the geniuses in the cave residence figured it out and became a little excited. I see. During the day, there were too many people, so junior sister Qin Yu was shy. She only came to me in the middle of the night. His earlier doubts were swept away. After all, the inheritor of demonic arts was a man. How could it be junior sister Qin Yu? At the entrance of the cave residence, Su Chinga calmly watched the geniuses open the door for her. She was not surprised at all. After all, she had investigated everything before. Soon, a face with an excited expression poked out. But the moment he saw Su Chinga, he suddenly froze. Who are you? But before he could finish his words, Su Chinga waved her hand, and clear light spread out. He only felt that there was a horrible black light in front of him. A large number of Taoist figures emerged and turned into a crystal clear flower. It took root between his eyebrows and made him lose consciousness. He couldn't even resist and lost consciousness. The next moment, the flower kept spreading and finally bloomed, bearing a fruit with black light hanging down. That went well. A faint smile appeared on Su Chinga's face. She was ready to pick the fruit. Oh no, an elder is coming. But the next moment, her expression changed abruptly. She felt a terrifying divine consciousness like the Milky Way swept across the sky and fell on her. Suddenly, she felt cold all over. Her hands and feet were cold, and her back was covered with cold air. Su Chinga couldn't believe it. Why? She had clearly calculated that there wouldn't be any elders investigating tonight. Everything was perfect, so why would someone suddenly come? It's over. My identity is exposed. In her sea of consciousness, another voice was also trembling. Subconsciously, Su Chinga thought of Gu Changa. If he knew her true identity, he might be in disbelief and shock. Buzz. In the sky, Elder Mo's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe what he saw. Why did the female disciple below use the forbidden demonic skill? As a member of the inheritors of demonic skills, he certainly knew about this forbidden demonic skill. Therefore, he recognized at a glance that the skill Su Chinga used was from the forbidden demonic skill. How could it be? Why is there a second inheritor of the forbidden demonic skill? Could it be that this old man was mistaken? Impossible. There can only be one inheritor of the demonic skill in a lifetime. Could it be that Prince Ing Shuang, is a fake? Is he a fake? Elder Mo's mood changed rapidly. He took a step forward and fell from the sky. He looked at Su Chinga expressionlessly. Su Chinga's face was a little pale. She felt a chill on her back, but she still tried to keep calm. A Supreme Master. Now, in front of her was a Supreme Master. Even if she used all her skills, she couldn't escape, let alone fight him. Today was a dead end. There was no chance of survival. Thinking of this, Su Chinga felt a little bitter. Everything that happened today was beyond her expectation. It even made her desperate. She felt that she couldn't face Gu Changa anymore. The inheritor of the demonic skill that Gu Changa had been looking for was actually right beside him. And she had been hiding it from him. Come with me. However, Su Chinga was stunned. She couldn't understand why the elder in front of her didn't do anything. His expression changed, but he didn't say anything. He just waved his sleeve and took her away quickly. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, no one can protect you. On another mountain, two figures appeared again. Elder Mo looked very serious and said to Su Chinga. Su Chinga was still in a daze at this time. She didn't realize what had happened at all. Why did things suddenly turn out like this? After the elder found out her identity, he didn't do anything to her. Instead, he said these words to her. Was he going to help her? It'll be bad if Gu Changa notices it. Elder Mo's expression changed. He felt that things were not going well. Su Chinga was too suspicious to be cleared. At this time, just as Elder Mo was talking, a divine rainbow flew towards them from another direction. It was Gu Changa, who looked a little serious. Elder Mo, as I expected, a disciple was killed by the inheritor of the demonic skill. We're still half a step late. As they were talking, Gu Changa's voice was slightly stunned. He noticed Su Chinga beside Elder Mo and seemed to be a little surprised. Chinga, why are you here? Then, he seemed to think of something and suddenly became silent. Young master. Su Chinga's voice was also trembling. She was very flustered and uneasy. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Gu Changa glanced at her, then his eyes fell on Elder Mo. His voice was slightly deep. Elder Mo, did you capture the wrong person? Chinga is one of my people. She can't be related to the inheritor of the demonic skill. I can guarantee that. Chapter 283. On the top of the mountain, there were rugged rocks and flourishing ancient trees. The moonlight was bleak and cold, and the mountain breeze was blowing, making the place even more secluded and quiet. Su Chinga stared blankly at the arrival of Gu Changa. Especially when she heard his words, she felt her head buzzing and went blank. She didn't know what to say. The moment Gu Changa arrived, she had actually planned to confess everything. She was the real inheritor of the demonic arts. The meaning of her existence was to bring chaos to the world. And Gu Changa, as the most brilliant heavenly son of the younger generation, was born to stand on the opposite side of her. He was destined to kill her. But she had never expected that Gu Changa would tell her not to be afraid. At this moment, even the other soul in her sea of consciousness, which had always felt Gu Changa was indifferent and not a good person, couldn't help but tremble and couldn't say a word. And when Gu Changa said this, he even took half a step forward and quietly shielded Su Chinga behind him. Is there any misunderstanding? Elder Mo, you've got the wrong person. He looked at Elder Mo, who looked a little stunned and confused, and said calmly. It seemed that he was going to protect Su Chinga. Young master, seeing Gu Changa's action, Su Chinga was even more stunned. Her voice trembled and her eyes turned red. She really didn't expect Gu Changa would do such a thing at this moment. He didn't ask her why. Instead, he subconsciously shielded her behind him. Gu Changa trusted her so much and cared about her that he even didn't hesitate to have a conflict with the elder of the Immortal Academy in front of him. This moved her so much that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Normally, Gu Changa would definitely suspect her when he came here and connected with the young heavenly son who just had an accident. After all, what was she doing outside in the middle of the night instead of practicing in her own cave residence? Gu Changa was so smart. Was there anything in the world that he couldn't see through? Su Chinga had even thought about Gu Changa's tone and expression. But she really did not expect that Gu Changa trusted her so much. Perhaps in his eyes, she was just a harmless little maidservant that he had brought from the lower realms. Young Lord Changa, what is the meaning of this? At this time, Elder Hiroshi, who was slightly stunned, quickly reacted to Gu Changa's meaning and asked in a deep voice. He was a shrewd old man himself, so he quickly understood why Gu Changa had such a reaction. It turned out that the woman in front of him was one of Gu Changa's people. The inheritor of Devil Art 21 that he had been searching for was actually right beside him. However, Gu Changa knew nothing about this and even took the initiative to protect this woman. Elder Hiroshi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Things were really wonderful. No, it was more than wonderful. Just now, he was actually a little worried and broke out in a cold sweat. In the end, he didn't expect things to take such a turn. A person like Gu Changa could actually be kept in the dark like this. Sure enough, it was like the old saying that since ancient times, heroes could not resist the charms of beautiful women. So now, Elder Hiroshi was thinking about how to get away with tonight's matter. Anyway, Gu Changa had never suspected this at all. Hearing this, Gu Changa's expression was still calm, but there was an additional sense of dominance in his words. Elder Hiroshi, what do you mean? Could it be that you think Chinga is the inheritor of devil art, so you captured her and brought her here? He stared at Elder Hiroshi in front of him. There were runes flashing in his eyes and strands of divine light. He did not care at all about Elder Hiroshi's identity. His attitude was incomparably tough and unquestionable. Hearing this, Elder Hiroshi seemed to be slightly taken aback, as if he didn't expect Gu Changa to say this. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head. He sighed and smiled bitterly, Young Master Changa, you misunderstand. No matter how stupid this old man is, I know that there is only one inheritor of devil art, and it is that Prince Ing Shuang. How could I casually capture others? It's just that I saw this girl wandering around alone in the middle of the night and was very worried. I specially came to warn her and let her quickly return to the cave residence. Since this girl is young Master Changa's person, then it couldn't be better. Maybe she saw you disappear in the middle of the night and came out to look for you. Towards the end, he couldn't help but smile, and his expression was somewhat ambiguous. Hearing this, Gu Changa's expression relaxed slightly. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I misunderstood Elder Hiroshi's good intentions. It's fine, it's fine. Since this girl is young Master Changa's person, then she naturally has nothing to do with the inheritor of devil art. Regarding this old man is quite convinced." Old Hiroshi hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. Then, he glanced at Su Chinga and said with a smile, "Little girl, you should be more careful in the future. If you wander around in the middle of the night, it's very easy to encounter the inheritor of devil art." Alas, another disciple was murdered tonight. At this time, Su Chinga also calmed down. She nodded, "I know. Thank you for your reminder, Elder." She didn't know why old Hiroshi took the initiative to help her, but her identity as the inheritor of devil art was now known by him. It was equivalent to saying that old Hiroshi had something on her. Therefore, she'd better go along with his words first, and then see what he had up his sleeve. If that's the case, then this old man will leave first. By the way, I'll see if that disciple who was murdered left any clues. After saying this, old Hiroshi didn't stay any longer. His figure turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared from the mountain peak. He left this place and hurried to the cave residence of that disciple who was murdered by Su Chinga just now. It seemed that he was going to investigate. But if Su Chinga accidentally left any evidence, he could help her to get rid of it, so as not to arouse other people's suspicion. After seeing Su Chinga's means with his own eyes tonight, old Hiroshi was sure of her identity. Even a figure like Gu Changa was kept in the dark. Su Chinga's scheming and shrewdness were simply chilling. But this was in line with the identity of the inheritor of devil art that he had always known. On the contrary, Ing Shuang, in his opinion, was very different from the inheritor of devil art in terms of character and means. Now, she seemed to be an unlucky person who took the blame. What happened tonight was really unexpected, old Hiroshi sighed in his heart. On the mountain peak, the moonlight was still there, but the rosy clouds were flowing and the white fog was pervading, but it was more secluded and quiet. Seeing old Hiroshi's figure disappear, Gu Changa calmed down and didn't say anything. Inexplicably, Su Chinga felt that Gu Changa's eyes were full of scrutiny and contemplation, but more importantly, there was a kind of indifference that made her feel scared. "Young master," Su Chinga called softly and wanted to pull Gu Changa's sleeve, but he quietly avoided her. Gu Changa stared at her and still didn't say anything, but Su Chinga understood what he meant. If she didn't give him a reasonable explanation that satisfied him, what happened today would probably not be covered up. Su Chinga couldn't help but lament in her heart. If there was a slight mistake, from now on, Gu Changa probably wouldn't trust her anymore. This made her even more flustered and uneasy. If Gu Changa treated her like this from now on, Gu Changa would treat her like this. She would rather expose her identity as the inheritor of devil art than let things become like this. What Gu Changa said in front of old Hiroshi just now was to protect her. But after old Hiroshi left, Gu Changa naturally didn't need to treat her like that. In Su Chinga's eyes, Gu Changa's opinion of her was actually much more important than whether her identity as the inheritor of devil art was exposed or not. "I'm sorry, young master, I shouldn't have kept things from you," she thought about her words, weighed her words, and spoke uneasily. "Oh, now you know the explanation. If I didn't come here just now, do you think Elder Mo would let you go so easily?" Hearing this, Gu Changa's voice didn't fluctuate much. Su Chinga didn't dare to look at him with her bright eyes. Guilt filled her beautiful, white, jade-like face. "I know I'm wrong, young master. Actually, I left the cave residence in the middle of the night and came here to look for something. I bought a mysterious jar at the auction house earlier. In fact, that mysterious jar is related to the 7 weapons of heaven wielding from the upper realm, but I didn't tell young master about this, and that jar is one of the 7 weapons of heaven wielding. As long as you're within a certain distance, you can sense the whereabouts and existence of other weapons of heaven wielding. So I came here tonight to investigate the whereabouts of the weapons of heaven wielding. But I accidentally bumped into that elder Mo, Su Chinga explained. She didn't lie. This was also her other purpose tonight. She just hid the fact that she was the inheritor of the demonic technique. As she spoke, there was a flash of brilliance in her palm. An ordinary-looking jade jar appeared. The patterns on it were very ancient, as if it could be worn out at any time. 7 weapons of heaven wielding? Gu Changa asked in return. He couldn't help but laugh. However, to Su Chinga, there was a hint of mockery in his laughter. Before this, you've never mentioned it to me. Of course, Gu Changa knew about the rumors of the 7 weapons of heaven wielding, but he didn't specifically investigate. This was because he knew that this kind of thing would always fall into the hands of those with great providence as long as there were signs. He just had to wait until the end to pick the fruit. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Su Chinga had the heaven-wielding jar. I'm sorry, young master. I shouldn't have hidden this from you. Su Chinga said guiltily. However, Gu Changa waved his hand and interrupted her. His expression was indifferent. Fine, I won't ask you too much. After all, this is your personal matter. But some things will happen again and again. I don't know how many times it will happen. After all, a person's patience is always limited. I don't know what else you're hiding from me, but I don't want to ask anymore. Su Chinga, you're on your own now. After saying this, Gu Changa moved his body and was about to turn around and leave. However, the moment he turned around, Su Chinga threw herself at his chest with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, young master. I won't hide anything from you anymore. She hugged Gu Changa tightly. Her voice was trembling, as if she was afraid that he would turn around and leave her alone. She was really afraid. However, she really couldn't tell Gu Changa that she was the inheritor of the demonic technique. Once she told him, they would definitely be on opposite sides. Therefore, she could only hope that this matter could be hidden from Gu Changa for a lifetime. Hearing this, Gu Changa was silent. At last, he sighed and wiped the tears from her eyes. I hope so. His tone was very complicated. At this moment, Su Chinga couldn't guess what Gu Changa was thinking about. She was anxious. Then, the 2 figures left from the mountain top. On the way, Gu Changa didn't say anything. Everything that happened tonight was within his expectations. He was not surprised at all. Neither Su Chinga nor Old Mo knew the real purpose of Gu Changa. For him, they were just pawns. Just as Su Chinga said a long time ago, in Gu Changa's eyes, she was at most a little handmaiden by his side. When he was in a good mood, he would tease her. Usually, she was just left on the other side. Her identity as the inheritor of the demonic technique was not worth mentioning at all in Gu Changa's eyes. Of course, her beauty and intelligence were her biggest advantages. Even if they were not, they were still pleasing to the eye. Then, various thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind. In the end, he was considering whether to get rid of Ying Xuang. For the time being, Su Chinga got in touch with the organization of the inheritors of the demonic technique. Old Mo would definitely contact her in secret. As long as Gu Changa kept an eye on Su Chinga's whereabouts and movements, he would know all kinds of information about this organization. Except for Old Mo, no one knew Ying Xuang's identity yet. And Old Mo would probably think Ying Xuang was a scapegoat arranged by Su Chinga. Su Chinga didn't know where Ying Xuang was. In this way, even if Ying Xuang mysteriously disappeared, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. Old Mo would probably think it was Su Chinga who did it. Soon, Gu Changa had a detailed plan in his mind. Before that, Ying Xuang has another purpose. I can make use of her. By the way, I should arrange for Lord of Heaven Xiang. This guy has been bothering Gu Xian recently. It's time to teach him a lesson. The news that a young heavenly legend was assassinated again spread quickly, causing more panic and uneasiness. No one had expected that only a few days after the incident, another disciple would be killed by the inheritor of the demonic technique. Especially when Gu Chang'e and Elder Imo were investigating, it happened right under their noses. Once it happened, more disciples became uneasy and frightened. Even those quasi-disciples were panicking. From this incident, it was enough to show the arrogance and wildness of the inheritor of the demonic technique. He didn't care at all that this was the territory of the Immortal Academy. Even the elders couldn't do anything about it. What could ordinary young heavenly legends do? For a moment, the Immortal Academy was shrouded in a heavy and uneasy atmosphere. All the disciples were more cautious and vigilant. This inheritor of the demonic technique is too arrogant. He poisoned 2 heavenly legends one after another. Chu, this is the best chance for you to find him. I remember that with your talent, you can trace the traces, right? If you can find some clues, you might be able to find the hidden identity of the inheritor of the demonic technique. In a cave dwelling located in a secluded forest, mist filled the air, and it was abnormally bright. Wang Zijin rested her chin on her hand as she stared at Jiang Chu, who was meditating in front of her. She seemed to find it very boring. You're suddenly so interested in the inheritor of the demonic technique? Looks like you have too much free time. Hearing this, Jiang Chu opened his eyes and said calmly. Normally, with Wang Zijin's personality, she wouldn't care about the inheritor of the demonic technique, even if she was the successor of the human ancestors' hall. The last time she fought in the Absolute Yin battlefield was when she was in the Longevity Gu clan. She was assassinated by the person sent by the inheritor of the demonic technique, and it had always been on her mind. Now that she said this, it was purely because she was too bored and wanted to find something to do. What do you mean I have too much free time? The inheritor of the demonic technique is so arrogant. As the successor of the human ancestors' hall, is it wrong for me to find him and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, returning peace to the world? Wang Zijin retorted. Jiang Chu, when did you learn how to insult others? Then go ahead. I won't be able to find him anyway. Jiang Chu shook his head. His expression was still calm. Even the elders, who are paragons, are helpless. What can I do? Moreover, so what if he found some clues? Expose Gu Chang'e? Jiang Chu sighed inside. His thoughts were extremely complicated. During this period of time in the true Immortal Academy, she had actually been secretly paying attention to Gu Chang'e. She didn't know whether Gu Chang'e had noticed or not. Perhaps he had noticed, but he didn't care at all and couldn't be bothered with her. What happened in the depths of the Absolute Yin battlefield constantly appeared in her mind, and she couldn't get it out of her head at all. Jiang Chu found it difficult to calm down. If Gu Chang'e didn't have her in his heart, why would he appear to save her and go to the Absolute Yin battlefield to resolve the Absolute Yin calamity? However, Gu Chang'e then ignored her, as if he was a stranger. This made her feel very uncomfortable. This isn't your style in the past. In the past, you hated evil. When you heard about the inheritor of the demonic arts, you almost frowned and pulled out your sword to kill. How could you talk to me so calmly like you are now? Hearing this, Wang Zijin had a suspicious look on her face. She moved closer to Jiang Chu. Her clear and bright eyes that seemed to be able to speak stared at her. Jiang Chu was still calm when she heard this. Why should I think about him when I can't do it? You've really changed. You're no longer the Jiang Chu I know. Now, you're not looking for the reincarnation of the human ancestor, and you don't care about the calamity descending on the Absolute Yin battlefield. You're also looking at the inheritor of the demonic arts with folded arms. All you do all day is cultivate, or just stare blankly. Wang Zijin's voice was filled with deep suspicion. Jiang Chu, don't tell me you're in love. Jiang Chu's expression stiffened slightly. It was a little unnatural, but she quickly recovered. She asked calmly, what are you talking about? With our current strength, if we don't cultivate, what will we do when we encounter the inheritor of the demonic arts in the future? Keep talking nonsense. Jiang Chu, something really did happen between you and Gu Chang'e. It's fine if you don't want to admit it, but now you want to change the topic. Let me tell you, that guy Gu Chang'e is a Sea King. Don't look like a good person, but he's actually very bad. When the time comes, he'll eat you up until there's nothing left. Don't regret it. Wang Zijin had a look of, I've already seen through all your tricks. She couldn't help but persuade her. You, hearing this, Jiang Chu finally looked a little angry. She felt like she had been exposed. Buzz. In the next moment, multicolored light filled her palm. Runes intertwined, and a terrifying aura was about to turn into a divine sword. Just as she was about to teach this Wang Zijin a lesson, she suddenly heard a man's gentle voice outside the cave abode. Is Saintess Zijin here? This familiar voice caused Jiang Chu and Wang Zijin to both be stunned. Chapter 284. The voice outside the cave abode was not unfamiliar to the two women at all. Jiang Chu was stunned at first, but she quickly realized that it was Gu Chang'e. There was a look of surprise on her face. After hearing that the voice outside was looking for Wang Zijin, her eyes quickly dimmed. However, her expression quickly returned to normal, and no one could see anything unusual. Gu Chang'e. How did he know that I was here? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows and was a little puzzled. However, her cave abode was very close to Jiang Chu. It was not a secret that she would come to visit when she had nothing to do. Gu Chang'e first went to look for her, found that she was not here, and then followed her here. Young Master Chang'e is looking for you. Just see what's the matter. Isn't that fine? Jiang Chu said calmly. Well, what you said makes sense, but why do I feel that you are a little unhappy and unnatural? Wang Zijin looked at her with a smile, and then her dress fluttered. Her figure flashed and she appeared outside the cave abode. Wang Zijin, Jiang Chu, who had calmed down, frowned. She did not want to care about what the two of them were going to say. However, when she thought that Gu Chang'e was outside the cave abode, she could not calm down. Therefore, she moved and appeared at the entrance of the cave abode. However, she did not show herself. Instead, she looked at Gu Chang'e, who was standing under the quiet bamboo forest outside. It was still the moon-white robe made of the silk of the saint-level silkworm king. It was tied with a simple pendant, which made him look tall and slender, noble and natural, and as handsome as jade. In the distant area, many talented girls looked over frequently. They were very curious about why Gu Chang'e would come here today. Saintess Zijin. Seeing Wang Zijin come out, Gu Chang'e greeted her naturally. The smile on his face was flawless. Brother Gu, why did you think of looking for me today? Let me guess, you must have something to do, right? You have to change your habit of not coming here for no reason. Wang Zijin's figure flashed, appearing here. She looked at him face to face, a smile on her face. Saintess Zijin, you're treating me like an outsider. Am I the kind of person who would only look for you when I have a problem? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e shook her head helplessly. Aren't you? You scumbag. Wang Zijin muttered softly, but her voice was very soft. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear it. Gu Chang'e naturally heard this. However, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued, of course, I've come to look for Holy Maiden Zijin because I have something to ask of you. Wang Zijin secretly rolled her eyes. In terms of shamelessness, she had to hand it to Gu Chang'e. She had just said that he wasn't such a person. In the next moment, he had a request. However, she was already very familiar with Gu Chang'e's character, so she was not surprised at all. She still smiled and said, Oh. May I know what has alarmed Brother Gu and made you come to look for me? Gu Chang'e sighed. If this matter didn't involve my ability, I wouldn't have come to trouble Holy Maiden Zijin. Holy Maiden Zijin, do you still remember the man in black who tried to assassinate you last time? The two figures walked into the distance, walking side by side, talking as they walked. This scene caused Jiang Chuchu, who was inside the cave, to involuntarily clench her fists as her face turned slightly pale. Wasn't Wang Zijin trying to persuade Gu Chang'e that he wasn't a good person? In the end, she was the one who was willing to go forward. Great saint-level man in black. Hearing this, Wang Zijin's expression changed slightly. This was something that happened in the Longevity Gu family. She still remembered this account. Could it be something to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Her interest was immediately piqued. Gu Chang'e nodded. I've recently found some clues. Please speak, Brother Gu. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was serious, Wang Zijin's expression also became serious. Holy Maiden Zijin, do you know of the heart demon planting technique? It's to control someone's mind through some kind of method, Gu Chang'e said. Wang Zijin nodded. She had heard of such methods in both her previous and current life. Could it be that Gu Chang'e suspected that someone in the true Immortal Academy was being controlled by the inheritor of the demonic arts? I think it's better to inform Holy Maiden Zijin first. After all, you're more reliable, Gu Chang'e said. Wang Zijin didn't doubt his words. She snorted. It's all thanks to Brother Gu thinking so highly of me. Gu Chang'e smiled. I'm not familiar with the rest of the disciples, and I don't trust them. Seeing him speak the truth, which was rare, Wang Zijin was a little happy. She asked, does Brother Gu have someone in mind? No. Gu Chang'e shook his head. But it's better to be on guard against the rest of the disciples. Wang Zijin nodded thoughtfully. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e must have discovered something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. But his first reaction was to warn her to be on guard. This made Wang Zijin feel a little moved. This cold-hearted guy could finally take the initiative to care for someone for once. Seeing Wang Zijin's expression, Gu Chang'e smiled inwardly. He had achieved his goal. He had said all this to make it more logical for him to scheme against heavenly monarch Ziyang. After all, Wang Zijin was the successor of the human ancestor palace. Besides him, her words carried more weight in the younger generation. He had said all this to give her a heads-up. As a transmigrator, her imagination was naturally more terrifying than other people's. Back at the Gu family, without her imagination, Gu Chang'e would have had to go through a lot more trouble if he wanted to throw the blame to Ying Xuan. After that, the two of them talked about some other things. Gu Chang'e then sent her back to Jiang Chuchu's cave abode. However, he didn't intend to leave immediately. Brother Gu, aren't you going to come in and have a seat? Wang Zijin stared at him and asked with interest. Isn't Saintess Chuchu inside? Gu Chang'e asked in surprise. Of course she's here at this time. Wang Zijin smiled. Then forget it. I'll visit Saintess Zijin another time. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He didn't stay for long. He turned into a divine rainbow and left. Inside the cave abode, Jiang Chuchu was sitting cross-legged on a sparkling and translucent jade bed that was about 3 meters long. She was cultivating, but she could hear the voices outside very clearly. Especially the conversation between Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin, she listened to every word of it. Knowing that I'm in the cave abode, you all plan to come in and have a seat? Hearing this, her eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of sadness and sadness. Back then, she hated Gu Chang'e so much that she didn't want to see his disgusting face at all. But now, it was Gu Chang'e who didn't want to see her. He was avoiding her like she was a snake or a scorpion. This made Jiang Chuchu feel very uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The inheritor of the demonic arts began to stop, and everything seemed to be calm again. It was less than 7 days until the first trial of the Immortal Academy. Whether it was the disciples of the sequence or the outer disciples, they were all cultivating hard. Every day, they would listen to the elders preaching, observe the supreme martial artist's carvings, and comprehend the quasi-emperor's scriptures. In terms of cultivation, they naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the palace area, there was a multicolored light soaring into the sky. Qi and blood were overflowing. Then, a terrifying golden Dharma body appeared, like an ancient god that had existed since the creation of the world. This aura was incomparably surging and vast, covering the sky like a golden sun, shining in all directions. For a time, many disciples and elders of the Immortal Academy were shocked, looking at that area with incomparable shock. On a divine mountain surrounded by scarlet light, the heavenly Phoenix Maiden appeared. She looked into the distance and frowned. The divine prince is so high profile. More young geniuses flashed and appeared in midair. They stared at that area, and their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. This is the divine prince's aura. It is said that he is cultivating an ancient immortal art. Could it be that he succeeded? This aura has probably surpassed the saint level. It is too terrifying. As expected of the ancient freak who is said to have the blood of gods flowing in his veins. I heard that the divine prince is valued by an incomparably ancient existence, who intends to protect him. That ancient existence is said to have surpassed the supreme martial artist realm and can be called an emperor. Hiss. In this era, even if he hasn't achieved the Tao, he should at least be a quasi-emperor. This is too terrifying. There is actually such an old monster hidden in the Immortal Academy. At this moment, many disciples were shocked. Thinking of the recent news, they looked in that direction in horror. This strange scene continued for a long time before slowly dispersing. Divine Prince, you are not my opponent. Within a rusty bronze palace. A gray-clothed man with a blurry face noticed this scene and lightly shook his head. In this world, my only opponent is Gu Chang'e. I hope that you all can give me a pleasant surprise in this trial. Walala. As he spoke, a vague and vast world appeared behind him. Divine mountains were tall, immortal trees boundless. Among them was a giant tree that reached into the heavens, supporting the four poles of heaven and earth. The sun, moon, stars, and chaotic energy hung from it, rumbling with noise. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a tall and ancient pavilion, an ordinary-looking man was dumbstruck, looking at the many ancient books in front of him in disbelief. The era I was in was buried in the long river of time, known as the Forbidden Era. It is difficult to find its name in all eras, not even daring to mention it. No one knows what happened back then. The worlds were destroyed, the ages collapsed, the great Tao collapsed, order was destroyed. Why is it like this? Why? The man was precisely Qin Wuya, who was born from the strange stone. In these past few days, he was brought here by several elders and understood many things from them. He had long thought of a way to deal with it. Without exposing his identity, he was able to fool them and not arouse the slightest suspicion. Then, he asked to look through the relevant ancient books, wanting to understand many things about this era. Several elders agreed to his request. In the end, Qin Wuya flipped through many ancient books, but could not find any records related to the era he was in. As long as there was the slightest record related to it, there would be an unpredictable and terrifying force that would erase and destroy it, making one's hair stand on end and feel cold all over. He originally thought that he had only appeared a few hundred years later. His former sect, master, Tao companion, junior brother, junior sister, they were all still there, still waiting for his return. However, he never expected that once he entered the 9 heavens, he would be delayed for countless years. Then, with the help of the girl in white named Ancestor Xing, he finally understood a few words. This made him feel as if he was struck by lightning. He was dumbstruck and couldn't react for a long time. He didn't dare to believe it at all. What exactly happened back then? Why did everything become like this? I don't even know how many eras have passed, Qin Wuya's lips were bitter. He felt like the heavens were toying with him, giving him the chance to enter the 9 heavens and achieve what countless cultivators dreamed of. But in the end, everything was like a dream that turned into bubbles and illusions. I will definitely find out the truth back then. I will find my sect, master, and the others. If they are no longer here, then I will definitely avenge them. However, very quickly, Qin Wuya recovered from this shock. He became calm and clenched his fists. He had the confidence to do so. Moreover, the 300 years of tempering in the 9 heavens made his mentality far surpass others. Therefore, he calmed down not long after and knew what he had to do next. He had to find out the truth by himself and avenge them. Then, Qin Wuya stood up and left this ancient pavilion. He planned to re-experience this era, this incomparably dazzling golden age. However, not long after leaving this place, Qin Wuya saw a purple-robed man with an incomparably shocked, excited expression in the midst of a mountain range in front of him. The other party seemed to have been waiting for him there. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of familiarity from this purple-robed man. Who are you? Qin Wuya frowned and took the initiative to ask. During this period of time, he had already learned the language of this era and had no problems communicating. Subconsciously, he thought the other party was a young heaven's pride that came to provoke him. Eldest senior, however, what made Qin Wuya's entire body tremble and his eyes widen. What was unbelievable was that the other party called him eldest senior. This name? How long had it been since he heard it? Other than when he was in the boundless Tao sect, who would call him that? In this life, no one knew his identity and he had never mentioned it to anyone. Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin Wuya's voice trembled. He became excited, emotional, and somewhat disbelieving. He was afraid that this was all his hallucination. You are, it's me, eldest senior. I am a Yang. Ziyang's voice trembled like never before. He was excited, and shocked to the extreme. He really didn't expect that this person would really be the eldest senior who had disappeared before. That face was so familiar. Even after so long, there wasn't the slightest change. The eldest senior of the boundless Tao sect actually met him again in this life. Moreover, it was in such a way. Ah Yang. You are actually Ah Yang, I really didn't expect to see you again today. At this moment, Qin Wuya couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes were almost red. He took large strides forward and tightly grabbed Ziyang, sizing him up. Back then, Ziyang was a little scheming, but his nature wasn't bad. He had always admired his little junior sister. Junior brother, what happened back then? Where is the sect, master, and the others? After that, they reminisced about the past and reunited. The excited two gradually calmed down. After confirming each other's identity, their hearts surged and they were incomparably happy. Qin Wuya asked the question that he was most concerned about. However, after hearing this question, Ziyang's expression suddenly changed. He was a little pale. He hurriedly said, eldest senior brother, please be careful with your words. There are some things that can't be said. It can't even be written down and passed on. Hearing this, Qin Wuya was silent. He thought about those ancient books that he had searched before. It seemed to be the same. There was a great terror in ancient history. Some things were called taboos. Those were things that couldn't even be mentioned. However, eldest senior brother, please don't worry. As long as you don't mention that matter, I can tell you the rest. After that, Ziyang heaved a sigh of relief and continued speaking. According to what I know, other than me successfully reincarnating, little junior sister also successfully reincarnated. If there are no accidents, master and senior sister should also be the same, therefore, eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry too much. All of us will definitely reunite again. Hearing this, Qin Wuya also heaved a sigh of relief. His face once again revealed a smile. You said that little junior sister also reincarnated. Then where is she now? Why don't I see her? He asked. Ziyang was also a little speechless at this time. After thinking about his words, he said, little junior sister's current situation seems a little strange. She still hasn't remembered what happened in the past. Hasn't remembered what happened in the past. Qin Wuya was also stunned. Then, he smiled and said, it doesn't matter. We can just wait for her to recover her memories. Perhaps we can help her. With eldest senior brother's words, I am relieved. Ziyang also heaved a sigh of relief. Rumble. What is that sound? Suddenly, Qin Wuya frowned. He felt a huge commotion coming from not far away. Accompanied by a wave of miserable cries, the mountains shook and the earth shook. Even the nearby mountains were trembling. Not good. Someone is attacking my subordinates. Ziyang's expression also suddenly changed. He became gloomy. He could hear the miserable cries of his followers. Before this, in order to prevent anyone from disturbing him, he ordered his followers to guard the surroundings and not let anyone enter. Who is so domineering and arrogant? Qin Wuya frowned even more. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. Not far away, he saw a young man with an indifferent expression standing with his hands behind his back. He was high up and looked down like a young immortal emperor. There was also a large group of followers behind him. They were majestic and had a monstrous aura. Ask Ziyang to come out. Accompanied by such words. Then, he stretched out his palm. 5-colored divine light lingered, and the divine talisman disappeared. It was incomparably huge and surged with divine light like a divine disk. In the heaven and earth, a golden palm appeared and slapped down like the palm of a god. It was huge and filled with power. It was incomparably terrifying, causing one's heart to tremble. It was difficult to resist. Boom! The mountains below directly collapsed and turned into ashes. This group of Ziyang's followers were the geniuses of the various heavens in the upper realm. Their strength was tyrannical, and they could dominate an area. Now, they were incomparably terrified and in despair. Puff! Puff! All of them resisted with all their might. Their life-saving treasures exploded without any resistance. The difference in strength was too great, and they were as weak as ants. Then, their bodies turned into a bloody mist, and their souls fled, causing the surroundings to become deathly silent. Damn it! This Gu Chang'e is actually so arrogant and domineering. He has gone too far. I have no enmity with him. At this moment, Ziyang's expression was very gloomy. Chapter 285. When the palm landed, the sky and earth were turned upside down. It was as if a part of the blue sky had smashed down, causing many mountains and divine peaks below to collapse and turn into dust. Many young geniuses did not have time to dodge. Even if they activated their protective artifacts, they would explode at this moment, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Remnant souls fled in panic. This scene alarmed many people. Regardless of whether it was the elders or the other young geniuses, they all flew into the sky in shock and looked at this place. It was very normal for a battle between the younger generation in the Immortal Academy to occur. However, it was extremely rare to see such a frightening display of power like the one today. It's Gu Chang'e. What is he doing? Is he planning to fight with Lord of Purple Sun? Looking at the situation, it's very likely. However, I haven't heard of any enmity between the two of them. In the sky, a group of elders were shocked. Divine light flickered in their eyes as they stared at Gu Chang'e from afar. The one who attacked was Gu Chang'e, but the number of followers behind him was also very frightening. They were so large that they covered the sky. Ordinary young geniuses would be so scared that their legs would go soft when they encountered such a thing. It looked more like Gu Changa had brought people here to surround Lord of Purple Sunday. How big of a grudge was this? Sequence disciples would not easily fall out with each other. Lord of Purple Sun, get the hell out here. The mountains were next to each other, overflowing with multicolored light. Many divine rainbows rushed over from all directions and appeared on top of them. At this moment, when they heard Gu Changa's cold shout again, everyone could not help but feel a chill down their backs. Their divine souls trembled. This Gu Changa is simply too much of a bully. I have no enmity with him, but he dares to treat my followers like this. At this moment, even the shrewd Lord of Purple Sun had a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists and a wave of anger rose in him. All of a sudden, for no apparent reason, Gu Changa had barged into this place and even attacked his followers. Wasn't this bullying? Junior brother, what's going on? Could it be that you have some sort of conflict with this person? I can see that his cultivation base is above yours. If you casually attack, I'm afraid you won't be his match. Qin Wuya frowned as he spoke with a slightly gloomy expression. After surviving for 300 years in the 9 heavens, his eyes had become very sharp. Almost at the first sight of Gu Changa, they could sense that he was not a simple person. This person's strength might be above that of Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Unless the Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was also hiding some unknown powerful technique. However, he was still very angry. He didn't expect that he would encounter a situation where his junior brother was being bullied right after reuniting with him. Logically speaking, with junior brother Ziyang's identity and background in this life, who would dare to provoke him? I don't know why he's here either, and he looks like he won't give up. He really is planning on covering the sky with one hand in true Immortal Academy. Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun's expression was extremely ugly. Who is this person? With such a thing happening, even the elders of True Immortal Academy don't dare to appear and casually ask about it. I'm afraid his background is not small. How did junior brother offend such a person? Or is he deliberately bullying you? Qin Wuya's gaze landed on Gu Changa. He felt that the other party did not come with good intentions. At this moment, a 4 spirits war chariot came crushing over from afar. A true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and immortal phoenix surrounded it. A young man stood on top of it like a god. Even his hair seemed to be burning, shining brilliantly like a burning sun. It was the Divine Prince. If the two of them fight, that would be great. I can see what realm Gu Changa's true 677 strength has reached. The Divine Prince's eyes flickered as he thought. On the other side, the heavenly Phoenix Maiden also appeared. Gu Changa suddenly attacked as if he was going to deal with Heavenly Lord Ziyang. This news swept through the entire True Immortal Academy in an instant, causing a huge commotion. It was rare to see a fight between the disciples of the sequence, not to mention that one of them was Gu Changa. Back then, when he was still at the mountain gate, he attacked Golden Cicada Buddha to show his strength and terrifying strength. Therefore, she was very interested in Gu Changa. She wanted to know how her strength compared to his. Changa is going to deal with Heavenly Lord Ziyang. In the palace, Yu Mingkong was slightly surprised when she heard the news. However, she did not care too much. After all, she was very clear about how strong Gu Changa was. Even if Heavenly Lord Ziyang was once the #1 in the upper world, he could not be Gu Changa's opponent. Why is Gu Changa bullying others again? Why is he attacking others? Oh, it's that disgusting Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Then it's fine. At this moment, Gu Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock, was slightly stunned when she heard the news. However, she reacted quickly. A smile appeared on her face. She was a little happy. It seemed that Gu Changa was going to avenge her. If it were the disciples who had been paying close attention to the Immortal Academy, they would definitely know that she and Heavenly Lord Ziyang had already fought before. Speaking of which, this matter was still caused by Heavenly Lord Ziyang. He ignored her warning and insisted on coming over to greet her. With Gu Xian's personality, how could she tolerate it? Therefore, she directly attacked Heavenly Lord Ziyang. However, with her strength, she was still not a match for Heavenly Lord Ziyang. That was because Heavenly Lord Ziyang had already broken through to the Sage realm. She had only cultivated for a short time. Although she had caught up during this period of time, she could at most deal with a presage Heaven's pride. Against Heavenly Lord Ziyang, she was naturally at a disadvantage. After gaining a slight advantage, Heavenly Lord Ziyang did not continue to attack. He chose to leave. However, this matter was a humiliation to Gu Xian. She was going to defeat Heavenly Lord Ziyang sooner or later. She was going to trample on his face and get back at him. Gu Chang'e said that he would not care about me. In the end, when he saw that I was bullied, he rushed to avenge me. Men. Gu Xian snorted. However, she was very happy. She looked as if she had already seen through Gu Chang'e. Of course, she did not dare to say these words in front of Gu Chang'e. Then, she turned into a divine rainbow and left the place. She wanted to watch the show. After all, as long as she hid in the crowd and did not get noticed by Gu Chang'e, it should be fine. Heavenly Lord Ziyang, you are so bold. You don't even care about my words. On the other side, Gu Chang'e stood in the sky. He was untainted by dust. His body was covered in five-colored divine light. Even his eyes were filled with terrifying visions. His voice was still cold and indifferent. He looked down at the two people below. He was still trying to find a suitable reason to deal with Heavenly Lord Ziyang. In the end, he provoked Gu Xian. This was like giving him a pillow. Gu Chang'e, what do you mean? Don't push me too far. I don't need to be afraid of you. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ziyang also shouted coldly. He rushed into the sky. There was a boom from the top of his head. A terrifying ray of blood light rushed out. It was like a mountain. It rolled up and turned into a terrifying dragon. It broke the clouds in the sky and looked down in all directions. Today, with his eldest senior brother by his side, he did not need to be afraid of Gu Chang'e like he was in front of the mountain gate. Oh, you are finally willing to come out. Gu Chang'e was still looking down at him coldly. He did not care that Heavenly Lord Ziyang dared to face him. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression became even more gloomy. Was Gu Chang'e looking down on him? Did he think that he needed to hide? Gu Chang'e, we have no grudges. Why do you want to hurt my follower? Heavenly Lord Ziyang could not help but ask coldly. His tone was not polite. Now that so many people were watching, he could not admit defeat and avoid the battle like last time. His reputation among the younger generation had already been tarnished once. Although the disciples of the sequence valued their reputation and did not want to fight with others easily. However, Gu Chang'e was an exception. He was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he was not afraid of others fighting with him. On the contrary, they were avoiding Gu Chang'e. They did not want to encounter him so soon. No grudges. I think you have a bad memory. Did you forget what I said in front of the mountain gate? Gu Chang'e said calmly. I asked you to stay away from Gu Xian. Did you not take my words seriously? Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression changed. He remembered what Gu Chang'e said, but how could he do as Heavenly Lord Gu Chang'e said? In the fragment of the future that he saw, Gu Xian died tragically at the hands of Gu Chang'e. How could he allow such a tragedy to happen? Even if Gu Xian hated him now, he would take him away from the sea of fire. Gu Chang'e was not a good person. Gu Xian had been deceived by him all this time. Oh, it seems that you still remember. How dare you not take my words seriously? Heavenly Lord Ziyang, do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you because you are a sequence disciple? Gu Chang'e still said casually, without the slightest change in her expression. However, the many elders and disciples nearby had already understood what was going on. So powerful. No wonder he is young Master Chang'e. He doesn't even take Heavenly Lord Ziyang seriously. I see. That's how Heavenly Lord Ziyang and young Master Chang'e became enemies. At this time, a young Heaven's Pride could not help but whisper. Seeing that the people around him were looking at him in confusion, he explained what had happened recently. Speaking of which, it was related to the Heavenly Lady of the Changxing Gu clan, who was also Gu Chang'e's cousin, Gu Xian. During the days when they first entered the mountain gate, Gu Chang'e's cousin caused quite a stir among the young Heaven's Pride with her beautiful face. Many things about her were also turned upside down. When she was young, her bone of Tao was dug out by her cousin, Gu Chang'e, and then abandoned outside. This tragic experience made people sympathize with her. However, as a Nirvana realm paragon, her talent and strength were not to be underestimated. Such a Heaven's Pride attracted a large number of admirers and suitors in a short time. Heavenly Lord Ziyang was one of them. There were rumors that he was stunned by Gu Xian on the first day she entered the mountain gate. Then, he started to pursue her crazily. As long as there was Gu Xian he could be seen everywhere. Because Heavenly Lord Ziyang was a sequence disciple, the other young Heaven's Pride knew that they could not compete with him. So, they all withdrew. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, Gu Xian and Heavenly Lord Ziyang had a conflict. The two of them fought fiercely. In the end, Heavenly Lord Ziyang left. Many people felt that this was the reason. Otherwise, why would Gu Chang'e have such an attitude? The Divine Prince's eyes flickered. He pondered deeply. Could it be that Gu Chang'e is a Siscon? No, if that's the case, how could he have dug out her bone of Tao when she was young? Such behavior is definitely not a good person. He dug out the bone and returned it to his sister because he had no choice. Is he planning to use this as an excuse to make a fuss? The Heavenly Phoenix Princess was also very smart. She quickly understood Gu Chang'e's intention. He was pretending to seek justice for his cousin. In fact, he was planning to attack Heavenly Lord Ziyang. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Gu Chang'e was really treating the sequence disciples like prey. As long as there was a chance, he would not let it go. However, many of the disciples and elders were thinking in another direction. There are rumors that Gu Chang'e dug out the bone and returned his sister outside Dao's celestial ancient city. After that, he felt very guilty. Is Heavenly Lord Ziyang's action touching Gu Chang'e's reverse scale? No matter what, there will be a good show today. Beams of light flashed and appeared in the sky, watching the situation below closely. They were very excited. Gu Chang'e, what do you mean? Seeing that Gu Chang'e didn't care about him at all, even Heavenly Lord Ziyang was furious. His expression was so dark that water was about to drip. He had never seen a young Heaven's favorite as arrogant as Gu Chang'e. Even that incomparably mysterious six-crowned king wouldn't act like this. I just think you are seeking death. Gu Chang'e's answer was as casual as usual. Gentlemen like women. Gu Chang'e, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Academy of Immortals? You even want to meddle in this? The veins on Heavenly Lord Ziyang's forehead were throbbing. He forced himself to calm down. Since Gu Chang'e had already shed all pretense of cordiality, then why should he be polite? He immediately retorted with a mocking tone. It's not that I want to meddle in other people's business. I just think a nobody like you is not qualified. Gu Chang'e said softly, today, I will teach you a lesson. Then, he made his move. He didn't give Heavenly Lord Ziyang a chance to speak. He was extremely straightforward. His slender figure stepped forward. Endless and blazing light shrouded him. The five-colored light flickered and he disappeared from where he was. He swung his fist. It was as if he was smashing down the entire universe. At the same time, Gu Changa's avatar appeared behind him. This was the first time he displayed his avatar in front of everyone. Buzz! It was as if the gate of immortals had been pushed open. A vast aura rushed over. It was a vast and mysterious ancient world. There seemed to be tens of thousands of immortals inside. Grand sounds of worship could be heard. This scene made all the heaven's favorites and elders' souls tremble. They were extremely shocked. Before this, many people were guessing what kind of talent Gu Changa had. Some said that he controlled space and his speed was unparalleled. Some said that he had unparalleled swordsmanship and mastered supreme offensive sword techniques. After all, according to the rumors, no matter what, Gu Changa couldn't find any flaws. However, the talent he displayed today seemed to be a projection of the immortal world. This avatar had already surpassed the ordinary avatars. Many people even felt that this world was real. Gu Changa, how many more tricks is he hiding? Damn it! The divine prince's breathing became rapid. He couldn't calm down and was a little heavy. So powerful. The heavenly phoenix maiden stared at Gu Changa without blinking. There was a strange light in her eyes. This aura. Not good, junior brother, dodge. At this moment, not only did Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression change, but even Qin Wuya's expression changed. He quickly reminded him. Damn it, the backlash of my celestial Tao Heavenly Eye has not healed. I can't use it. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression changed drastically. Then, he waved his robe, and there was a rumbling sound. Thick purple qi began to spread out from his body like a fog. The primordial Tao bone had awakened. In a daze, he stood in the deepest part of heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The terrifying purple fog seemed to have swallowed up one ancient world after another. It rotated there, and the avatar was extremely terrifying. These ancient worlds seemed to have come from the beginning of heaven and earth. They were incomparably thick and contained extremely pure and real world energy. The avatar's power clashed with the primordial qi. Instantly, there was a terrifying explosion, as if hundreds of stars had exploded. Even the Supreme's elders couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. They felt the terror and power of Heavenly Lord Zi Yang. As expected of the ancient freak who once suppressed the upper world. However, after this attack, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang was pushed back a few steps. His face paled a lot, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's strength is not to be underestimated. He actually took Gu Changa's attack head-on. Primordial Tao Bone, the Divine Prince and the other elites' expressions were slightly serious. They had long heard of how terrifying the Primordial Tao Bone was. The Primordial Tao Bone was a legendary supreme power. Even the Flying Immortal's power, which could be used to increase one's offensive power, was slightly inferior. In ancient legends, those who were born with the Primordial Tao Bone were all blessed with great providence. However, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's cultivation level was obviously not high enough. The amount of primordial qi that he could use was not continuous. However, this was already terrifying enough. Even an ordinary absolute saint wouldn't dare to take it head-on. I wonder how young Master Chang'e will deal with this. His expression seems too casual. It seems like he doesn't care. The heavenly phoenix maiden had been paying attention to Gu Chang'e's actions. However, seeing that his expression didn't change, she couldn't help but feel deeply puzzled and curious. Primordial Tao Bone, it's a waste for such a talent to be used on you. A strange look flashed across Gu Chang'e's eyes. Then, he punched again. Although he didn't use his true strength, it was obviously stronger than before. With his current strength, if he didn't use any other means, he wouldn't be afraid of even a quasi-supremes. To him, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang was just a leek that he harvested. Rumble. It was as if it carried a world with it. It was as heavy as millions of kilograms. The five-colored light was mixed with offensive power, and it shattered the sky. The void was instantly shattered, and a terrifying void appeared. All the elites who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. Their faces turned pale, and they almost knelt on the ground. This was the power of the world. It had already exceeded the range that the void could withstand. The void was constantly shattered and exploded. This aura was too grand and terrifying. Even absolute saints were shocked and didn't dare to fight back. When this punch landed, the fist light covered the sky and made it seem like the sky was trembling. Then, it completely exploded. Heavenly Lord Ziyang's eyes widened, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His mind buzzed and went blank. Before it came into contact, the layer of primordial Tao bone broke. It couldn't resist at all. This was walking the path of the extreme, breaking all laws with one force. He reacted. Gu Changda's strength is too terrifying. What kind of physique does he have? Why is it so similar to the nirvana power recorded in the human ancestors' palace? Many elders gasped. They didn't expect Gu Changda's physical strength to have reached such a level. Needless to say, there was probably no one in the younger generation who could compare to him. What right do a nobody like you have? Gu Changda asked casually again. He didn't feel like he was bullying the weak at all. When this punch landed, Heavenly Lord Ziyang once again coughed out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body directly exploded. Many pieces of his internal organs were spat out. His expression was as ugly and gloomy as a pig's liver. He was defeated by Gu Changda in such a domineering manner in front of all the talents. This made him feel extremely indignant, aggrieved, angry, and humiliated. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but the gap between the two of them was too big. If he was facing an elite of the same level, he would definitely win easily. However, the person in front of him was Gu Changda. This wasn't something talent could make up for. Your level is definitely not that of a sage. If we were at the same level. Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and appeared in the distance to quickly recover from his injuries. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Changda. You can keep that to yourself. Trash will always be trash. Stay away from Gu Xian, in the future. If I see you again, I'll personally destroy you. His expression was still as calm as ever, as if he had done something insignificant. If he wanted to kill Heavenly Lord Ziyang, he would definitely be stopped by the elders of the Immortal Academy. The games wouldn't make up for the losses. However, upon hearing this, all the nearby prodigies and elders couldn't help but fall silent. A deathly silence ensued. He was too powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a strong personality. Even an ancient freak like Heavenly Lord Ziyang, who had suppressed the upper world, was beaten to such a state. The other young elites couldn't help but shiver. Their divine souls trembled and a chill ran from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Chapter 286. Junior brother, calm down, don't be impulsive. At this moment, Qin Wuya, who had already figured out what had happened, also flashed. He appeared next to the Lord of Heaven Ziyang, who was gloomy and silent. He was on guard against Gu Changda. Senior brother, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely sullen and humiliated in his heart. He was actually humiliated by Gu Changda in front of all the disciples and elders. He even said that he would personally cripple him. However, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even refute because he would invite Gu Changda to attack him again. After he reincarnated as the successor of the Purple Mansion, this was the first time he encountered such a thing. It was a great humiliation. In the past, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would always be able to defeat them. Gu Changda, you should be lenient when possible. Ziyang has already paid the price today. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Qin Wuya looked at Gu Chang'e and said in a gloomy voice. In his opinion, there was still room for reconciliation. Gu Chang'e's intention was to prevent Heavenly Monarch Ziyang from getting close to his cousin. He was worried that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang would have ill intentions towards her. However, Gu Chang'e didn't know the relationship between his cousin and them. Therefore, this was actually a misunderstanding. As long as he explained it clearly, it should be resolved. However, Gu Chang'e interrupted Qin Wuya. Her expression was cold, and she did not give him any face. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy to teach me how to do things? You, even with Qin Wuya's 300 years of experience in the 9 heavens, he couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. This was too arrogant. Couldn't he speak properly? However, many disciples and elders felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and Qin Wuya shouldn't know each other. Why did the two of them look so familiar? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang also felt the change in the expressions of the people nearby. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "Thank you, senior brother Qin, for speaking up for me. I will remember today's kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future." After he finished speaking, he swept up the vast and mighty purple aura and directly left, not staying for even a moment. After today, his reputation would hit rock bottom. In the true Immortal Academy, the 4 words Heavenly Monarch of Purple Sun would probably become the target of ridicule. He would remember this humiliation. Qin Wuya furrowed his brows tightly. He had also realized the meaning behind Ziyang's words. His identity couldn't be exposed yet, so he couldn't let others know about his relationship with Ziyang Heaven Monarch. Thinking of this, he glanced at Gu Chang'e with a cold look in his eyes. He would remember today's debt and make Gu Chang'e pay it back in the future. Although Qin Wuya's cultivation was only at the heavenly god realm on the surface, his true strength was not inferior to even the quasi-supreme realm, not to mention that he had many powerful means. He just didn't want to expose himself in front of everyone. Then, without saying a word, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared. It seems like this Purple Sun Heaven Monarch has a pretty good relationship with this ancient who walked out of the wondrous stone. Today's matter, the grudge between them and young Master Chang'e, can be considered to have been formed. The group of elders and disciples looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts were filled with emotions, and their emotions were extremely complicated. Now, Gu Chang'e's strength had probably been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Covering the sky with one hand. This was probably not just empty talk. Even the top disciples of the sequence were like this when facing him, let alone the other young geniuses. In front of him, they probably couldn't even stand steadily. After today, I'm afraid the true Immortal Academy will have to respect Gu Chang'e. This was the thought in the hearts of many elders. However, Elder Mo's expression was a little strange. He thought of what happened that night. A genius like Gu Chang'e actually fell into the hands of a woman in the end. Other than making him sigh at the impermanence of the world, he also deeply felt that Su Qingge was terrifying. How terrifying was her thoughts and shrewdness to be able to hide it from Gu Chang'e. As expected of a true inheritor of demonic arts. Today's matter has made a fool of myself. Then, Gu Chang'e's eyes swept around, and his face once again revealed a deep and warm smile. It was as if the cold and domineering person just now was not him. This face changed so quickly that many young geniuses' faces turned a little pale. They hurriedly waved their hands and said no. That's good. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. His gaze swept over Gu Xian-er, who was hiding in the crowd and sneaking around. He left with a group of followers without saying anything. This guy is quite satisfying. It's a pity that I didn't do it myself. In the future, in the true Immortal Academy, I'm afraid no one will dare to bother me. This way, it will be much quieter and I can concentrate on cultivation. There was a smile in Gu Xian-er's cold eyes. Then she quietly left the crowd. She didn't know if Gu Changa had noticed her at the last glance. However, Gu Changa's actions today made her feel that her bold actions that day were worth it. This guy still had some conscience. After knowing that she was bullied, he took revenge for her and got back her face. And Gu Changa was in a good mood. After all, in the name of seeking justice for Gu Xian, not only did he deal a blow to Heaven Monarch Xi Yang, he also took a wave of providence points from Qin Wuya, who had returned from the 9 heavens. It had to be said that this series of related sons of providence and people with great providence affected the situation as a whole. Some of Qin Wuya's providence points were related to Heaven Monarch Xi Yang. After all, he was Heaven Monarch Xi Yang's senior brother in his previous life. In addition, today, in front of everyone, he dealt a blow to Heaven Monarch Xi Yang. It didn't matter if it had a destructive effect on his Tao heart. In any case, it didn't affect Gu Changa's next plan. The prerequisite for the Tao Heart Demon to succeed was that the Tao Heart Demon suffered a huge blow. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't control Heaven Monarch Xi Yang. He wasn't sure if he could succeed, and he might even expose his identity. Therefore, he still chose to use the method of pouring black water. After all, he had already mentioned to Wang Zijin about the Tao Heart Demon before. When the time came, he just needed to go with the flow. Even if Heaven Monarch Xi Yang wanted to quibble, it would be impossible. Then, after returning to the palace and dismissing everyone, Gu Changa used the guidance Tao fruit. In his palm, there was a surge of golden light. It was like a mysterious little tree swaying there. There were all kinds of dazzling fruits on it. At this moment, on one of the fruits, there were strands of purple qi hanging down. Although the copied primordial purple qi was rushed, it's enough to pass off as the real thing. Gu Changa's smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. During the battle, he used some methods to intercept a portion of the primordial purple qi. Then, he used the guidance Tao fruit to nurture it. Now, it had already borne a fruit. Of course, the primordial purple qi obtained like this couldn't be compared to the primordial Tao bone itself. After all, the time was very short. If he had more time, he might be able to replicate it completely. The guidance Tao fruit's effects were truly heaven-defying. After all, it was dropped after killing the human ancestor. Of course, the primordial purple qi that Heaven Monarch Xi Yang had was different from the primordial purple qi that Gu Changa understood. However, it was still a terrifying talent. The primordial purple qi evolved into chaos, primordial, Xianhuan, its power was indescribable. On the other side, the news of Gu Changa suppressing and defeating Heaven Monarch Xi Yang had spread throughout the Immortal Academy, causing a huge commotion. Inside the cave, Heaven Monarch Xi Yang, as the person involved, had already fully recovered from his injuries. Eldest senior brother, that's the whole story. Gu Changa's mind is vicious. Junior sister is so naive. She will suffer at his hands in the end. He slowly let out a sigh of relief. He had already recovered from the huge blow a few days ago. Then, he told Qin Wuya about the fragment of the future he saw with the immortal Tao heavenly eye. This Gu Changa actually had such a motive. He hid it too deeply. I actually thought that everything he did was for junior sister's good. It seems that what happened that day was just an excuse. Qin Wuya was silent for a moment. His expression was also ugly. He somewhat understood Heaven Monarch Xi Yang's feelings. In their opinion, even if Gu Xian hadn't recovered her memories of her past life, she was still their junior sister. Now that they knew that she would encounter such a thing in the future, how could they not be worried? Gu Changa, who was beside her, wasn't a good person. In my opinion, this Gu Changa is much more terrifying than the inheritor of the demonic arts. The inheritor of the demonic arts wouldn't be like him, holding up the banner of justice but doing such a tyrannical thing. His evil is hidden under a layer of hypocrisy. Qin Wuya couldn't help but sigh. These days, he had already understood many young geniuses. He had a deep impression of Gu Changa. Eldest senior brother, what should we do now? We can't just watch junior sister fall into a pit of fire and not do anything, right? Heaven Monarch Zi Yang clenched his fists. When he thought of Gu Xian's disgust and cold attitude towards him, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. In his previous life, no matter how cold his junior sister was to him, she wouldn't be like this, not hiding her disgust at all. On the contrary, Gu Xian trusted and relied on Gu Changa, who was supposed to be her greatest enemy. How could he bear this? It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Junior brother, don't be anxious. I've been reading ancient books these days and found that the reincarnation lake in the eternal heaven can remind people of their past lives. Qin Wuya said slowly, be careful these days. Don't get into a conflict with Gu Changa. I'll go to the reincarnation lake and return in a month at most. Hearing this, Heaven Monarch Zi Yang was stunned. Then, he nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to eldest senior brother. Although the purple mansion behind him had also sent an elder to the Immortal Academy. However, as long as it didn't involve a life and death battle, it was difficult for anyone to interfere. After all, the longevity Gu family by Gu Changa's side was not to be trifled with. When the time came, if he bumped into Gu Changa again, he would only be humiliated again. This made Heaven Monarch Zi Yang extremely unwilling and sullen, but there was nothing he could do. He had dominated his life and suppressed the younger generation of the upper world. When had he ever been defeated? However, in front of Gu Changa, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. As long as my immortal Tao Heavenly Eye recovers and my cultivation improves, I will definitely be able to wash away the humiliation. Heaven Monarch Zi Yang secretly made up his mind. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the entrance examination of the Immortal Academy. On the spacious and huge square, there was a tide of people, extremely dense. In the sky above, chaotic chi floated up and down. Many ancient palaces stood in the middle. They were grand and simple, exuding an ancient atmosphere. One could see that in the sky, there were many divine rainbows descending. Many geniuses on chariots also rushed over from various immortal mountains. Their mounts covered the sky and the sun, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Even from far away, one could feel the majestic chi and blood. This trial was extremely important to all the disciples. The square was surrounded by mountains. They were either filled with green light or green light, surrounded by 5-colored divine rainbows. They were all majestic and magnificent. On these mountains, there were also many geniuses who rushed over. Wang Wushuang of the Longevity Wang family, Qi Ling of the Vermilion Bird clan, Yi Langtian, Yi Liuli of the Archaic Yi clan, and others were all there. All the seniors have attached great importance to this trial, as it involves the matter of the Yin sky. The Yin day has erupted again, and Yin spirits with intelligence have been born. This has never happened in the historical records of the past. The seniors said that it is very likely that the Emperor Ju Yin will be born in the Yin day this time. There might be existences above the Emperor Ju Yin, and they might establish the Yin nation. In the palace, a few elders were discussing matters with solemn expressions, discussing the content of this trial. The trial of the Immortal Academy was definitely not as simple as an ordinary competition. It would definitely be much more difficult. Let's still divide into groups. The 10 sequences will be divided into 5 groups, and then each of them will choose the disciples below. Then, they couldn't help but sigh. Although they had been in charge of many entrance trials, they more or less felt that the matter this time wouldn't be too simple. Asking for fresh flowers, the casualties might be very shocking, because the territory of each section was different, and they didn't know what dangers there were. Soon, a beam of divine light descended from the high platform. Gu Changa led a group of followers and arrived at the scene. When the nearby geniuses saw him, their expressions changed drastically. They all moved aside in reverence, not daring to block his way. Greetings. Greetings. Young Master Chang'e. In front, a delicate and pretty girl in a white dress was standing together with a young man. She seemed a little out of place with the other geniuses nearby. She suddenly saw Gu Chang'e walking in this direction, and she immediately became nervous and shy. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly bowed. But her voice was trembling, and she stuttered a little. Gu Chang'e stopped in front of her and smiled. "You're Qin Xiaoyi, right? Long time no see. Have you gotten used to it?" "Ah, young Master Chang'e still remembers my name. I'm quite used to it now." When Gu Chang'e directly called her name, Qin Xiaoyi was surprised and shy. Her heart was beating very fast. She didn't expect that a small figure like her could be remembered by Gu Chang'e. In her opinion, this was something completely unimaginable. "Greetings, young Master Chang'e." Her brother, Qin Feng, also hurriedly bowed. He was very respectful and grateful to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. "It seems that you siblings have gained a lot during this period. Even your cultivation has improved a lot. It's all thanks to my sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so lucky." Qin Feng touched the back of his head and smiled. "You can't say that. After all, everyone has their own fate." Gu Chang'e smiled and said a few words to them, which was rare. If he remembered correctly, Qin Feng's talent was very poor. It was to the extent that he didn't have a spiritual root. Although it was very likely that an elder had transplanted a spiritual root for him. But in a short period of time, it was impossible for him to break through to his current level. Fortuitous encounter. In an instant, Gu Chang'e connected the two words in his mind. Otherwise, how could he explain this phenomenon? Back then, he had left a mark on Qin Feng. Now, it seemed that his luck points were increasing. It seems that he has obtained some treasure. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind, but his expression didn't change. However, he didn't say anything more and walked past the two of them. Qin Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with admiration. She said excitedly, "Brother, look, I told you that young Master Chang'e remembers my name." "Sigh, I know. Lower your voice. Now, you are the elder's favorite disciple. Watch your image." Qin Feng said helplessly. During this period of time, Qin Xiaoyi had been mentioning Gu Chang'e in front of him. She had heard all the rumors and news about him. His ears were about to grow calluses. In the past, he might have felt inferior in front of Gu Chang'e and didn't even dare to speak. But recently, his mentality had changed and he gradually became more confident. And Qin Feng knew that all this was because of that mysterious bottle. She can't continue like this. Xiaoyi is very grateful to Gu Chang'e, but in Gu Chang'e's eyes, she is just an insignificant person. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. He felt that he couldn't let Qin Xiaoyi continue like this. Otherwise, one day, she would be in pain and regret. Soon, all the young geniuses had gathered in the square. Even the gloomy-looking Lord of Heaven Zi Yang had shown himself. In another direction, the mysterious six-crowned king appeared in front of everyone for the first time. His face was blurry and he had a medium build. He stood on a mountain and wore gray robes. It was as though he was in a different world from everyone else. His strength was unfathomable. Golden Cicada Buddha Child, Divine Prince, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Human Ancestor Hall's successor Wang Zijin, Jiang Chuchu, Gu Xiener, Peerless Immortal Dynasty's Crown Prince Yu Mingkong, the ancient Freaking Shuang, the self-proclaimed Young Kings, the inheritors of the Forbidden Regions, almost all the most dazzling geniuses of this generation appeared at this moment, wanting to participate in this entrance exam. I heard that this time, the test will use the method of drawing lots to determine the groups. I wonder who is so lucky to be in the same group as young Master Chang'e. I think it might be his fiancée, Princess Mingkong of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. That might not be the case. The drawing of lots this time is completely based on luck. Although Princess Mingkong is young Master Changa's fiancée, she doesn't have any luck at this time. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. They were very concerned about the drawing of lots this time. After all, this entrance exam would determine the distribution of resources and the guidance of various elders in the future. Of course, to Gu Changa, this test was just a small step in his future plans. It was insignificant. He hoped to be in the same group as Yu Mingkong. After all, the two of them could be considered as an old married couple. It would be very convenient for them to work together. He didn't have to worry too much. Now, the disciples of the echelon will begin drawing lots. After that, I will explain the content of this test. Soon, an elder appeared on the high platform and swept his gaze across the geniuses below. Buzz! A squarish stone box appeared in the void. The material was very special. Even divine sense couldn't penetrate it, so there was no way to cheat. Immortal Academy couldn't afford to lose face like this. Soon, the disciples of the echelon began to draw lots. Echelon 1. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and looked at the number on the jade stick he had drawn. He couldn't help but whisper softly. Just as he raised his head and swept his gaze across the rest of the echelon disciples, Jiang Chuchu, who was not far away, had a ripple in her calm expression. In her jade-like hand, she was also holding the jade stick with echelon 1. Their gazes met in the void. She quickly lowered her head, unable to conceal the shock on her face. Why is it this guy? Gu Changa's expression didn't change, but in his heart, he felt that this luck was really poisonous. 1000. Chapter 287. When Gu Changa announced that the jade lot in his hand was number 1, the expressions of the other disciples also changed. They all lowered their heads to look at the jade lot in their hands. Even the mysterious six-crowned king's eyes moved. He looked at the jade lot in his hand. It was sparkling like jade and had a very clear texture. His gaze changed a little. It was not as calm as before. No matter who was in the same team as Gu Changa, they would have a great advantage. This trial would also give them a chance of survival. After all, Gu Changa's strength was there for all to see. There were many young geniuses in True Immortal Academy who wanted to become his follower. The elders had also warned them about the difficulty of this trial, saying that there might be many casualties. What a pity! Six-Crowned King shook his head, his voice carrying an inexplicable charm. The jade lot in his hand showed that he was number 3. It is indeed a pity. On the other side, the heavenly phoenix maiden also retracted her gaze. She rubbed the number on her jade lot, feeling a little regretful. Fortunately, he is number 3. The instant he saw his number, Purple Sun Monarch let out a sigh of relief. The stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He was worried that being in the same team as Gu Changa would be his greatest nightmare. After all, his eldest senior brother had gone to the reincarnation lake to get water. If he had a conflict with Gu Changa, no one would be able to help him. Number 2. Yu Mingkong glanced at Gu Changa and lightly shook her head. Her emotions didn't fluctuate much. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. What? Do the two of us not have any chemistry? Yu Mingkong lightly rolled her eyes at him, not saying anything. On the other side, Wang Zijin looked at Jiang Chuchu, who was pretending to be calm, with a smile. I am also number 2. Chuchu, why don't we switch places? Since this is the rule of True Immortal Academy, how can we casually switch places? Jiang Chuchu glanced at her casually, clenched the jade slip in his hand tightly, and said lightly, Princess Mingkong's strength is not as simple as you think. You can take care of each other if you are in the same team as her. Wang Zijin couldn't help but laugh. You didn't see her expression. She couldn't stand me. Jiang Chuchu did not speak. At this moment, she looked calm, but her heart was in turmoil. She did not expect that she would draw the same number as Gu Chang'e. Didn't that mean that he would follow him in this trial? What would happen? Would Gu Chang'e continue to treat her coldly, or would he continue to bully her like before? Jiang Chuchu didn't know what kind of emotions he was feeling now. Apprehension, uneasiness, nervousness, fear of loss, anticipation. Perhaps both. Soon after, a group of elders appeared on the high platform in a flash. A tall elder with red hair and beard waved his robe, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He then began to announce the content of this trial. The gazes of the disciples immediately shifted toward him. The trial this time is still related to the interminating sky. In the areas where the interminating sky erupts, there are suspected to be interminating nations. Among them, the interminating sovereign has gained sentience and is controlling the many interminating spirits under him to attack the various ancient cities and factions. So far, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird has been invaded by the Yin spirits. Many cultivators have died tragically, and large areas of land have fallen. In addition to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, the Green Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Crimson Blaze, and other ancient kingdoms have also been invaded, suffering heavy casualties. These ancient kingdoms were all affiliated with True Immortal Academy. They were closely related to the families and orthodoxies behind many of the geniuses present. When they heard that these ancient kingdoms were invaded by the Yin spirits, many people were filled with righteous indignation. They clenched their fists, and their murderous intent soared. When the Yin day descended, not only would it devour the surrounding worlds and heavens, but it would also breed Yin spirits. For various races, that was the greatest disaster. Cultivators might be able to escape. But for ordinary people, it was a catastrophe. The Yin day erupted again. I wonder if there is any Yin spirit source left this time. Last time, we had to rely on Wang Zijin to find it. Could it be that we have to rely on Jiang Chuchu this time? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression became a bit pensive. He could not forget about this kind of rare source energy. Last time, he only devoured and refined a part of it. He felt that his great Tao treasure bottle seemed to have been washed away of its essence. Its immortal essence was withdrawn, and a new kind of vitality was born. Gu Chang'e, he is not in the same team as Sister Mingkong. When did that successor of the human ancestor hall appear? Why is Gu Chang'e surrounded by so many women? Why didn't I notice before? On the other side, Gu Xian, who was some distance away from Gu Chang'e, could not help but mutter at this moment. She suddenly felt that she had underestimated Gu Chang'e's attractiveness to women blessed by the heavens. Not to mention his fiancée, Yu Mingkong, the other heavens blessed by the heavens like the successor of the human ancestor hall also had a close relationship with him. In addition, the little girl, Qing Xiaoyi, who was said to have the immortal demon body, also seemed to have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. There was no lack of admiration in her eyes. For some reason, this caused her to feel a little unhappy. And this time, she was in the same team as the siblings, Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. Did she have to take care of these two weaklings when the time came? If Gu Chang'e takes the initiative to ask the Qing siblings to switch places, they might agree. When she thought of this, Gu Xian stared at Gu Chang'e eagerly. The anticipation in her eyes was almost written on her face. Gu Chang'e naturally noticed her, but chose to ignore her and pretend that he did not see her. Wouldn't bringing Gu Xian along with him cause trouble for himself? As a woman blessed by Providence, she had to learn to develop herself and find her own opportunities. Gu Chang'e was still thinking about what surprises she could bring him, such as bringing back the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts from the trial outside. But this girl was actually waiting for him to bring her along. She was probably dreaming. Damn it, this guy saw me but ignored me. Gu Xian waved her fist at him angrily. Naturally, Purple Sun Heaven Monarch had noticed this. He clenched his fists and his heart burned with jealousy. When had his cold and arrogant little junior sister ever treated a man like this? But Gu Changa still ignored him. What kind of bewitching potion did he feed his little junior sister? This made him clench his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He could only comfort himself in his heart. His little junior sister's memories of her previous life had not been awakened. This could not be blamed on her. He could only blame Gu Changa for hiding too deeply. Soon, the elders finished explaining the requirements of this trial. In essence, it was still to resist the Yin sky, but the disciples of the various sequences would lead the teams. And because Qin Wuya, who came out from the wondrous stone, temporarily left the Immortal Academy, many disciples of the quasi-sequence were given the chance to draw lots. For example, Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian, and the others. Although they were all in the Divine King realm, their actual strength was not that great. However, in terms of their true strength, even the elders couldn't say for sure. After all, no one knew what methods each young supreme being had. Until the final moment, no one knew what kind of trump card they would use. Finally, in this trial, 6 Crown King and Lord of Heaven Zi Yang were in one team, while the Divine Prince and Golden Cicada were in another. Yu Mingkong and Wang Zijin were in one team. As for Gu Xian, she was in the same team as Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng. Saintess Chu Chu. Long time no see. How have you been? Gu Changa walked over and greeted Jiang Chu Chu with a calm expression. Young Master Changa is too polite. Jiang Chu Chu nodded. Her expression was very calm. This was the first time she greeted Gu Changa after leaving the Yin sky. The two of them didn't show any abnormalities. Gu Changa didn't mention the past at all. She naturally didn't say much either. In the eyes of others, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. However, Yu Mingkong felt that Jiang Chuchu's expression was a bit unnatural. She had noticed this when she was listening to the elders' lecture. Jiang Chuchu and Gu Changa didn't seem to know each other very simply. Princess Mingkong, are you worried that your fiancé will be snatched away? Wang Zijin smiled and took the initiative to greet Yu Mingkong. It was as if they were very familiar with each other. Yu Mingkong's expression was calm. No, I'm just worried about Saintess Chu Chu's safety. Wang Zijin was stunned. Then, she continued to smile. Oh, it seems that Princess Mingkong knows Brother Gu very well. Yu Mingkong more or less had different feelings towards this woman in front of her. She felt that this woman liked to interfere in everything and wasn't afraid of trouble at all. She also liked to watch the fun and didn't mind blowing things up. Now, she was deliberately trying to sow discord between her and Jiang Chu Chu. She was clearly the successor of the human ancestor palace, but she was like a witch. It seems that Princess Mingkong really trusts Brother Gu. However, I feel that Brother Gu isn't a gentleman who can't sit still. Wang Zijin continued to say with a smile. In any case, I'm not the one who will be eaten clean and leave in the end. Yu Mingkong's face also revealed a rare smile. She seemed very calm, like the most perfect and flawless jade. Wang Zijin, a transmigrator, couldn't help but be stunned by this answer. She felt that it was inconceivable. Yu Mingkong was Gu Changa's fiancé. How could she be so tolerant of Gu Changa? Or was it that she was very confident in herself? For a moment, she couldn't understand what Yu Mingkong was thinking. Or was she saying that it was impossible for a sea king like Gu Changa to fall in love with someone? Then, the group of disciples began to choose the team they wanted to join. This wasn't a mandatory requirement. This was because all the elders knew that the disciples that the Immortal Academy mainly nurtured this time were from the ranks and quasi-ranks. To put it bluntly, the rest of the disciples were just there to make up the numbers. Therefore, there was no doubt that most of the disciples wanted to follow Gu Changa. Regardless of whether they were quasi-ranks, inner, or outer disciples, they all chose his team at the first opportunity. Although Gu Changa had a strong personality, he had never mistreated his own people. This could be seen from the fact that he had far more followers than the other prodigies. Apart from them, there were also the teams of 6 Crown King, Divine Prince, Yu Mingkong, and the others. On the contrary, Gu Xian, Qin Xiaoyi, and Qin Feng were very awkward. This was because not a single disciple went over. Even the outer disciples were the same. Many people knew about Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng's situation. Although Qin Xiaoyi's talent was favored by the elders, how long had she been cultivating? When the time came for the trial, she would only be a burden. As for Gu Xian, although she wasn't weak, she was still lacking compared to the other young prodigies, especially when she had 2 burdens. What's going on? Even with Gu Xian's cold and aloof personality, she was a little dumbfounded and couldn't react. Apart from Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng, there was no one else beside her. As a result, her place seemed very deserted. Compared to the surrounding disciples, it was too conspicuous. Even Purple Sun Heaven Monarch, who was slapped in the face by Gu Chang'e, had many disciples around him. Why didn't she? Was she that unpopular? She couldn't understand. Regardless of appearance or cultivation, she wasn't inferior to the other prodigies. In fact, she was much better than them. But why didn't anyone choose to join her team? This made Gu Xian's porcelain-like face blush. She was embarrassed and embarrassed. Senior Xian, although Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng were used to this situation, they still felt embarrassed and blushed. Speaking of which, it was all because of the 2 of them. Gu Xian forced a nonchalant expression and said lightly, "It's okay. It's because they don't have good taste. It doesn't matter if there are fewer people. It saves me the trouble of protecting them. When the time comes, we definitely won't be a burden to Senior Xian." Qin Feng smiled bitterly and hurriedly promised Gu Xian. If it weren't for the 2 of them, Gu Xian wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Gu Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. In the sky, the group of elders didn't know what to say when they saw this scene. Immortal Academy had been established for so long, but this was the first time it encountered such an awkward situation. Especially Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyi, who were disciples that they thought highly of. During this period of time, Qin Feng's body had a strange change. In his blood, bones, and lungs, there were faint signs of chaos. From time to time, there would be the sound of wind and thunder. That was a sign of the power of qi and blood. This shocked the group of elders. After studying for a long time, they came to the conclusion that Qin Feng also had a mysterious body constitution. However, because he couldn't cultivate before, it didn't awaken. In other words, Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng were very lucky to have special body constitutions. This surprised them. Thus, they allowed the 2 of them to participate in the trial this time around. But they didn't expect the rest of the heavens' prides to be so realistic. They really showed the saying of, sucking up to the powerful. Looking at Gu Chang'e's side, it was already packed to the brim. In the end, as his cousin, Gu Xian's side was more than just miserable. Rest assured, elders. When the time comes, I will take care of the 2 of them. At this time, Gu Chang'e seemed to know the helplessness of the elders. He smiled and took the initiative to speak. Whether it was Qin Xiaoyi, Qin Feng, or Gu Xian, they were all people with great fortune. How could something happen to them so easily? This so-called taking care of them was just a casual remark. However, when the elders heard Gu Chang'e's words, they couldn't help but smile and sigh in relief. They felt that this was Gu Chang'e's promise to them. That's great. Young Lord Chang'e knows the big picture. With young Lord Chang'e's words, we can rest assured. Yes, then we will have to trouble young Lord Chang'e when the time comes. Their expressions were kind and they smiled. They were very pleased and felt that Gu Chang'e was more and more pleasing to the eye. He knew how to do things. Because Gu Chang'e had suppressed Lord of Purple Sun a few days ago and didn't put them in her eyes, those thoughts disappeared. Elders, don't worry. I will definitely bring them back safely. Gu Changa said with the same smile. Brother, look at how good young Lord Changa is. He is still taking care of us at this time. Qing Xiaoyi said softly to Qing Feng, her eyes full of respect and admiration. Young Lord Changa is only doing this because of Miss Xian Er. Xiaoyi, don't think too much. Qing Feng smiled bitterly and quickly corrected her wrong thoughts. I don't need Gu Changa's care. I am just being a busybody. Hearing the conversation between Qing Feng and his sister, Gu Xian Er still had a cold and disdainful look on her face. However, she was actually a little proud and happy. Although he said that he didn't care about her, Gu Changa's actions were very sincere. Soon, a dazzling light shone. In front of the spacious teleportation portal, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Lines of runes intertwined with each other, accompanied by a frightening majestic pressure. It was as if an ancient door had opened. Many young heavenly talents gathered here. In a flash, they appeared on the ancient warship in front of the teleportation portal. There was a faint excitement in their eyes. Let's go! An elder shouted. He waved his sleeve and a five-colored light appeared. Then, the ancient warships disappeared one by one and went straight to the portal, heading to the trial ground. Boom! The ancient warships took off and went through the portal. Soon, they disappeared. They traveled in the void and were hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. I hope they can all come back this time. It's best if the casualties don't exceed 50%. An elder sighed with worry in his eyes. After all, the trial of the Immortal Academy was different from other orthodoxies. The so-called law of the jungle was more realistic and vivid than other places. The outbreak of Yin Day this time was far more intense than other times. If one didn't have the strength of a sage-to-be, who could guarantee his or her life? Chapter 288. Divine light surged and the heavens rumbled. Master. This time, our destination is the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Now, in the east of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, many lands have fallen and are being attacked by the Yin spirits. On the ancient warship, a beautiful woman in a red dress was respectfully reporting to Gu Changa. The force behind her had a close relationship with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. She could be called the backer. And she was Gu Changa's follower. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Then, where are the other teams heading? Gu Changa nodded. He leaned comfortably on the chair made of 800,000-years-old vines and narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Su Chinga was peeling spiritual fruits and feeding them to him. The ancient warship was full of disciples of the Immortal Academy. They all had amazing backgrounds and the force behind each of them was far more powerful than the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Even a random genius from here could stir up a storm. They were either the direct descendants of the imperishable sects or members of the everlasting families. Miss Xian Er is heading to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Princess Mingkong is heading to the ancient kingdom of White Tiger. Lord of Purple Sun is heading to the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise, the woman in the red dress reported concisely. The ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise. Gu Changa nodded, and her expression was somewhat thought-provoking. The names of those ancient kingdoms had little to do with the real 10,000 Archean tribes. It was just convenient for them to pass on their heritage when they were established. Therefore, their strength and heritage were not very strong. He had been paying attention to Ying Shuang's whereabouts and knew that she was most likely going to look for Lord of Purple Sunday. After all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. As long as she was not stupid, she would know what to do. Of course, all this was within Gu Changa's expectation. Ying Shuang, the inheritor of demonic arts in the eyes of the world, was now hanging out with Lord of Purple Sunday. Gu Changa was not in a hurry. It was not time for him to arrange things. Lord of Purple Sun's reputation was ruined. If the purple mansion behind him dared to protect him. Gu Changa was about to play a big game of chess. That would be even better. Chinga, your cultivation seems to have advanced quite quickly during this period of time. After that, Gu Changa waved her hand to dismiss the woman in the red dress. Gu Changa couldn't help but ask casually. True Immortal Academy is indeed very suitable for cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed is something I didn't even dare to imagine before. Su Chinga gently massaged his shoulders and nodded. Really? How's your investigation of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts going? Gu Changa nodded and did not make things difficult for her. If I'm not mistaken, the siblings, Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng, should have a heaven-wielding artifact on them. Su Chinga answered. Another heaven-wielding artifact 21. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. In his palm, there was an ordinary-looking small jar. Its entire body was covered in simple and unadorned patterns. There were even traces of rust on it as it bobbed up and down. He felt that this so-called heaven palm jar was a bit strange. It possessed powerful divine might, and in some aspects, it was comparable to a supreme being artifact. But compared to the legendary treasure that could be found in the Immortal Palace, there was always something missing. However, this also resolved his previous doubts. Qin Feng's fate had been on the rise. It should have something to do with the heaven-wielding artifacts in his hand. Now, the heaven-wielding jar in his hand looked like an inferior Great Tao treasure jar. Although it also had a devouring effect, it was far inferior. It was not even as good as the treasure jar that Gu Changa condensed with Great Tao runes. So, in his opinion, it could be used as a key after collecting 7 artifacts at most. I feel that it might be in the hands of that young man named Qing Feng. Qing Xiaoyi doesn't look like she would have such a thing. On the contrary, her brother seems to be scheming. Hearing this, Su Chinga nodded. Because the heaven-wielding artifacts could sense each other, she did not take the initiative to look for Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. Before giving this heaven-wielding jar to Gu Changa, she actually used it as a weapon. It could even devour divine weapons easily. Its power was needless to say. That's good. He will give it to me of his own accord. Gu Changa smiled. Seeing that Su Chinga was a bit confused, he did not explain further. He would make a move on her sooner or later, but it was not the right time yet. After all, his weakness was Qing Xiaoyi. There were some things that he did not need to arrange deliberately. Saintess Chu Chu, during this time, you did not kill the inheritors of demonic arts, nor did you look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor. This is not like you. Gu Changa left the palace he was in. With a flash, the void blurred and he appeared in a palace not far away. The ancient worship of perfected Immortal Academy was very big. It could accommodate many palaces and pavilions without being crowded at all. So, every heaven's pride had their own independent pavilion and mansion. Jiang Chu Chu, who was cultivating cross-legged on the transparent jade bed, suddenly opened her eyes when she heard this voice. Her calm eyes stared at Gu Changa without blinking. She thought that during this trial, Gu Changa would no longer pay attention to her and treat her as indifferently as before. But she did not expect that Gu Changa would suddenly appear and even enter her palace as if no one was around. Jiang Chuchu's calm heart was disturbed again. She looked straight at Gu Changa. What I do is none of your business. Gu Changa, what do you want to do here? Once again, she asked this familiar question, but with a completely different emotion. The last time she asked Gu Changa this question, she was still imprisoned in the small world. Then what do you want me to do here? Gu Changa asked seemingly casually. Jiang Chu Chu bit her lips slightly and forced her voice to remain calm. Didn't you say that you would not care about my life or death? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Then why are you here now? Jiang Chu Chu, have you forgotten that you wanted to die in the land of extreme Yin? It was I who saved you. Gu Changa could not help but sneer. Is this how you treat your savior? You have to know that I was the one who gave you your current life. You have no right to criticize me. Gu Chang'e, you are really shameless. How can you do that? Jiang Chu could not help but retort coldly, I don't need you to save me. Then you can die now. I won't stop you. Gu Chang'e did not hide his mockery in front of her at all. Then, he walked over to her. Seeing this, Jiang Chu could not help but take a step back, thinking of the days when she was imprisoned by him. This despicable and shameless guy. What do you want? She looked at him coldly. I'm not interested in you now. Gu Chang'e said indifferently, Jiang Chu, you think too much. You're lying. Jiang Chu looked straight at him. Gu Chang'e, you can't hear a word of truth from your mouth. If Gu Chang'e did not care about her, why did he save her? Why did he solve the calamity of extreme Yin? Why did he let her, who knew so many of Gu Chang'e's secrets, live? You can think whatever you want. Gu Chang'e said calmly, I have something to tell you. What is it? If it's about helping the tyrant, then don't even think about it. I won't agree. Jiang Chu stared at him. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e interrupted her and could not help but sneer. Do you know that from the day you didn't dare to expose my identity, you were helping the tyrant? How many people have you indirectly caused the death of? Saintess Chu. Is this your so-called responsibility and righteousness? This has nothing to do with me. That was not something I did. Jiang Chu did not fall for his tricks now. But don't you feel guilty? When you see me, the main culprit, you can only stare at me like this. Are you worthy of your noble status? Are you worthy of the sect behind you? Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh. He suddenly reached out and pinched her delicate chin. His words were full of deep mockery and contempt. Gu Chang'e, you're a despicable and shameless bastard. Hearing these words, Jiang Chu was a little stunned. Then, she looked at him coldly, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Many of the emotions she had felt during this period of time suddenly exploded like a broken dam. She could not understand why Gu Chang'e would always use these things to poke at her scars. She originally thought that she could not care and let go of these things. But after being heartlessly exposed by Gu Chang'e, she felt even more sad and wronged. In the end, could she be blamed for all of this? Wasn't it Gu Chang'e who caused it? Take it, your tears are worthless in front of me. Gu Chang'e released her chin, and her tone was still indifferent and casual. Wu, you're a bastard. Irresponsible, shameless, despicable, hateful, I'll tear you to pieces. However, Jiang Chu's weeping showed no signs of stopping. She had cultivated for more than 20 years, and before she met Gu Chang'e, her state of mind had always been like an eternally unmelted ice. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would cry. Moreover, it was because of a man. Cry, it's okay, I'll record it with a shadow recording stone. As the dignified successor of the Human Ancestor Hall, TSK, to think that such a day would come. I believe that many factions would be very interested in this shadow recording stone. At this time, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change at all. Instead, he took out a shadow recording stone from his spatial ring. Gu Chang'e, you're still so hateful. When Jiang Chu heard him say that, she stopped crying. Her eyes were red as she stared at him coldly. As the successor of the Human Ancestor Hall, if such a scene were to spread, she would lose all face. The Human Ancestor Hall would be even more so, becoming the laughingstock of all the major factions. Gu Chang'e had to admit that this method worked very quickly. Can't you be a little more promising? Can't you work hard on your cultivation and kill me for revenge one day? Why do you have to cry like this? It's really not like you. At this time, the coldness between his brows had dissipated by a lot, and he seemed to be mocking her. If I could kill you, I would have done it long ago, Jiang Chu said coldly, I can't wait to cut you into pieces every day. Cut you into pieces, or cut you into pieces. I don't have time to waste with you. I'm here today to ask you to help me find the source of the outbreak in the land of extreme Yin. Gu Changa looked like he couldn't be bothered to say anything more to her. You want to solve the calamity of extreme Yin this time? Jiang Chuchu was stunned. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, Gu Changa actually wanted to stop this calamity. Are you going to solve it yourself? Gu Changa mocked. He was still waiting for Jiang Chuchu to be his tool. If she didn't agree, he could only use another method. Of course, he believed that Jiang Chuchu would agree. I promise you. Jiang Chuchu didn't think for too long this time and quickly agreed. Last time, Gu Changa did have a method to solve the calamity of extreme Yin. Although he suffered a lot of backlash, it proved that he had the same method as the human ancestor. However, I have a condition, she continued. What condition? Gu Changa asked calmly. If the condition was too unreasonable, he would definitely not agree. Of course, after agreeing, it was the same whether or not he fulfilled it. Gu Changa, in the future, can you treat me better? I don't expect someone like you to take responsibility. Jiang Chuchu was silent for a while, as if she had mustered up a lot of courage. She weighed her words, looked at him with some anticipation and uneasiness in her eyes, and asked these words. In her opinion, if she didn't say these words, it was very likely that she would face the same situation as Gu Changa in the past. He would wipe his mouth clean and leave directly. Hearing this, Gu Changa was slightly stunned. Naturally, he didn't hesitate and refused directly. No. This condition is too unreasonable. This condition is too much, change it. You, Jiang Chuchu gritted her teeth. At this time, she also knew that Gu Changa was determined to bully her. What kind of unreasonable condition was this? Just as the ancient worship of the Immortal Academy sped across the sky, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was in a state of chaos. The Yin Day suddenly erupted. The terrifying Yin Qi swept in all directions in an instant. This chaos had come too quickly, and no one had expected it. Since the Yin Day, many Yin spirits suddenly attacked. Under the command of the existence of the Yin nation, they were going to attack everywhere. The cities, tribes, and even the sects and families along the way were all drowned. If one looked down from the sky, they would see the rumbling torrents of gray fog running rampant on the ground, causing chaos everywhere and destroying everything. The territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was swept through by them, leaving behind only ruins. Many old people and children were crying everywhere. Soon, they were trampled to death by the Yin spirits and torn to pieces. In just a short while, everywhere was in ruins. Broken walls, blood stains, and gray fog billowed. Many people died, regardless of gender, age, or age. Large areas of the country were destroyed. In the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, inside the royal palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The current ancient king of Vermilion Bird was leaning against the throne with a tired expression. Many ministers below were discussing and quarreling, making the royal palace seem even more chaotic. He couldn't help but sigh. His face was full of sorrow. If the Yin Day can't be stopped this time, won't the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, which has been passed down for millions of years, be destroyed here? I have let down my ancestors. Your Majesty, I heard that the geniuses of the Immortal Academy are about to arrive. They will be the ones to stop the outbreak of the Yin Day. And this time, the leader is a very mysterious and powerful young man. We are saved. Hearing that, one of the ministers below hurriedly reported. His expression was full of anticipation and excitement. Although the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had been passed down for more than 1,000,000 years, in front of those immortal forces, it was only a matter of a snap of the fingers. Which one of the geniuses of the Immortal Academy didn't have such a background? If they stepped in, the matter would be solved, right? Many of the ministers in the palace were overjoyed. This is just a trial by the Immortal Academy. To them, our lives are not important at all. Or rather, their purpose is just to train their disciples. 677, if they encounter danger, they can leave at any time, but we can't. If they really want to stop all this, why would they send their young disciples? However, the Vermilion Bird King's voice was still full of fatigue and helplessness, with a bitter smile. He didn't feel the slightest bit of optimism. The situation was very serious. Maybe this time will be the time when the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird is destroyed. Fortunately, is not in the palace now. Otherwise, as a prince, he can't escape the responsibility of going to the front line. Against the Een spirit, even he wouldn't be able to do anything. The Vermilion Bird King couldn't help but smile at that thought. It was the only thing that made him feel relieved. His most outstanding child, the third Prince Chu Hao. There was no need to talk about his talent. At a very young age, he had displayed a terrifying cultivation level that far surpassed his peers. However, due to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird's lack of power, they couldn't provide him with the best cultivation environment. After that, the third Prince Chu Hao left the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and traveled the upper realm to cultivate. From time to time, letters would be sent back, telling him what he had experienced, which made the Vermilion Bird King very happy. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. The Vermilion Bird King didn't know what level the third prince's cultivation level was, but he didn't want him to return and be destroyed by the Een spirit together with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Your Majesty, outside the imperial city, someone saw the third prince. At this moment, the third prince has returned. However, at that moment, outside the palace, a guard came to report excitedly. What? Hao is back. The Vermilion Bird King was stunned. He couldn't believe it and almost fell off his throne. Then, the smile on his face became even more bitter. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. How could Hao be so stupid? Shouldn't he have left as soon as he found out about this? Quick, quick, quick. Come with me to see Hao. However, the Vermilion Bird King quickly calmed down. He knew that it was useless to blame him at that moment. What had already happened, and everything was a foregone conclusion. As such, he gathered a group of ministers and went to welcome the third prince. Senior brother, this is the country you were born in. Isn't it too shabby and weak? I don't think there's even a supreme being here. Sigh, it seems like it only has a heritage of 1,000,000 years. At that moment, outside the gates of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, 3 people were standing upright. The one in the lead was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a tall figure, exuding a sense of peace. When he heard those words, he didn't care at all. He just shook his head gently and said, "A son doesn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a dog doesn't despise his family for being poor. A gentleman shouldn't forget his roots. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird raised me. When something like this happened, I naturally had to come back and have a look." That was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Chu Hao. Although he looked to be in his 20s, his actual age was hundreds of years old. There were 2 people next to Chu Hao, a man and a woman. Both of them didn't look very old. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was shrouded in a silver glow and wore clothes that were not simple. The patterns on his clothes looked very ancient, unlike those of the current era. However, his bone age was very young. The one who spoke was the young man. His skin was slightly pale, and he looked a little frivolous. There were fine scales between his eyebrows. As for that woman, she was slightly younger than him. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her skin was like fine jade, glowing with a white luster. She was very beautiful. If Su Qingda was there, she would be extremely shocked. She felt that the woman looked 70% similar to her. However, she was much younger. Chapter 289. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? On the ancient warship that was speeding toward the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the palace was filled with spiritual chi and light. Gu Chang'e asked casually, seeming to be in a good mood. No. I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strange feeling. Su Qing'e leaned into his arms and found a more comfortable position. She shook her head gently. Do you still remember what happened in the lower realm? What happened in the lower realm? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He recalled that when he asked Yan Ji to inquire about Su Qing'e's whereabouts, she said that she was going to look for her mother. Was it because of this matter that she was suddenly asking about it? Are you talking about your background? Although it was a long time ago, Gu Chang'e still remembered it. Su Qing'e's mother seemed to be a noble lady from the upper realm who came to the lower realm by accident. After giving birth to her, she was brought back to the upper realm. Su Qing'e's father had been thinking that he could find her mother after she came to the upper realm. So you still remember? Hearing that, Su Qing'e was a little happy. I thought you'd forgotten. If you didn't remind me, I might have forgotten. Gu Chang'e said casually with a puzzled expression. He remembered the sudden notification from the system in his mind. Triggered the mission line of Su Qing'e's fate. This kind of random mission was usually encountered when one encountered a son of fate. Could it be that this trip to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird would lead to a son of fate? And it was related to Su Qing'e? Or was it her background? Two souls in one body, but the body was not dominated by the other soul. This showed that Su Qing'e's willpower was amazing. However, the system did not mention it, so Gu Chang'e could not make a judgment. Now Su Qing'e was worthy of the title of Daughter of Fate. Her fate points increased by a lot with each passing day. Gu Chang'e observed step by step. When she was in the lower realm, her fate points increased from more than 300 to more than 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Who would have thought that the first beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory would become the inheritor of the demonic arts that was feared by the upper realm? What a blessed girl! Gu Chang'e could not help but smile. Young master, what are you laughing about? Su Qing'e stared at him. She felt that he was much more human than usual at this moment. It seemed that they were no longer separated by a distance that could never be touched. We've arrived at the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Gu Chang'e did not answer. Instead, he stood up and swept his divine sense downwards, noticing the majestic imperial city below. Gu Chang'e felt that things would be much more interesting in this trial mission. More than half of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had fallen, and the same was true for the other ancient kingdoms that the disciples had rushed to. Although he was confident that he could resolve the calamity of the Yin sky, he didn't want to do so. After all, the fall of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was a good thing for him. The more chaotic the water was, the more he could use this opportunity to deal with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. If Jiang Chu Chu could find the Yin-terminating origin source for him, that would be even better. Gu Chang'e. Seeing Su Qing'e and Gu Chang'e come out of the palace, Jiang Chu Chu, who had been meditating not far away, opened his eyes. There was a hint of shame in his eyes, but more than that, he was impolite and cold. Holy Virgin Chu, did you have a good rest last night? Gu Chang'e walked over and greeted him casually. You, Jiang Chu Chu swallowed the word, bastard. After all, he was in front of so many people, so he quickly regained his composure. No one could see anything unusual. You seem to have had a good rest. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Holy Virgin Chu, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate in this trial. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, I think you should have a lot of means to deal with the Yin-terminating creatures. Yes, I'll have to trouble you this time, Holy Virgin Chu. Along the way, I've seen that the calamity of Yin-terminating creatures is not that simple. There are many sage-to-be creatures of Yin-terminating creatures. When the time comes, we can only rely on young Master Chang'e and Holy Virgin Chu. Hearing this, the rest of the disciples echoed one after another. They did not notice the abnormality between Jiang Chuchu and Gu Chang'e at all. Young Master Chang'e is very powerful. If he's here, I'm afraid I can't help. At least I have some self-awareness. Jiang Chuchu shook his head and said calmly. However, many disciples thought that he was being modest. After all, his strength was recognized. Some time ago, he had shown his terrifying cultivation of the saint realm. It was said that the two successors of the human ancestor palace had a cultivation that surpassed their peers. You can't say that. Holy Virgin Chu is being modest. I've seen your strength many times. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone thought that the two were being modest. However, some people pondered. Could it be that the two had already fought before? Was that why Jiang Chuchu said something like that? Did she know that she was no match for Gu Chang'e? At that thought, they admired Gu Chang'e even more. It turned out that he had already suppressed the successor of the human ancestor palace before anyone knew. Such strength was more than just invincible. However, Jiang Chuchu, as the person involved, did not feel that way. She felt that Gu Chang'e was implying something. She could not help but grit her teeth. Test my strength? Did he really have the guts to say these words in front of everyone? How shameless! In the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. In front of the imperial city gate, many cultivators and creatures had already heard the news. They were all from the various clans of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Now that they knew that the interminating heaven was a disaster, they were discussing how to deal with it. They did not expect to hear about the third prince's return. It's the third prince. It's really the third prince. That's great. The third prince suddenly appeared in a time of crisis. Maybe we can be saved and don't have to flee our homeland. In an instant, everyone came to welcome him. At that moment, seeing the handsome man in front of the imperial city gate, everyone was very excited and emotional. Anyone who had lived in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird would have heard of the extraordinarily talented third prince, Chu Hao. It was said that on the day of his birth, there were sounds of Tao, golden lotuses, clear springs, blooming celestial flowers, and the shadow of an ancient grotto heaven appeared above the imperial palace. Following that, celestial cranes flew in from all directions. Although there were no celestials on them, they carried a celestial mushroom that was more than 1,000,000 years old as a congratulatory gift. This event caused a lot of commotion back then and caused a lot of commotion in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Many cultivators thought that the third prince was the reincarnation of a celestial and was destined to become an immortal in the future. Even the heaven's favorites who were born at the same time as him were overshadowed by his brilliance. I really can't imagine that first brother was born in such a remote place. Even the destiny of the ancient kingdom is constantly declining. It's hard to imagine how such a character like first brother could be nurtured and supported here. The girl was tall and had skin as white as snow. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful, and her temperament was cold and quiet. She wore a long dress made from the silk of a fire silkworm that was more than 1,000,000 years old. All kinds of rules and patterns were intertwined, making her look mysterious and ancient. When she spoke, there was some disbelief and shock in her voice. She did not believe that the big brother with such great talent would be born in such a place. From what they could see, the big brother's talent could only be raised by forces like the imperishable sex or everlasting families. However, Chu Hao did not mind at all. He only smiled and said, "I told you before that you shouldn't be too surprised when you came with me because the force behind me is not that strong. However, I am still very grateful to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird who raised me. Father still provided me with a lot of cultivation resources even when the national treasury was in deficit. However, at that time, it was still far from enough for me. That was why I left the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and traveled around. After that, if I didn't run into those celestial cranes when I was born, I probably wouldn't have been able to find my master. I didn't know there was such a reason. I've never heard the big brother mention it before. The big brother's father must be someone extraordinary. The young girl was slightly stunned when she heard that. A look of admiration appeared in her eyes. So, when you see the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, don't put on airs, especially in front of my father. Chu Hao's expression gradually became serious. He was worried that his junior brother and junior sister would think too highly of themselves and look down on the cultivators and living beings of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Don't worry, big brother. Junior sister and I would never do such a thing. We didn't come out of the mountain to cause trouble for you, the frivolous young man hurriedly smiled and promised. He was still very respectful and fearful of the big brother. However, the young girl only glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. Chu Hao knew what their personalities were like, so he could guess what they were thinking at the moment. The young girl's name was Ji Qingxian. Behind her was the Ji family that had been in existence for a very long time. However, they were very mysterious and kept a low profile. Everyone knew about the everlasting families and the imperishable sects, but they rarely heard about the ancient hidden clans. The ancient hidden clans were a mix of good and bad people. Even a clan that had been in existence for an era dared to call themselves an ancient hidden clan. However, the Ji family was different because their origin could be traced back to the beginning of the human race. Their ancestor was also known as the human ancestor. This so-called human ancestor had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was all because they had made great contributions to the world. Therefore, the ancient hidden Ji family was also known as the human ancestor family. As for the young man, his name was Wang Xiao. He was the genius of the ancient hidden Wang family. The ancient hidden Wang family was naturally not comparable to the ancient Ji family. However, in front of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, they were still a huge force that was difficult to provoke. Wang Xiao was arrogant, so it was normal for him to look down on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Moreover, the reason why Wang Xiao followed them down the mountain this time was because of Ji Qingxian. Chu Hao was well aware of this. However, because of the presence of his big brother, Wang Xiao restrained himself. At this time, on the central street of the imperial city, the king of Vermilion Bird, who was dressed in a robe, was leading a group of ministers. He was very excited. Father. Chu Hao also smiled and quickly went up to him. He's just an emperor of the mortal world. Wang Xiao curled his lips in disdain. Do you really think that big brother can't hear you? Ji Qingxian frowned and her expression was very cold. Idiot. Wang Xiao hurriedly put on a smile and said, eldest senior brother won't mind. After all, eldest senior brother's master wants to become the manor head this time and needs our Wang family's support. Eldest senior brother will turn a blind eye. Hearing that, Ji Qingxian gave him a cold look and did not say anything else. Rumble. At this time, a terrifying trembling sound suddenly came from the sky. An ancient warship is coming here, Ji Qingxuan's eyes flickered. She looked up and saw a terrifying shadow in the distant sky, which covered the sky and the sun. It was descending toward the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. The momentum was very shocking. It crushed the sky and shocked many of the cultivators and living beings in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Meanwhile, the king of Vermilion Bird and the others who were talking to Chu Hao were delighted. Father, what is this? Chu Hao was a little surprised. He looked over and noticed the flag on the ancient warship. The two words, True Immortal, were simple and majestic. They spread out in the sky and gave off an ancient aura. The existence of the True Immortal Academy was known by almost everyone in the upper realm. Chu Hao was no exception. Therefore, he could not help but be curious. Logically speaking, why would the True Immortal Academy notice a place like the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? It should be because the geniuses of the True Immortal Academy have all arrived. The king of Vermilion Bird explained, when the True Immortal Academy heard about the calamity of Absolute Ein, they sent their disciples here, saying that they want to stop this calamity. So that was the case. So this was actually a trial by the True Immortal Academy? To True Immortal Academy, the only use of this calamity was to temper their disciples through a trial by fire. The life and death of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was insignificant to them. Chu Hao could not help but frown. He was curious at first, but at this moment, only disgust was left. After all, the True Immortal Academy was high above and beyond the mortal world. The geniuses who cultivated there all had extraordinary backgrounds. Even a random outer sect disciple from there was definitely not someone the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could afford to offend. Therefore, although the trial this time sounded like it was for the sake of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, to help them solve the calamity of Absolute Een. However, if something were to happen to those geniuses here, the forces behind them would not dare to say anything to the True Immortal Academy. In the end, they would only blame the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Even if the calamity of Absolute Een was solved, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird would not have an easy time. It would also be said that those geniuses could leave at any time if they were in danger, but the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could not. Instead, they would have to allocate some of their forces and manpower to protect them. Considering all these reasons, Chu Hao felt that those geniuses were here to cause trouble. They were of noble status, and the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had to be careful. It's really hard to explain. Chu Hao sighed softly. Looking at the helpless expression on his father's face, he understood that all of this was not something the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could decide. The True Immortal, that's strange. Ji Qingxian frowned. She didn't know why, but when she saw the ancient worship, she had a strange feeling. An inexplicably familiar feeling came from her bloodline. It was as if there was someone very important to her there. Could it be that this generation's geniuses from the True Immortal Academy would come to a place like the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to train? Wang Xiao also noticed that incomparably ancient and huge ancient worship that was covered in chaotic aura. He was very shocked. With his status, it was not difficult for him to enter the True Immortal Academy. However, the place where he cultivated was an ancient orthodoxy called the Taishan Grotto Heaven. The Taishan Grotto Heaven was very mysterious. It almost never accepted outsiders as disciples, and only those who were fated to go there. Even the location of the Grotto Heaven was very mysterious, and very few people could find it. Wang Xiao originally did not have the right to enter the Taishan Grotto Heaven. However, he was once a member of the reclusive Wang family who made a big mistake and was exiled. For some unknown reason, he suddenly changed and became an extremely powerful elder in the Taishan Grotto Heaven. That member's biggest wish was to be able to return to the Wang family. Because of this, the reclusive Wang family agreed to let him return to the family tree. Naturally, Wang Xiao was able to join. I heard that this generation's True Immortal Academy is full of talents and geniuses. It can be said to be a golden age, many ancient freaks have appeared, every single one of them powerful beyond compare. Wind and clouds converged, dragons soared and tigers leapt. Ji Qingxian said softly, and there was a look of longing in her eyes. Although the Taishan Grotto Heaven that she joined was not weak, there were too few disciples. The geniuses that she met, apart from the reclusive Ji family members, were the disciples of the Taishan Grotto Heaven. Wang Zhao's strength was not considered weak among the disciples of the Taishan Grotto Heaven. However, in Ji Qingxuan's opinion, compared to those famous geniuses, he was far inferior. The only one that was worthy of her respect was her eldest senior brother Chu Hao. Although Chu Hao's personality seemed normal, there was one thing that was especially strange. He always felt that his strength was not strong enough. However, he still had to cultivate in seclusion even though he had already crushed many of his peers. Moreover, he was the kind of person who cultivated in seclusion all year round, and it was rare to see him. An elder once said that unless the Taishan Grotto Heaven was in danger, eldest senior brother Chu Hao would not come out of seclusion easily. This time, if the ancient kingdom of Phoenix was not in danger, Ji Qingxian reckoned that eldest senior brother Chu Hao would choose to continue his seclusion. However, thanks to this opportunity, she could leave the mountain gate and come to the outside world to meet many young geniuses. It was not unreasonable for the reclusive Ji family to keep a low profile. It was rare to see members of the Ji family in the outside world. Since Ji Qingxian could remember, the number of times she left the mountain gate could be counted on one hand. Eldest senior brother, don't you like those geniuses? However, Ji Qingxian soon noticed Chu Hao's expression and was a little confused. Eldest senior brother seems humble, but he is actually proud. He definitely doesn't like those geniuses. Wang Xiao looked as if he had seen through Ji Qingxian and said with interest. Shut up. Ji Qingxian glanced at him coldly. She did not hide her disgust at all. Her voice was as if it had been tempered by thousands of years of ice and frost. It was bone-chilling. Although Wang Xiao knew that Ji Qingxuan's character was like that, he was still a little unhappy that he was scolded by her time and time again. Ji Qingxian, don't forget that the patriarch of your Ji family has reached the last stage of the 5 decay of the heavenly being. When he passes away, your family's enemies. Humph, he smiled proudly. You're courting death. Ji Qingxuan's killing intent rose to the peak. However, she forced herself to hold it in. Wang Xiao smiled proudly. He was not surprised at all. How, you don't have to welcome those geniuses with me. I know your temper. There might be some conflict later. On the other hand, the Emperor of Phoenix had seen through it and smiled calmly. After all, he would have to be humble and please those geniuses when he met them later. As a son, how could Chu Hao stand such a situation? If there was a conflict, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. I understand, father. Chu Hao said in a deep voice and clenched his fists. He hated his own helplessness. If he was strong enough, the ancient kingdom of Phoenix would not need the Immortal Academy to treat them like charity. He would not need his father to grovel and flatter the other geniuses. As expected, he still needed to go into seclusion. After breaking through to the supreme stage, no one dared to look down on the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. I'll be able to reach that level soon. At this moment, if anyone knew Chu Hao's true thoughts, they would be shocked speechless. Supreme stage. That was a stage that even old monsters who had cultivated for millions of years could not break through. And he was about to reach that stage. How old was Chu Hao? He was only a few hundred years old. This kind of talent could no longer be described as shocking. Let's go to the palace first. After that, Chu Hao led Ji Qingxian and Wang Xiao in another direction, deliberately avoiding the ancient warship that was descending toward the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. I thought this ancient kingdom of Phoenix was related to the Phoenix clan. I didn't expect it to be a small country. I thought something big was going to happen when I came here. This ancient kingdom of Phoenix doesn't even have a quasi-supreme. The most powerful one is a great saint at most. No wonder more than half of the country has fallen. On the ancient warship, a group of geniuses looked at the scene below and could not help but feel disappointed. Compared to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix in front of them, their background was like an emperor suddenly arriving at a small mountain village. Naturally, they were as disappointed as they could be. This fate, it didn't look like this when we saw it from the sky. Could it be that the so-called child of fate is closely related to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix? Gu Chang'e could not help but narrow his eyes. Greetings, geniuses of the Immortal Academy. I'm the current king of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Below the ancient warship, the king of Phoenix led a group of ministers and several young and beautiful princesses. They were waiting anxiously and uneasily. Many people had their heads lowered, looking cautious and fearful. There was not a trace of surprise or joy on their faces. Even the powerful ministers and generals of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix were trembling in fear at this moment. They looked as if they were walking on thin ice, not daring to breathe too loudly. They did not know who the leader of this expedition to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix was, so they did not know what his temperament was like. If they offended him because of disrespect, then they deserved to die. Chapter 290. Don't worry, Vermilion Bird King. We're not some scourge. This time, we'll be leading the way to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, so you don't have to worry. Don't worry about the character of the successor of the human ancestor palace. That was accompanied by a chuckle. Buzz. Golden light suddenly surged on the ancient warship. It was dazzling and runes intertwined. Then, a golden path extended from under Gu Changa's feet. He walked straight down. Behind him, a group of young heavenly legends followed closely. Even Jiang Chu Chu was several steps behind. No one dared to walk with him. Such power shocked the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird who came to greet them. It was unbelievable. The heavenly legends of the Immortal Academy. Everyone was proud and confident. They believed that they were invincible and could dominate the world. They would never admit that they were inferior to others. But now, they were willing to follow behind. Who was this young man who was walking in front of them? Gu. And the successor of the human ancestor palace? For a moment, the Vermilion Bird King's mind was blown. It was as if he was hit by a big bell. He suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened involuntarily. Could it be that person? Greetings, young Master Chang'e. He reacted quickly and hurriedly called out respectfully. It was almost from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to show any other emotions. Apart from that person, which other heavenly legend in the world could achieve such a situation where one person was followed by 10,000 people? Greetings, young Master Chang'e. The rest of the ministers and generals also came to their senses at this time. They all greeted him respectfully. At the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, there were too many rumors about that person. Even in a place like the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, they often heard about him. Be it the number one of the younger generation, the potential of a perfected immortal, or anything else, it was difficult to hide his strength and mystery. You don't have to be so polite, everyone. There's been a lot of chatter in this trial. I hope you don't mind, Vermilion Bird King. Gu Chang'e waved his hand. His expression was as gentle and elegant as ever. Young Master Chang'e, you're too polite. What are you saying? You're too kind. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird looked extremely flattered. Before they came, they never thought that they would be led by Gu Chang'e. This made him sigh with emotion and rejoice. It was rumored that young Master Chang'e had a gentle temperament, was a gentleman, and was extraordinary. Now that he had seen it today, it was indeed so. He was even so polite and courteous to a small country's ruler like him. As such, there was no need to worry about anything else happening. As long as they didn't do anything to offend this group of geniuses, they shouldn't bring any trouble to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Seeing this, the beautiful princesses of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix mustered up their courage and secretly looked up. They sized up the rumored young Lord Chang'e as their minds wandered. Some people had even thought of the surname of their descendants the moment they saw Gu Chang'e. At this moment, everyone had different thoughts. They all started to compliment him and show respect. Gu Chang'e appeared to be gentle and courteous, showing the manners that a descendant of the everlasting Gu clan should have. This made the eyes of the princesses and womenfolk sparkle. Of course, only Jiang Chu Chu knew that Gu Chang'e's appearance on the outside was nothing more than an act. Only those who had seen him with their own eyes knew how cold and heartless he was. Sometimes, she didn't even know if Gu Chang'e was faking it in front of her so that he could break her heart. If 680 was truly the case, then how terrifying was Gu Chang'e? If he was faking it, he wouldn't have treated me so badly. She then shook her head gently and extinguished this thought. Jiang Chuchu still felt that Gu Chang'e still had some kindness in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to find the location of the outbreak on the Yin day. He wouldn't have saved her. It was just that sometimes, his coldness and heartlessness covered up this kindness. After that, the ancient kingdom of Phoenix quickly ordered the best palace in the kingdom to be vacated for Gu Chang'e and the other geniuses from the Immortal Academy to stay. Soon, the news about Gu Chang'e leading the geniuses from the Immortal Academy to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix spread like wildfire, causing a huge commotion. If there was a genius in this world who could be remembered by everyone, it would be Gu Chang'e. Even the children who had just started cultivating had heard of this name. Among the younger generation, the name Gu Chang'e was like a legend with different meanings. Therefore, after hearing that Gu Chang'e had come to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, the originally chaotic and panicked ancient kingdom of Phoenix seemed to have taken a calming pill. Such a situation made everyone in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix overjoyed, excited, and emotional. It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Judging from the change in fate and the information we've gathered, the son of fate this time should be the third prince who suddenly returned. Inside the palace, black and white divine lights were flickering in Gu Chang'e's eyes. The strange power evolved from the rules of heaven and earth like silk from a cocoon. The fate of the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix was showing a trend of change before his eyes. After sending someone to investigate, he quickly learned about the third prince's life. He was not a good-for-nothing. On the day of his birth, there was a shocking phenomenon and a red-crowned crane as a gift. Later on, he showed amazing talent, but the ancient kingdom of Phoenix couldn't nurture him. He had no choice but to leave his hometown and travel. In the end, he joined some unknown sect. In the blink of an eye, he returned after hundreds of years. His current cultivation level was unknown. Although he is a python, he can devour dragons. The third prince's fate is purple. Back then, only the reincarnation of the human ancestor had such treatment. Gu Chang'e gently closed the jade scroll in his hand. Does this mean that he is the reincarnation of some ancient almighty? He had some ideas in his mind. This kind of child of fate with purple fate was the easiest to harvest, but it could also lead to a backup plan. After all, there were several kinds of reincarnations. One kind was to be reincarnated after being severely injured, or like the human ancestor, who took the initiative to reincarnate and left behind many backup plans in order to reach the peak in the future. What he wasn't sure about now was why the third prince was reincarnated. Jiang Chuchu has already set out to find the place where the Yin field is erupting. He is quite diligent and saves me some effort. But it seems that he doesn't want to see me. Gu Chang'e didn't take it to heart. Then, he directly ordered the geniuses of the true Immortal Academy to start the trial and kill the Yin field creatures to stop the chaos. After all, they should do something. Of course, Gu Chang'e was not interested in doing such a boring thing. It was enough for his followers to go forward. As for protecting those geniuses, he was not a babysitter, so he didn't have the time. Gu Chang'e still had other things to consider. Then, he moved and left the palace, searching for suitable prey while he was at it. It was time to break through his cultivation. Su Qingge's mission line is related to her background. He asked the system in his mind. Now, the mission line related to Su Qingge's fate had many rewards. He needed a lot of fate points to exchange for the bone of transcendence. Yes, master. The system answered. It seems that I have to pay attention to Su Qingge's whereabouts. From the information I just found, Su Qingge and the woman beside the third prince should have a lot of connections. Gu Chang'e didn't follow Su Qingge. He didn't need to pay too much attention to this kind of thing. Su Qingge would take the initiative to tell him when the time came. Besides, my cultivation is close to the great saint realm. If I can find a quasi-supreme with a special origin, even a great saint can do it. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. The black tortoise, white tiger, and other ancient countries were not very far from where he was. His prey were all in those places. At this moment, in a side palace, the Vermilion Bird King was talking to Chu Hao about Gu Chang'e with a joyous expression on his face. At the side, Ji Qingxian and Wang Xiao were also listening. Their expressions were different. Wang Xiao was dissatisfied that the palace they lived in was too remote, while the geniuses of the Immortal Academy lived in the best area with the richest spirit qi. But when he saw the Vermilion Bird King walking over, he shut up. On the other hand, Ji Qingxian was listening with rapt attention. A pondering look flashed across her clear eyes. The person my father is talking about. I've heard that as the successor of the Longevity Gu family, the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, and the future leader of the Taichu Divine Sect, his power is extremely terrifying. I really didn't expect him to have such a temperament. Chu Hao nodded and looked relieved. He was afraid that his father would be humiliated. But judging from the situation, that was not the case. Gu Chang'e's temperament was gentle and elegant, and he did not have a high and mighty attitude. Inexplicably, he no longer had the bad impression of this plain and masked Gu Chang'e. At first, he subconsciously thought that these geniuses of noble birth were all arrogant and proud, so he did not have a good impression of them. After all, his birth was not very good, and he had encountered many such situations along the way. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird heaved a long sigh and lamented, "Indeed, young Master Chang'e is the most deserving of the title of Heaven's Pride I've ever seen. Everything he says and does gives people the feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. He doesn't give people the feeling that he's looking down on others or that he's superior. How, if you were in the same era as him, you might have become friends." Hearing this, Chu Hao smiled and did not say much. Of course, he had heard many rumors about Gu Chang'e. Whether it was the immortal ancient continent or the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, he had heard about it. Some of his actions were not worthy of being a gentleman, and the two of them were not on the same side. However, Gu Chang'e did not humiliate his father in front of others, and that was enough. "I can't believe Gu Chang'e is here, eldest senior brother, I want to go out for a walk." At this time, Ji Qingxian suddenly spoke. Her cold and calm face did not change much, as if she was tired of listening to the father and son talk about old times. Junior sister, you should be careful. Although there are no dangerous places in the Vermilion Bird King, you rarely come out alone. Chu Hao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said with concern. Okay. Ji Qingxuan's reply was concise. Then eldest senior brother, you guys chat. I'll accompany junior sister Qingxian. Seeing this, Wang Xiao quickly said. However, Ji Qingxuan's figure flashed and disappeared from the entrance of the palace, as if she did not want him to follow. This guy, anger flashed across Wang Xiao's face, but he quickly chased after her. How, your junior sister and junior brother? Seeing this, the Vermilion Bird King hesitated. I know what father said. Both of them have extraordinary backgrounds, and they are proud. Especially Wang Xiao, he is a little eccentric. However, junior sister just doesn't like to talk. She is actually very kind and sensible. Chu Hao smiled faintly, appearing very steady and indifferent as he explained. Let them be. In my opinion, the most important thing is to solve the problem of the outbreak of Yin Day. The Vermilion Bird King nodded, and the two of them started to discuss again. Why did Ji Qingxian run so fast? She disappeared in the blink of an eye. I felt that she was weird when she came here. What is she hiding from us? On the other hand, after chasing out of the palace, Wang Zhao's face was a little gloomy, as he did not see Ji Qingxian. Although his strength was not bad, compared to Ji Qingxian, he was still a lot weaker. If Ji Qingxian did not want to be tracked by him, it would be easy for her to shake him off. Elder Xian, do you see Ji Qingxian? Wang Xiao had no choice but to summon his guardian. When they left the mountain gate, the Taishan Grotto Heaven sent a guardian, as they were afraid that something would happen to them. However, most of the time, the guardian would be very far away in the void. They would only appear when they sensed danger. After all, no one wanted to have no secrets. I don't see her. However, Elder Xian's voice soon entered Wang Zhao's ears, and his expression became even more gloomy. That's Ji Qingxian. Suddenly, Wang Zhao's eyes trembled as he saw a familiar figure disappear into a mansion on the street not far away. However, he remembered that Ji Qingxian was wearing a different dress. Could it be that she had specially found a place to change into a new set of clothes? She's so mysterious. Who is she going to meet? When I mentioned the Gu clan successor, her expression was not right. Could it be that she has seen the Gu clan successor before? However, isn't the Gu clan successor in another direction? Wang Xiao felt uncomfortable as he thought of this. He could not help but clench his fists. Could it be that Ji Qingxian had met someone without him knowing? However, Ji Qingxian had never left the mountain gate before this. If I go there rashly, she will definitely notice me. I have to see who Ji Qingxian is meeting first. After making up his mind, Wang Zhao's figure flashed. His expression was unusually gloomy as he arrived at a pavilion. From this place, he could see the mansion that Ji Qingxian had just entered. At this moment, in the mansion that Wang Zhao was staring at, a voice rang out. The environment was quiet, and a stream flowed slowly. A few green bamboos were mottled with ink, and they looked very elegant. Su Qingge was a little dazed, curious, and confused as she stared at the woman in front of her. After that, she could not help but speak. It's really you. It's really you. The woman in front of her, who was Ji Qingxian, also spoke. Her voice was very cold and calm, but there were huge waves in her heart. She had never expected that her sister, who lived in the lower realm, would appear in front of her in such a way one day. All of this was too unexpected. She had heard from her mother that she had a sister, but she lived in the lower realm and was just a little over a year older than her. At this time, Ji Qingxian finally understood what that strange feeling from before was. It was something that had guided her here. She could not help but murmur softly, I was wondering why I had such a strange feeling. It seems that your feelings are the same as mine. Then should I call you little sister? Or what? Hearing this, Su Qingge smiled and appeared to be calm and at ease. If one looked closely, they would find that the girl in front of her was more than 70% similar to her in both height and appearance. If she dressed up a little, even the people who were the most familiar with her would not be able to tell the difference. This made her feel as if there was another her standing in front of her, and there was some kind of connection between their souls. She just did not know if the other party was also in the state of having two souls in one body. Sister, I'm Ji Qingxian. I know your name is Su Qingge. Mother told me before. At this moment, Ji Qingxian took the initiative to introduce herself. Her voice was cold and calm. If one listened carefully, there was no difference at all between her and Su Qingge. If they were twins, no one would doubt it. Ji Qingxian, what a nice name, mother, how is she now? After a moment of silence, Su Qingge could not help but ask. Her mother had always been her biggest weakness. Although she did not remember much, there was always an irreplaceable meaning. Mother actually misses you very much, but because she violated the family's ban, she has never left the courtyard all these years. Other than me, only uncle has visited her. After all, mother had embarrassed the Ji family when she ran away from the marriage. Ji Qingxuan's voice was cold and calm as she explained, when they took mother back, she was already pregnant with me. If mother had not begged for mercy, I would have been aborted at that time. She seemed to be very calm as she introduced these things. It was as if it was not her business. After that, after I was born, I was noticed by the family because my talent was not bad. It's not easy for you either. Hearing Ji Qingxuan's calm narration, Su Qingge could not help but feel a lump in her throat. Su Qingge could not help but feel a lump in her throat. She knew that although she lived in the upper realm, it was not easy for her either. Because she did not have a father, her mother made a mistake and was imprisoned. Therefore, what she had to bear was far more than her peers. Although she lived in the lower realm, her father was the Holy Lord of the Taishan sacred land. He had given her the best since she was young. What about you, sister? How did you come to the upper realm? With your cultivation base, it's probably very difficult to come to the upper realm. Ji Qingxian asked curiously. I was just lucky to meet you, sir. Su Qingge smiled. There was nothing to hide about this. Sir. Could it be? Ji Qingshuan's murderous aura suddenly rose. It was bone-chilling and terrifying. She knew some things. Some beautiful women in the lower realm were often brought up by cultivators who had forbidden realm-breaking weapons. They were sent to various auction houses and sold as slaves. With her sister's appearance, even in the upper realm, it was enough for countless geniuses to worship her as a fairy. You've misunderstood, Su Qingge explained. I was really lucky. When I was in the Taishan sacred land, I met young Lord Chang'e, who came to the lower realm to look for something. Sister, you know young Lord Chang'e? Ji Qingshuan's calm eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. This was completely out of her expectations. Yes. Su Qingge explained everything. During this time, she ignored some unimportant things, including the fact that she had become the inheritor of demonic skills. Sister, I'm suddenly a little envious of you. It's good that you have such a life. After hearing this, Ji Qingshuan's eyes showed a yearning and envy. I've been living for my family since I was young. No matter what I do, I just want to be valued by my family so that I can save my mother. Sigh. Su Qingge looked at her with pity. I actually want to have a life like yours too. Ji Qingshuan's voice sounded a little sad. Su Qingge was stunned. Her eyes were a little sad. As her sister, what could she do for her? Rebel against her family and save her mother? With her current strength, she couldn't do that at all. Qingxian, I'll be in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird during this time. How about this? You can be me for a while. You can do whatever you want without thinking about the consequences. And I'll be you for a while. Anyway, we look exactly the same. You can't see anything wrong. As for cultivation, as long as we don't expose it, there shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, she thought of a way and said so. This was the only way she could let Ji Qingxian feel free as her sister. Is this, okay? Sister, what if there's a flaw? Ji Qingxian was stunned. She didn't expect Su Qingge to say so. Then, she gently shook her head and said, no. It's okay. You just need to be careful not to let young master notice anything unusual. Because he's very smart. Nothing can be hidden from him. I'll tell you everything that needs to be told. You can even leave at any time. No one will blame you. Su Qingge smiled helplessly and explained. Young Master Chang'e, Ji Qingxian softly repeated these words. There seemed to be a strange look in her eyes. Finally, she softly hummed in agreement. Chapter 291. Looks like I'll have to make some plans. There's a supreme saint hiding in the dark who came back with the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. It seems like he's a protector. However, the third prince's cultivation seems to be above the supreme saint level. On the eaves of a palace, Gu Chang'e took a step forward and appeared in this place. His robes fluttered and his hair sparkled. He looked like a deity who was about to ascend. He could see the changes in the fate of the entire ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in his field of vision. Some mansions had strange phenomena rising, like dragons soaring and tigers leaping. Some palaces had the image of the emperor absorbing the brilliance of heaven and earth. Even under the scorching sun, it was very obvious. However, he was able to sense the changes in the world because he had cultivated the path of reincarnation into his eyes. Other cultivators, even source masters who were proficient in geography, were unable to see it. The image of a python and a sparrow devouring a dragon, the smile at the corner of Gu Changa's mouth was a bit intriguing. Be it a python, a sparrow, or a true dragon, he saw it as a change in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird due to the birth of the child of fate. Before this, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird's fate was only a small sparrow. Because of Chu Hao's birth, the fate changed and became a python and a sparrow. Now, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was planning to transform by devouring a dragon. Even source masters who were proficient in geography would not be able to see such changes. Gu Changde felt that even the current king of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was not aware of it. If it were in other imperishable sects or supreme celestial dynasties, there would be specialized cultivators in charge of watching and guarding the changes in the fate of the dragon vein. They would be alert to the changes in fate at all times, so that they could predict the future changes in advance. Such a fate that was related to the future of the sect and orthodoxy was ignored in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, allowing it to develop. Speaking of which, if the birth of the child of fate had not happened, it would still be a sparrow. If there were signs of it growing into a dragon, it would at least be a small-scale sect. In the next moment, Gu Changde took a step forward. The void became blurry, and he found the place where the fate of the dragon vein was. Very soon, they were 1,000 feet below the surface of the ground. Gu Changde appeared here. Before his eyes, a vast dragon vein was gathering. It was extremely majestic and heavy, like a true dragon swimming in the darkness. What surprised Gu Changde was that the dragon vein already had the embryonic form of a dragon. It had a dragon head, dragon whiskers, dragon claws, and dragon tail. Only the dragon body had yet to solidify. Given enough time, it was very likely that it would grow into a true dragon. One had to know that the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird did not even have a supreme being. It was simply unimaginable for a little sparrow to grow to such a level. This dragon vein, I'll kindly accept it. Bursts of divine light erupted from Gu Changde's hand. It was like a terrifying wave that was about to drown out everything in front of it. His movements were extremely fast, turning into a terrifying pitch-black void great palm imprint, locking down this area of the void, preventing the dragon vein from escaping. As for what would happen to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird after losing the dragon's vein, that was not something he had to consider. Roar! Meanwhile, the true dragon that was quietly devouring the dragon Qi and fate in the darkness also noticed Gu Changde at this time. It sensed a terrifying sense of danger from this young man who suddenly barged in. It already had spiritual intelligence and could not help but let out a low roar, wanting to intimidate Gu Changde. A majestic and terrifying aura surged in this darkness. If Gu Changde had not locked down all directions with the great void palm imprint, it would have been detected by the cultivators outside. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. Gu Changde smiled and stepped in the void, walking over and getting closer to it. Look at what I'm holding. Do you want it? He opened a jade bottle in his hand. Immediately, green light appeared, and the aura was extremely dense. The Qi of immortals drifted in the darkness. This was the immortal essence that he found on the immortal path back then, and he had not finished refining it until now. This kind of thing was no different from poison to beings like the dragon vein. It had an indescribable temptation and attraction. I just want to be friends with you. Gu Changde was still smiling. Seeing that the dragon vein's attention was all on the jade bottle in his hand, he said, I'm not a bad person. At the same time, the great Tao treasure bottle appeared and floated behind Gu Changde, emitting wisps of black light. Faintly, a terrifying devouring intent could be sensed from it. You don't believe me? Seeing the disbelief in the dragon vein's eyes, Gu Changde could not help but shake his head and sigh. Actually, I don't believe you either. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying and vast grey fog swept from behind him, covering the sky and the sun, instantly drowning the dark underground. The dragon Vane was terrified and wanted to escape from this place. But in the sky, Gu Changa's palm had already reached down and covered it. At this moment, the great Tao treasure bottle seemed to have turned into an endless black hole, swallowing the dragon Vane in an instant. What a pity, you're destined to become a true dragon in the future, but the taste is not bad. Gu Changa sat down cross-legged. He had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, but at this moment, after swallowing the dragon Vane, he suddenly broke through to the supreme saint realm. In the courtyard, it was very quiet. The mottled bamboos swayed and rustled. What Su Chinga wanted to tell him was actually not very important. To her, it was only about Gu Changa's personality, preferences, habits, and so on in daily cultivation. Of course, it involved the way she interacted with Gu Changa. For example, Gu Changa liked to drink tea with million-year-old tree heart spring water. Each tea leaf had to be picked from an ancient divine mountain, and the tea could not be brewed for too long. The flame needed was 30% heavenly frost flame. The spirit fruits he ate had to be at least 800,000 years old, and he did not eat those with more seeds. In short, Gu Changa's requirements in these aspects were very strict. In his words, it was enjoyment. Ji Qingxian listened very carefully, almost not missing a single word. It was obvious that she put a lot of effort into this. Do you remember? After Su Chinga finished speaking, she smiled slightly and looked at Ji Qingxian, who seemed to be thinking about something. Yes, sister. Don't worry, I won't let young Lord Changa notice anything unusual. Ji Qingxian nodded as if she had accepted a very serious task. Su Chinga smiled, that's good. Then I'll tell you about the situation on my side. Except for senior brother Chu Hao, you need to pay attention to the others, especially that Wang Xiao. He's not a good person. Sister, you need to be careful. This time, the protector I followed down the mountain is actually from the Wang family, not the Ji family. Ji Qingxian said. When she mentioned Wang Xiao, there was obvious disgust in her eyes. Even the protector is not from the Ji family. Su Chinga was stunned, and there was pity in her eyes. What did this mean? It meant that even though Ji Qingxian had good talent now, she was still not valued by the Ji family. Even the protector was sent by the Wang family this time. This situation could be described as terrible. Moreover, from Ji Qingshuan's words, she could tell that the disciple named Wang Xiao was interested in Ji Qingxian. That was why he followed her here, and it was very likely that he would use his background to bully Ji Qingxian. I know, I'll be careful. Su Chinga smiled slightly and comforted her, don't worry, I'm here for everything. That so-called Wang Xiao can't bully you. Hearing this, Ji Qingxian was slightly stunned. There was surprise in her eyes, as if she did not expect Su Chinga to say this. Where did she get the confidence to say this? Was it because she was Gu Changa's follower? I know, sister. However, she still nodded and did not ask more. After all, everyone had their own secrets. This ancient talisman can hide your aura. I usually use this to hide my aura, so you don't need to worry about being noticed. Then, Su Chinga took out a simple ancient talisman and gave it to Ji Qingxian, saying. Although the two of them looked the same, there was still a big difference in their aura. Su Chinga usually relied on this thing to hide her aura. After all, she was the inheritor of demonic arts. She had made a lot of preparations just in case. Okay, I know, sister. Ji Qingxian took it. She could not understand why Su Chinga had so many tricks up her sleeve. She seemed to have more than one instrument that could hide her aura. As Gu Changa's follower, did she still need to hide her aura? Did anyone in this world dare to bully her? Of course, Ji Qingxian did not say this out loud. She was more and more curious about Su Chinga's identity. It seemed that she was not the kind of person who only relied on Gu Chang'e. Then, the two changed their clothes and hair accessories. In order to look the same, Su Qingge asked Ji Qingxian to put on some light makeup. This way, even the people closest to them would not notice the difference. Now we look exactly the same. Su Qingge sighed slightly and touched Ji Qingshuan's face. Okay. Ji Qingxian nodded slightly. Sister, I'll leave first. Su Qingge nodded and watched Ji Qingxian leave the courtyard and disappear in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Then, she sighed softly with a complicated expression. Qingxian, don't play tricks. Young master is not someone you can control. As the elder sister, she could vaguely guess Ji Qingshuan's thoughts, but she did not stop her. In fact, she also had her own thoughts. She did not purely want to help her sister. She also felt that Ji Qingxian seemed to have a special interest in Gu Chang'e. As the elder sister, Su Qingge just did not expose it. Moreover, she also wanted to know what Ji Qingxian was planning. She was not a naive girl. No matter when she was in the lower realm or after she became the inheritor of demonic arts in the upper realm, she had her own thoughts and plans. Although the two of them were sisters, they had never met each other before. If it was said that the two of them could open their hearts and trust each other just because of their blood relationship, that would be too dreamy and unrealistic. Su Qingge did not expect Ji Qingxian to trust her completely. Her younger sister had experienced more than her since she was young. The depth of her thoughts was far beyond her. She was not as simple as she looked. Ji Qingxian took the initiative to mention that she envied her life. It was very likely that she had guessed the relationship between her and Gu Chang'e, so she said that. She was so proficient in using retreating in order to advance. If Su Qingge had not been influenced by Gu Chang'e and had seen and heard about all kinds of tricks, she probably would not have seen through Ji Qingshuan's little scheme. You're even scheming against your own sister. At this moment, the other soul in Su Qingge's mind could not help but sneer with a hint of sarcasm. Su Qingge just shook her head calmly. You can't say that I'm scheming. She and I are just taking what we need. It just so happens that I've been staying with the young master recently. I really can't get away. She was the inheritor of demonic arts. She would not be like those ordinary skyprides who would kill Yin spirits to save the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Su Qingge had her own matters to attend to. Moreover, she had been in contact with Elder Mo several times recently. She already knew that there was an organization of inheritors of demonic arts in the dark. Each of the ancient existences came from various orthodoxies in the upper realm. Although they did not know each other's identity. Asking for fresh flowers, but at critical moments, they could provide her with help. Elder Mo also told her that there were other members of the inheritors of demonic arts hidden in the Immortal Academy. Therefore, Su Qingge subconsciously thought that the inheritors of demonic arts incident that had caused a stir before were all part of the plan. In fact, it was all planned by this organization. They wanted to confuse the public and give her a chance to develop. This trial is a good opportunity for me to fish in troubled waters. Also, I can take advantage of the fact that Ji Qingxian is pretending to be me to clear my name in front of the young master, that Lord of Purple Sun has a grudge against the young master. Then, I'll make him my target first. Thinking of this, Su Qingge could not help but smile. However, this smile was a little cold. On the other hand, Wang Xiao, who had been watching Ji Qingxian enter the mansion in the pavilion, seemed to be a little impatient. After waiting for so long, no one came out of the mansion. Who knew what would happen during this period of time? Therefore, he planned to go and ask who Ji Qingxian was secretly meeting with. In his eyes, Ji Qingxian would be his sooner or later, even if she was cold and disgusted with him now. But one day, he would make her kneel on the ground and beg for his mercy. Not to mention that Ji Qingshuan's situation in the reclusive Ji family was not good. Sooner or later, she would become a chess piece for a marriage alliance. At that time, He only needed to inform the family behind him, and the reclusive Ji family would obediently send Ji Qingxian to him. At this moment, Wang Shao suddenly saw a familiar figure walking out of the mansion. She was tall and wore a snow-white robe. Her face was cold and beautiful. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her face was fair as if it was carved out of the most flawless jade. It was Ji Qingxian, who had changed her clothes in Wang Zhao's eyes. 0-inch you still know to come out. I'd like to ask who Ji Qingxian is meeting. Wang Zhao's expression was very ugly. He moved and disappeared from the pavilion. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Ji Qingxian. Junior sister Ji, who are you meeting? Wang Shao took the initiative to speak. His voice was very gloomy as he asked with dissatisfaction. However, Ji Qingxian was currently pretending to be Su Qingge. Therefore, although she was shocked when she saw Wang Shao, she immediately frowned and asked in a cold voice, who are you? Very well. You're pretending not to know me. Ji Qingxian. Wang Shao did not expect Ji Qingxian to say that and was stunned for a moment. He then reacted and could not help but laugh out of anger. He felt that Ji Qingxian was pretending not to know him. After all, it was indeed impossible to say when it came to stalking. However, wasn't her behavior showing that she had a guilty conscience? Where did this lecher come from? You must have eaten a leopard's skull. Do you know who I am? Ji Qingxuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Her voice was as cold as ice. Normally, he loathed Wang Shao to the core and wished he could kill him. Now that there was such an opportunity, she would not let it go. After all, she was her sister, Su Qingge, and the one standing behind her was Gu Changge. Even if Wang Shao was given 100 guts, would he dare to touch her? Ji Qingxian, how dare you? Don't forget that the old ancestor of your Ji family is. Wang Shao was stunned again. Ji Qingxian was still pretending not to know him. Moreover, the more she pretended, the more they were alike. Who was she? The Ji family behind her was not as good as before. Not to mention that Ji Qingxian was not valued in the Ji family at all. Other than her beauty and cultivation talent, what else did she have? He immediately sneered, I called you junior sister Ji out of respect for eldest senior brother. In the end, you really think you're something? Who's behind you? The Ji family? Can the Ji family protect you? Seeing that Wang Shao had revealed his true colors and was no longer concealing his true colors, Ji Qingxuan's eyes became even colder. She could not help but clench her fists tightly. This was the situation she was facing now. The Ji family did not value her at all, but Wang Shao had thoughts about her. However, with her personality, it was impossible for her to compromise with Wang Shao. You're courting death. However, at this moment, she was Su Qingge and not the previous Ji Qingxian. Therefore, she did not need to worry about the consequences. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the long sword in Ji Qingxuan's hand was unsheathed. It turned into a terrifying sword-light rainbow that was about to tear the sky apart. Its sharpness was shocking and its momentum was huge. Ji Qingxian, you dare to attack me? This scene caused Wang Zhao's expression to change immediately. He turned pale and was in disbelief. He never thought that Ji Qingxian would suddenly explode and kill him. Moreover, it was the merciless kind. This made Wang Shao panic. Although he dared to be arrogant in front of Ji Qingxian, he was definitely not Ji Qingxuan's opponent when it came to a real fight. Pervert, die. Ji Qingxuan's expression was cold. She was determined to kill Wang Shao. This was a rare opportunity. Qi. This swordlight was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had fallen from the distant sky. It contained her cold killing intent. Even the void was trembling as if it was about to shatter. It could not withstand this kind of fluctuation. At the crucial moment, Wang Shao took out a golden shield that was shining with divine light. This shield expanded in the air and became a few meters long. Many laws and order flowed and intertwined on it. The material was extraordinary. It was obvious that it was not cheap. Gotcha. However, under Ji Qingshuan's sword, Wang Zhao's shield could only resist for a moment. With a cracking sound, it cracked and exploded into pieces. 1,000. Chapter 292. Oh no! Ji Qingxian is determined to kill me. Oh no! Wang Xiao, who was activating the artifact, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was distracted and he suffered a backlash. His face was pale and he could not believe it. Ji Qingxian, who was usually angry at him but did not dare to attack him, where did she get the courage to kill him today? Elder Xian, save me. At this time, Wang Xiao could not care less. He shouted into the void, planning to call for help. He could not defeat Ji Qingxian with his own strength. At this time, other than the guardians, no one could save him. You still want to call for help? Ji Qingxian frowned. Her voice was cold as if there was no temperature. She waved her hand again and the long sword flew out. It bloomed in the void and millions of sword lights bloomed, drowning the people below. Such a scene instantly alarmed many cultivators and living beings on the street. After all, the momentum was too shocking. Many people turned into divine rainbows and flew into the sky. They were shocked when they saw this from afar. Many buildings and pavilions were immediately hit by the aftershocks and turned into ruins. No one expected that there would be people who dared to fight in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. During this period of time, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird ordered that all killing and fighting were prohibited in order to have a peaceful environment in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Many people also knew that the rumored young master of the Gu clan was in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Therefore, they could understand the Emperor of Vermilion Bird's actions. Who are these two people? Why are they fighting here? The energy waves are so scary. They don't look old. Could they be the geniuses of the Immortal Academy? Compared to them, we've cultivated for so many years, but it's like we've cultivated for nothing. These are the so-called geniuses. Otherwise, why would they be so different from ordinary people? Many cultivators were shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. However, they also felt bitter as they deeply felt the difference between them and the geniuses. Many people immediately connected the dots with the geniuses of the Immortal Academy. Apart from these geniuses, who else could have such terrifying strength at such a young age? The momentum here was so terrifying that it spread to the depths of the ancient kingdom almost immediately. Many of the geniuses who had yet to leave turned into divine rainbows and rushed over in shock. This voice, it seems to be junior brother Wang shouting. What happened to him? Chu Hao, who was conversing with the Vermilion Bird King, couldn't help but frown. After all, his cultivation had already reached the level of a quasi-supreme. He had heard Wang Zhao's cry for help almost immediately. Although he was not very fond of this somewhat eccentric and conceited junior brother. However, if something were to happen to him in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, neither he nor the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird behind him would be able to bear the consequences. At the thought of this, Chu Hao sighed. He could only go and take a look. Father, I'll go and see what's going on. As he spoke, Chu Hao took a step forward and left the place. He appeared outside the imperial palace and rushed in the direction of the voice. Stop! At this time, Wang Xiao, who was fighting with Ji Qingxian, was stunned. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel delighted, and he shouted, Elder Xian, save me. Ji Qingxian is crazy. She wants to kill me. In the void, Elder Xian appeared with a gloomy face. His cultivation was at the peak of the Great Saint stage, only one step away from the level of a quasi-supreme. The moment he arrived, the terrifying aura of a great saint shrouded the world in all directions. His divine might was vast, as if an ancient god was angry. The world changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled back. Above the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared. In a small country like the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the existence of a great saint stage was considered a grand ancestor. They would only appear in the face of the greatest danger. Therefore, the arrival of a great saint, and one at the peak of the great saint stage, was extremely terrifying. Hiss! That's a great saint. She actually attracted the arrival of a great saint. This is too scary. The expressions of many cultivators and living beings changed drastically. Their spirits trembled, and they felt a sense of awe. They couldn't help but want to worship and kneel in that direction. Elder Xian, quickly take her down. She's really crazy today. Seeing Elder Xian, Wang Xiao couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then, he sneered and stared at Ji Qingxian with a vicious expression, as if he was telling her that she was dead meat. In his opinion, Ji Qingxian was crazy today. Otherwise, why would she do something so crazy and kill him? However, now that Elder Xian had appeared, Ji Qingxian naturally had nothing to do. Miss Ji, do you know what you're doing now? However, Elder Xian didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Ji Qingxian coldly. With a wave of his robe, a blurry yellow radiance burst out. Then, a yellow gourd surrounded by chaotic fog floated in his sleeve. It had the power to split the world. If Ji Qingxian didn't answer properly, he would definitely make a move. He would use the gourd to suppress her and keep her inside. Who are you? Bullying the weak. Ji Qingxuan's expression was still cold. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she said coldly, I don't know where you got the guts to attack me. If the young master knows about this, you won't be able to escape death even if you're a great saint. Young master, Ji Qingxian, what do you mean? Elder Xian frowned. His first reaction was that there was something wrong with Ji Qingxuan's head today. She actually said such a ridiculous thing. As for the cultivators and sky prides who had rushed over, they could not help but feel shocked when they heard this. Even a great saint couldn't escape death. This white-clothed girl really has a big mouth. Who exactly is she? Many people's expressions changed slightly. Someone recognized Ji Qingxian and said with a trembling voice, this girl seems to be the one beside young Master Chang'e. The one who spoke was a tall man covered in scales. He was a sky pride from the Immortal Academy. He had yet to rush to the Extreme Yin battlefield to fight with the Extreme Yin beings. He had seen Gu Chang'e from afar. At that time, this white-clothed girl seemed to be standing beside Gu Chang'e. This white-clothed girl was so beautiful that he had some impression of her after taking a few more glances. However, his words were quickly drowned out by the shocked discussions of the other cultivators nearby. Not many people heard it clearly. Oh no, something big is going to happen. This sky pride's face was a little pale. When he thought of the possible consequences of this matter, he hurriedly moved and left this place. However, on the way, he suddenly thought of something and hurried towards the direction of the palace. He felt that it was better to report this matter. Otherwise, if young Master Chang'e blamed him, how could he explain himself? Elder Xian, don't talk nonsense with her. Ji Qingxian is determined to kill me today, Wang Xiao spoke again. His voice was unusually gloomy. When he fought with Ji Qingxian, he was heavily injured. You've got the wrong person. I'm not the Ji Qingxian you're talking about. Ji Qingxian still frowned when she heard this. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to drill into his bones. You're still pretending at this time. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Elder Xian, do it. Wang Xiao laughed coldly and ordered. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, Elder Xian nodded. He didn't say anything else and chose to do it. He waved his sleeve, and the glistening yellow gourd was instantly thrown out. It expanded in the wind and was surrounded by chaotic fog. A terrifying great sage's aura enveloped Ji Qingxian. She was like a small boat in the ocean that could capsize at any time. Her face couldn't help but turn pale. However, Ji Qingxuan's eyes were still calm and cold. Whoosh! In the next moment, sword qi gushed out from the mouth of the gourd. It turned into the size of a mountain and was extremely terrifying. It was wrapped in boundless killing intent and caused the sky to crack open. Not good, retreat quickly. When a great sage attacks, the world will be turned upside down. This isn't something that others can resist. The expressions of all the cultivators and sky prides changed drastically. They turned into divine rainbows and hurriedly retreated. They didn't want to be affected by even a trace of the aftershock. They could easily be destroyed and disappear into thin air. Whoosh! Ji Qingxuan's expression also changed at this moment. She didn't expect Elder Xian to be so ruthless and use such a terrifying killing move. Fortunately, she had many life-saving items on her. At the crucial moment, she crushed a piece of jade. A ball of misty white light appeared and blocked the sword qi for her. However, Ji Qingxian didn't have it easy either. She was sent flying and crashed into a large number of buildings and pavilions. Her internal organs were almost shattered. She coughed out pieces of her internal organs, and her face became even paler. Something's wrong. Why isn't she afraid at all? She doesn't even have any regret or worry. Does she want to die? At this moment, Elder Xian also felt that something was wrong. Ji Qingxian didn't care about his attack. To him, it seemed like she had fallen into a trap. Did something happen? Did Ji Qingxian want to die? He couldn't help but stop when he thought of this. Does Ji Qingxian want to die? Wang Xiao furrowed his brows. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a golden divine rainbow descended from the sky. It seemed to have turned into a path that led to the heavens. It was Chu Hao, who had rushed over. Junior brother Wang, what happened? He was puzzled as he asked Wang Xiao, who was frowning. He had rushed over when he heard Wang Xiao's cry for help. However, he was still half a step too late. Now, it seemed like Wang Xiao was fine. After all, there was a guardian who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage here. Who was the one who wanted to hurt him? Eldest senior brother, I don't know why junior sister Ji seemed to have gone crazy today. I just stopped her and asked her something, but she acted like she wanted to kill me. If Elder Xian didn't intervene in time, I would have been killed by junior sister Ji. Wang Xiao explained and put himself in the position of the victim. His words were full of confusion, and he acted like he didn't know anything. Has junior sister Ji gone crazy? Chu Hao was stunned. When he heard this, he subconsciously thought that it was impossible. He knew Ji Qingxuan's character very well. If Wang Xiao didn't do something overboard, why would she attack him? Crazy. This was just an excuse that Wang Xiao came up with. Ji Qingxuan's current situation in the family wasn't good. Chu Hao sighed when he thought of this. He felt that things had become troublesome. Should he blame Wang Xiao now? That was obviously unrealistic. Eldest senior brother, what happened? Why are all of you here? At this moment, a cold and confused voice was heard. A beautiful lady walked over from afar. She looked a little confused. Her face was as white as jade, and it shone with a charming luster. Her skin was as white as snow, and she looked like a perfect masterpiece. When they saw this lady, Chu Hao, Wang Xiao, and Elder Xian were all stunned. Their eyes opened wide, and they couldn't say anything for a while. Many of the cultivators nearby were also stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes to see if they were hallucinating. Wasn't this the lady who was hit by the sword chi and smashed into the ruins? Why did she appear again? She didn't seem to be hurt at all, and she even changed her clothes. No. This was a different person. It was just that she looked exactly the same. At this moment, many people reacted. Junior Sister G, you're fine. That's great. I was worried that something might have happened to you. Chu Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ji Qingxian walking over. It was good that she was fine. He didn't notice Wang Xiao and Elder Xian's shocked expressions. He thought that it was just the momentum, and nothing happened to Ji Qingxian. Junior Sister Ji, then who is that woman who looks exactly like you? Wang Xiao was also completely stunned at this moment. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. He couldn't even wrap his head around it. How could there be two identical Ji Qingxian? Who was the lady who tried to kill him just now? He had never heard that Ji Qingxian had a twin sister or elder sister. A lady who looked exactly like me. Ji Qingxian was also shocked when she heard this. She asked, "How did you know that I was looking for someone like that?" Wang Zhao's expression froze when he heard this. He suddenly felt that things were not going well, and combined this with what the lady in white said just now. This ominous and uneasy feeling shrouded his heart once again. It wasn't Ji Qingxian who changed her clothes. It was another person who looked exactly like her, and he mistook her for Ji Qingxian. Very soon, Wang Xiao came to his senses and instantly understood the ins and outs of the matter. "Young master, something doesn't seem right. We seem to have mistaken you for someone else." Elder Xian's voice became heavy. Currently, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was filled with geniuses from the Immortal Academy. She was so young and yet so powerful. Her background must not be too low. What's going on? Chu Hao frowned and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, he understood that Wang Xiao and Elder Xian had mistaken an unfamiliar lady for Ji Qingxian. Where is that lady? Ji Qingxian, who was also Su Qingge, asked with a shocked expression. She seemed very anxious. In fact, she had seen everything that Ji Qingxian did just now. This made her feel very complicated. She didn't expect Ji Qingxian to be so ruthless. She didn't hesitate to use the trick of injuring herself to gain the enemy's confidence. This also showed how much Ji Qingxian hated Wang Xiao. She would use such a method. Boom! However, just as everyone was discussing and feeling extremely shocked. Suddenly, in the distant sky, several divine rainbows flew over. They were majestic and shocking, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The young man in the lead was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind. He seemed to be shrouded in divine light, causing the heavens and earth to revolve around him. It's young Lord Chang'e. A sharp-eyed cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect this to alarm young Lord Chang'e. I guess there's going to be a good show to watch. I just don't know why young Master Chang'e is here. Could it be that he's here to watch the show? Many cultivators were extremely shocked. They didn't expect such a battle to attract Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, the news of Gu Chang'e's arrival in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had spread. Almost everyone knew that he was temporarily staying in the depths of the palace. This is young Lord Chang'e, this is my first time seeing him. Su Qingge also looked over with a shocked expression. She didn't seem to notice Elder Xian and Wang Zhao's unpleasant expressions. Why is he alarmed as well? Chu Hao frowned. For some reason, he had a feeling that this Gu Chang'e wasn't as gentle as he appeared to be. Young lord, could it be? Elder Xian's voice became heavy. The bad feeling in his heart became more and more serious. Impossible. What kind of status does Gu Chang'e have? Maybe he's just passing by. If that white-robed lady is related to him, why isn't there anyone protecting her? Wang Xiao shook his head and denied it. He seemed to be explaining and comforting himself. Although he was a direct descendant of the reclusive Wang family, his status was thousands of miles away from Gu Changa's. Even some of Gu Changa's followers were far more honorable than him. However, in the next moment, Wang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His face gradually turned pale. The divine rainbow in the sky was descending in their direction. When the nearby cultivators and sky prides saw it, they hurriedly made way. Gu Changa's expression was calm. The moment he landed, he stared at Su Chinga. Then, he nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine." Su Chinga looked stunned. Then, she asked in confusion, "Young Lord Changa, are you talking to me?" Although she said so, she still felt warm in her heart. In her opinion, Gu Changa must have heard that she was fighting with a great saint, so he rushed over. Then, he must have mistaken the Ji Qingxian that she was disguised as. However, this also meant that Gu Changa couldn't tell the difference between her and Ji Qingxuan's identity. "What do you mean?" Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, although Su Chinga changed her dress and hair accessories, her fate points didn't change at all. Therefore, the lady in front of him was actually Su Chinga. What was she trying to do? However, soon, Gu Changa recalled Su Chinga's fate line mission. It seemed to be related to her background. Since it was about her background, it must be related to her family. In other words, Su Chinga was trying to get away by swapping her for someone else. It seemed that she had met a younger sister who looked like her in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Was that why she came up with such a plan to get away? Almost instantly, Gu Changa guessed Su Chinga's purpose. However, he didn't point it out. Since Su Chinga had her own plans, Gu Changa couldn't be bothered. After all, she was an inheritor of demonic arts. She couldn't be by his side all the time. That way, she wouldn't be able to make the most of her value. "I didn't expect you to look like my maidservant. Seems like you got the wrong person." Then, Gu Changa smiled. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked in another direction. However, after hearing this, Wang Xiao and Elder Xian's faces suddenly turned pale. There was no trace of blood. Cold sweat drenched their bodies. They didn't hear it wrong. Gu Changa said it himself. Ji Qingxian looked like his maidservant. It's over, we're in big trouble this time. Even though Elder Xian was a great saint who looked down on countless cultivators, he felt a chill run down his back. His limbs went soft, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Chapter 293. More and more cultivators and sky prides gathered at the scene and appeared in various places. When Gu Changa appeared, it was destined that this matter would not be simple. Hence, many sky prides who were not interested before rushed over, thinking that this was a good show that they could not miss. Who in this world would be so bold as to offend Gu Changa? This was not courting death. There was something wrong with their heads and they were courting death. For a moment, many people had mocking and ridiculing expressions on their faces, and they looked at Wang Xiao and Elder Xian as if they were watching a show. Their gazes were filled with undisguised mockery, as if they were looking at two monkeys. That lady just now seemed to be young Master Changa's maidservant. This means that the two of them not only mistook her for someone else, but also seriously injured her. There's going to be a good show today. However, I never thought that there would be two people who are so similar in this world. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. If they were twins, I don't think anyone would doubt it. Many of the geniuses began to speak with mixed emotions. In just a few words, they had already explained what had just happened. Even a passerby knew what had happened. In other words, Wang Xiao, you actually mistook the other lady for junior sister Ji and spoke rudely to her. After that, you called Elder Xian over and seriously injured him. Hearing the discussions of the cultivators nearby, Chu Hao frowned. He finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. His expression turned solemn as he felt that things were not going well. If he wanted to solve this matter today, it would not be so simple. That was because that lady was not an ordinary person. She was Gu Changa's maidservant. Just this identity alone was enough to make many skyprides fear and respect her. In this vast upper realm, many skyprides wanted to recommend themselves to be Gu Changa's maidservant, but they were far from being qualified. To be able to become Gu Changa's maidservant meant that the lady had to be exceptional. Or rather, she was loved by Gu Changa. Even the reclusive Wang family behind Wang Xiao did not dare to say anything in front of Gu Changa, not to mention that Wang Xiao was only a direct descendant of the Wang family. He was simply throwing himself at the tip of the blade. What about Elder Xian? Am I finished? Wang Xiao did not answer Chu Hao's question. At this time, his face was incomparably pale, his voice trembling, his hands and feet cold. Even though Gu Changa had just walked right past him, he didn't even look at him. However, that terrifying power was much more terrifying than when he faced their grand ancestor. Young master, I'm afraid that today's matter won't end peacefully. Elder Xian's voice was filled with bitterness and regret. However, Wang Xiao and Elder Xian weren't the only ones who felt that something was amiss at this moment. Even Su Qingda felt something was wrong because the way Gu Changa looked at her just now seemed to have some inexplicable meaning. She didn't know if Gu Changa saw through her and Ji Qingshuan's exchange of identities. If he saw through it but did not point it out, what did that mean? Gu Changa might be very disappointed in her. After all, she had lied to him time and time again. At this moment, Su Qingda was still a little uneasy and worried about her gains and losses. If Ji Qingxian took over her identity and became Gu Changa's maidservant, what should she do in the future? Should she confess everything? Or should she ask for Gu Changa's forgiveness? However, before this, Gu Changa had already said that he hoped this matter would not be repeated 3 times. In other words, Gu Changa did not want to see her hide things from him anymore. Ji Qingxian probably has her own plans. She probably hopes that she can replace you. Otherwise, she won't be able to get close to Gu Changa on her own. Moreover, she won't be able to become someone by his side. Your sister's thoughts are not simple. The other soul in Su Qingda's mind said with interest. However, this time, Su Qingda did not pay attention to her. She was not very sure whether this exchange of identities was right or wrong, and what kind of consequences it would cause. I hope young master won't find out. Su Qingda thought to herself, things must not develop in the worst direction. At this moment, Gu Changa also walked to the ruins of the collapsed pavilion. His expression was very calm, without the slightest fluctuation, let alone joy or anger. The group of followers behind him also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. For a moment, the entire area was quiet. Many of the heavenly talents and cultivators who were discussing felt that the atmosphere was not right. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly shut up, afraid that Gu Changa would vent his anger on them. Although it was rumored that Gu Changa had a gentle temperament, that was only the case when he was not provoked. I want to know what happened. At this moment, Gu Changa's indifferent voice sounded, without any fluctuation. However, many people felt a chill in their hearts for some reason, and they could not help but shudder. Gu Changa did not ask much, but only said that he wanted to know what happened. However, the crowd knew that this matter had already angered Gu Changa. A terrible atmosphere suddenly shrouded the surrounding area, as if a storm was about to come. Wang Zhao's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. If Chu Hao, who was beside him, had not frowned and pulled him, he would have fallen to the ground. Young Lord Changa, this is what happened. At this moment, a cultivator who had witnessed everything with his own eyes spoke to Gu Changa with a respectful expression, and explained the ins and outs of the matter to him, without daring to hide anything. This included how arrogant Wang Xiao was at that time, and how he still did not know to restrain himself after the woman in white said that the young master was behind her. In a few words, they had already described what happened. After the woman in white said that Wang Xiao had mistaken her for someone else, he still did not care, and let the Taoist protector behind him attack and severely injure the woman in white. After hearing these words, Gu Chang'e did not say much. His face was still very calm, as if he did not care. His footsteps did not stop, and he continued to walk into the ruins. Many people also saw that the woman in white was hit by the sword Qi, and was severely injured. Then, she fell into the pavilion, turning it into a pile of ruins. However, after a period of time had passed, the white-clothed woman still hadn't come out. Many people guessed that she had suffered heavy injuries, or perhaps she had died. When they thought of this possibility, many people's faces turned a little pale. Could the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird withstand Gu Chang'e's anger? Young master, however, just as the crowd was speculating, they saw a woman covered in blood stagger out from the ruins. Her beautiful face could be vaguely seen. However, she was very weak, and even her white clothes were stained with blood. Even walking seemed to be very strenuous. "Are you okay?" Gu Chang'e looked at her and did not care that her clothes were still stained with blood. He gently picked her up. "Why were you so careless?" There was not a trace of abnormality in his expression. It was pure concern and worry. "I'm fine, young master." "I'm sorry to have made you worry," Ji Qingxian gently shook her head. Her voice remained calm and cold, but at that moment, there was a storm raging in her heart. She had made the right bet. The man who carried her in front of her was the most terrifying young person in the upper realm. There was no one else who could compare. If it was in the past, she would not even have the chance to get close to Gu Chang'e, let alone be able to lie in his arms so quietly like today. That was the first time Ji Qingxian was so close to a man in her life, but she did not feel uncomfortable at all. She even wanted to keep that moment forever. She was very nervous and uneasy, afraid that Gu Chang'e would notice that something was wrong. However, Ji Qingxian quickly calmed down. Gu Chang'e seemed to be very concerned about her, and was checking her injuries. His attention was on her, and he did not think much of it. This caused Ji Qingxian to feel a strong sense of envy. That was the first time someone was so concerned about her since she was young, even though she knew that Gu Chang'e was treating her as his sister. Sister is so lucky, Ji Qingxian thought so in her heart, but she did not show any abnormality on her face. "Young master, am I seriously injured?" she asked Gu Chang'e softly. "Yes, your internal organs are all crushed." Gu Chang'e nodded. His voice was as calm as usual. "But you don't have to worry, it's not fatal." "Okay." Ji Qingxian nodded and quietly leaned in his arms. Seeing this scene, Su Qing'e did not know why, but she felt sour in her heart. She knew that this person was her sister, and they were willing to exchange all of this. However, she could not stop her emotions. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" At this moment, Gu Chang'e finally looked at Wang Xiao and Elder Xian, whose faces were completely drained of blood. He did not waste any time and directly asked them how they wanted to die. Such a domineering and indifferent attitude made Ji Qingxian unable to help but hold her breath. She felt a sense of power. This was what she had always yearned for. If she had power, her mother would not have been locked up, and she would not have been reduced to being a chess piece in a marriage alliance. Wang Xiao and Elder Xian would not have dared to treat her so casually, injure her severely, and decide her life and death so easily. All of this was brought about by the thing called power. "Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life. I was wrong. I was blind back then to treat this lady as my junior sister. I did not do it on purpose. I hope young Master Chang'e can be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I did not do it on purpose. Young Master Chang'e, you saw it too, this lady looks exactly like my junior sister. How would I know this at that time?" Hearing this, Wang Xiao was scared out of his wits. His face turned pale as he hurriedly said, almost kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to beg for mercy. I asked how you want to die, not the reason. Gu Changa's voice was still calm, but it was very cold. Don't you understand? Young Master Changa, Wang Xiao was really scared to death. Cold sweat drenched his body, his divine soul was trembling, and even his voice was trembling. He could tell that Gu Changa was determined to kill him, and there was no doubt about it. Before this, he had always been the one bullying others. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. He had only hurt his servant, and now he wanted to kill him. This made Wang Xiao angry and afraid, but he was also very unwilling. What? Do you need me to do it myself? Gu Changa still spoke indifferently, his expression was extremely cold. He did not care about Wang Xiao's identity at all, as if he was facing a small ant that could be stepped on at any time. Young Master Changa, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I'm willing to apologize to this lady and compensate her. Wang Xiao's terrified voice was heard. He directly knelt down with a thud. He was very afraid of death, and he knew that the force behind him could not suppress Gu Changa. At the same time, he looked at Ji Qingxian and said in a trembling voice, I was blind just now and mistook you for her. I hope you can forgive me and spare my life. At this time, humiliation and dignity were not more important than life. When everyone saw this scene, the fear in their hearts was no less than Wang Zhao's. However, no one dared to make a sound, or to say, to stop all of this. At the end of the day, Wang Xiao had brought this upon himself. Ji Qingshuan's bright eyes stared at Wang Xiao. She appeared to be very cold, but in her heart, she was extremely happy. After all, she saw the person she hated the most begging for mercy in front of her. This was something that she would not have dared to think about in the past. Chinga, what do you plan to do with him? At this moment, Gu Changa looked at her and asked. Ji Qingxian was slightly stunned when she heard that. She said softly, I'll listen to you. Gu Changa nodded, all right, then I'll kill him and make him apologize to you. Ji Qingshuan's heart trembled. Although it seemed that Gu Changa was concerned about her, she thought deeper. If Gu Changa found out that she had swapped identities with her sister, the consequences would be unimaginable. This man was too terrifying. Wang Zhao's expression changed when he heard that. His divine soul trembled and his entire body was cold. He shouted as if he was grasping at straws. Elder Xian, it was Elder Xian who hurt her. I wasn't her match then. At this moment, he did not care about anything else as he wanted to survive. Elder Xian's expression also changed. He did not expect Wang Xiao to say that. He was very disappointed, but more than that, he felt helpless. Eldest senior, save me, however, Wang Xiao did not care about him. Soon, he looked at Chu Hao with a pleading gaze. He knew that Chu Hao was very powerful. He was even given an extremely terrifying Dharma weapon by the highest abode. With his strength, he could save Wang Xiao. Moreover, eldest senior was highly valued by the highest abode. Even if he offended Gu Changa, the highest abode would stand on his side. Wang Xiao, you, Chu Hao's frown deepened. He was very conflicted. He was dragged into this matter out of nowhere. If something happened to Wang Xiao, he would be responsible for it. After all, he was the eldest senior. Wang Xiao had asked him for help in public. If he did not do anything about it, the ancient kingdom of Phoenix could not bear the wrath of the reclusive Wang family. However, he did not want to offend Gu Changa either. Young Master Changa, this is my fault. I was the one who hurt this lady. This old man is willing to apologize to this lady. This is my sincerity. While Chu Hao was thinking, Elder Xian took a step forward and spoke first. No matter what, there had to be an explanation for today's incident. As Wang Zhao's guardian, he could not absolve himself from the blame if something happened to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a surging Supreme Saint aura appeared on Elder Xian's arms. Then, 2 clouds of blood mist exploded. His arms collapsed and exploded. He chose to break his arms to show his sincerity. Everyone's expression changed. A being at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage was only half a step away from the quasi-supreme stage. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, he was forced to break his arms to show his sincerity. One should know that no matter which force one was in, a being at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage was an indispensable cornerstone. Young Master, Ji Qingxian was also slightly shocked. She wanted Wang Xiao to pay the price, but she did not expect his guardian to do the same. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage was no less important than Wang Xiao in the reclusive Wang family. The reason why Wang Xiao had such a protector was all because he had an uncle with great power and influence. This is far from enough. However, what shocked Ji Qingxian even more was the behavior of a cultivator at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage. Gu Chang'e's expression was still calm. Instead, he felt that this was not enough. She underestimated Gu Chang'e's strength. However, it was this strength that made her feel dizzy. She could not help but feel intoxicated. Young Master Chang'e, Elder Xian's expression changed when he heard that. He gritted his teeth again. At this moment, he chose to destroy his own origin. Along with the surging aura, a terrifying fluctuation came from his dantian. Then, Elder Xian's body seemed to be struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The terrifying aura of a peak Supreme Saint stage suddenly dissipated by a lot. This scene made everyone's heart tremble. They were extremely shocked. They deeply experienced Gu Chang'e's terrifying power. In the younger generation, apart from him, there was probably no one else who could force a great sage peak stage cultivator to the point of damaging his own source, right? Seeing Elder Xian's action, Gu Chang'e finally nodded and did not say anything. Elder Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not dare to resent Gu Chang'e at all. At this time, if Gu Chang'e killed him here, no one would seek justice for him. He did not believe that a young existence like Gu Chang'e would not have the means to suppress him. A mere peak Supreme Saint stage cultivation was probably not enough to catch his attention. Elder Xian still remembered the rumor that Gu Chang'e used a supreme weapon in the ultimate Yin battlefield to fight against the inheritor of the demonic arts and forced him to retreat in the end. Now that such a long time had passed, Gu Chang'e's strength would only be more unfathomable. Save me, eldest senior brother. I really don't want to die. Seeing that his protector did not care about him and had already gone to apologize, Wang Zhao's face turned pale. Wang Zhao's face turned even paler and more terrified. He looked at Chu Hao, treating him as his last hope. This, Chu Hao felt extremely helpless and conflicted. At this point, could he still retreat in one piece? In the end, he would only offend both parties. This made him sigh in his heart. Young Lord Chang'e, could you please forgive Wang Xiao this time for my sake? I'm the eldest senior brother of the highest abode. At the same time, I'm also the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. At that moment, Chu Hao finally stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Xiao as he said so. His stepping forward immediately caused quite a commotion nearby. Many cultivators of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird recognized him. The third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. He had left many legends in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Many of the younger generation imitated him and worshipped him. Many people did not know that Chu Hao had already returned. They were all shocked at once. Brother Chu Hao, you're finally back, in a pavilion at the side. A graceful and gentle woman was watching all of this closely. She was very surprised, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of surprise and longing. Oh, the son of destiny finally could not hold it in anymore. Gu Chang'e's heart skipped a beat. He had been waiting for this moment. However, his expression was still cold. He asked calmly, are you saying that you want to protect him and go against me? Young Lord Chang'e, you've misunderstood. I don't want to go against you. However, as Wang Zhao's eldest senior brother, I can't just sit back and do nothing, Chu Hao said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He seemed a little helpless and mentioned that he had the support of the most supreme grotto heaven. Although Gu Chang'e's background was incomparable, the most supreme grotto heaven behind him was not to be trifled with either. In the future, Chu Hao would most likely take over the position of cave master of the most supreme grotto heaven. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Hao felt that it was worth it to save Wang Xiao, even if Gu Chang'e would turn against him. This was because the longevity Gu clan behind Gu Chang'e would not vent their anger on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird over such a small matter. However, the reclusive Wang clan was different. After all, the king of hell was easier to deal with than the little demons. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.